Molt. You will hear English on this channel, English on this molt. Translation to English on this channel, English on this molt.
There's a dude who like
very jealous.
You did that one time, really? Yeah. Here, doing this one.
Big asshole hanging around the air.
Oh my God. She's like, what do I need that for? I can send the boat. She's like falling.
The size of the air across the people there who are sweating.
Wiley, Caroline.
Hot air. They used to have a big
Oh, you know that already? I'm sorry. 감사합니다. 안녕하세요. 안녕히 계세요. He's always your boss.
Of course he is.
How do you know?
She's the Korean original. Nice to meet you, man. This guy too. Is he military? You live in next president over here.
No.
Yes, sir.
I'm like, what was that damn move? That was like the wine move. He's like doing kind of Michael Jackson. Yeah. You serve wine? I like that. I wish I could serve it.
In all the pictures, his hand is like a claw.
Get ready. Get out of here.
All right.
You'll get food.
Need that. Yeah, the cooking's one. Yeah, they're definitely the black. Good. This is part of your weight loss program. But I do have your shoes at the last. Okay, I'm gonna apply. Those. Jumped out of the car, went upstairs, and my desk, and then we sat all my friends, I told them all about how if I could work my kid, and they're like, wow, why did you
People walk in.
Same 80 gets to the bridge. It's not as nice as it zigs and zags and it's like it's roughly 9 feet. I think that's right.
President's grandfather deported from Germany. He will be president USA. And my president parents escaped from North Korea by the US. He was born in the Jeju Island. So thought about he will be, but he became president. They are same. Story.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, let's go over there. It's too hot over here. No, you cannot. Thinking back of my head. That's all right.
And the 2 this morning, don't forget you got back. That's right. Yeah.
That's where we're standing in the sun.
That's right.
Oh, no, I'll go over there. Thank you. That's cool. Oh, now they're sneaky. We had our chance.
I haven't seen you in a long time, yes, ma'am. 지금 뭐가 많이
You shouldn't have. Really,
Darling, thank you. It's okay, I'll take it later. Kisses, though.
Yeah, that's right. Like the rejected one. Closed mouth don't get fed.
Oh, so like the desk. It's like
or when Fox used to have the box at St. Anselm's in New Hampshire, the ice box, and all the anchors were inside the box, and the correspondents were outside the box, standing on 6.5, 7 inches of frozen ice. Just outside. Just 30 feet away. Yeah, the ice box.
I think he said he knocked over the table, but I don't think it was the case.
He said we lost the table.
We lost it? It was definitely knocked.
But I thought it was the lamp that got knocked over.
Yeah. It's actually a very friendly press, and then he said something else. I cannot hear it. I've gotten like 20 questions about it. All right, I'll just send one again.
Really? When I when I saw the playback in our booth, it was pretty clear.
Yeah, well, your audio's better than mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I could do it after. Yeah.
Yeah, come to our booth.
Okay.
We'll play it
Yeah,
back
yeah.
for you.
I didn't really address it, but TV got the footage of the lamp, and so now everybody's
I
asking.
think C-SPAN caught it.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. People
Well,
are
it cuts
asking. I just
cameras.
was just gonna let it go, but
Yeah.
you know how it is.
If you come to our booth, we'll play it for
Okay,
you.
thanks. Appreciate it.
I'm sure it's very detailed.
Thank you very much for offering. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you again.
Apparently Schiller caught the lamp.
Schiller caught the lamp?
Yeah.
Hey guys, are you clearing me? Okay. Well, I'm happy to stand. I just didn't know if I'm here.
Well, our son was adopted in Korea, and we wanted to come and do the Korean residence, and we're taking him back home to visit his,
Got
South
it.
Korea
Okay.
in a few days. So
I can talk about
yeah,
kind of the latest with North Korea, China, his tweet about China, the fact that it raised questions about whether or not he was giving up on China as a strategy to like press them, and that he's improving his strategy.
yeah. Is that how you say it? Too?
And it's
Yeah, like superstar. Yeah. Okay.
2010.
He was born in 2009. He was 9 months old when we brought him here.
Ooh, that must be great. I always choose so poorly in that situation. I was just going to wear a dress.
Waiting to get tackled.
Okay, down, because I think they just put the remarks down.
Hey, Eric, let him know we're getting close. Senior staff's coming up. New York, we're getting close. Senior staff is coming up.
I mean, it might be my guy's. It's not mine. I want to make sure I get maximum sunlight.
The remarks are coming out. Here comes Tillerson. Here comes the vice president. We're getting close, getting close. Hey, New York, it's Roberts. Do you need me standing up?
He's on faith.
We're going to take
Okay. It doesn't do us any good that English stuff. File with this one. Part of the part of the right. And we're going to take it. We go in there unified, they have nowhere to go, so they have to negotiate, right? Right. Tomorrow will be fun. So we're all the same. Well, I had to go buy a lesson.
This is the 2-minute warning.
I accept your challenge.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the President of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you very much. Melania and I are honored to welcome President Moon of South Korea and his lovely wife, Madam Kim, to the White House. Mr. President, let me be the first to congratulate you on your election, tremendous election victory, and also the people of South Korea for providing such an incredible example of democracy for the world to see. It was very exciting, I must say, and congratulations. This morning, President Moon and Vice President Pence laid a wreath at the Korean War Veterans Memorial to commemorate the 67th anniversary of the Korean War. It was a beautiful ceremony. We will never forget that Americans and Koreans bravely fought and died together for a free Korea. To the Korean and American veterans of that war, great people, we are eternally grateful for your service and for your sacrifice. More than 6 decades after our partnership was forged in the fires of war, the alliance between the United States and South Korea is a cornerstone of peace and security in a very, very dangerous part of the world. The link between our countries, cemented in battle, is now also tied together by culture, commerce, and common values. Together we are facing the threat of the reckless and brutal regime in North Korea. The nuclear and ballistic missile programs of that regime require a determined response. The North Korean dictatorship has no regard for the safety and security of its people or its neighbors, and has no respect for human life. And that's been proven over and over again. Millions of North Korea's own citizens have suffered and starved to death. And the entire world just witnessed what the regime did to our wonderful Otto Warmbier. I thank President Moon for expressing his condolences on the travesty of Otto's death. Our thoughts and our prayers remain with his wonderful family. The era of strategic patience with the North Korean regime has failed. Many years, and it's failed. And frankly, that patience is over. We are working closely with South Korea and Japan, as well as partners around the world, on a range of diplomatic, security, and economic measures to protect our allies and our own citizens from this menace known as North Korea. The United States calls on other regional powers and all responsible nations to join us in implementing sanctions and demanding that the North Korean regime choose a better path and do it quickly, and a different future for its long-suffering people. Our goal is peace, stability, and prosperity for the region. But the United States will defend itself, always will defend itself, always. And we will always defend our allies. As part of that commitment, we are working together to ensure fair burden sharing in support of the United States military presence in South Korea. Burden sharing is a very important factor, a factor that's becoming more and more prevalent, certainly in this administration. We're also working to create a fair and reciprocal economic relationship. From when the U.S.-Korea trade deal was signed in 2011 to 2016, you know who signed it, you know who wanted it. Our trade deficit with South Korea has increased by more than $11 billion. Not exactly a great deal. I was gratified to learn about the new investments South Korean companies are making in the United States. This month, Schneider is sending its first shipment of American liquefied natural gas to South Korea in a deal worth more than $25 billion. It's great. We will do more to remove barriers to reciprocal trade and market access. We talked last night and today about some tough trade issues like autos and steel. And I'm encouraged by President Moon's assurances that he will work to create a level playing field so that American workers and businesses, and especially automakers, can have a fair shake at dealing with South Korea. South Korean companies sell cars in America. American companies should have that same exact privilege on a reciprocal basis, and I'm sure we'll be able to work that out. In addition, I have called on South Korea to stop enabling the export of dumped steel. These would be important steps forward in our trading relationship, very important steps. They have to be made. Not fair to the American worker if they're not, and they will be. Our teams are going to get to work on these issues, and they're going to sign a deal that's great for South Korea and great for the United States. Mr. President, I'm thrilled that you are here today and deeply honored that you choose to go to the United States as your first foreign trip as president. I greatly enjoyed our dinner last night and the many productive discussions that we've already started having today. I look forward to working with you for many years to come to strengthen our alliance, protect our citizens from common threats, and deepen the enduring bonds of friendship between Americans and the great people of South Korea. Thank you very much, President Moon. Thank you.
우선 백악관으로 초청해 주시고 따뜻하게 맞이해 주신 트럼프 대통령의 특별한 환대에 깊이 감사드립니다. 트럼프 대통령께서는
When I was elected president last month, President Trump was the first foreign leader to give me a congratulatory call.
전해 주셨습니다. 이는
After going through such a tumultuous journey, the Korean people finally achieved victory. The words of President Trump conveyed the warmth of the American people's hearts for what we have accomplished in Korea. For tribulations and adversity we have surmounted, for freedom, democracy, peace, and prosperity, towards which we have walked together, for all the great alliance has achieved, you gave your consolation and support. Once again, let me take this opportunity to thank you, Mr. President, and the American people. In my first phone conversation with President Trump last May, he came across as a man of determination and pragmatism, leaving me a powerful impression. And yesterday and today, I had a candid and lengthy conversation with President Trump, and I was able to prove myself right. From developing the ROK-US alliance, resolving the DPRK's nuclear issue, to building lasting peace on the Korean Peninsula, I affirmed President Trump's unswerving commitment, and we were able to build a broad consensus. During my visit this time, President Trump and I were able to forge friendship as well as deep mutual trust. As we endeavor to tackle numerous challenges ahead of us, this will give us a solid foundation to rely on. First, President Trump and I agreed that only strong security can bring about genuine peace. Through ROK-US combined defense posture, including extended deterrence, we concurred to strengthen our overwhelming deterrence. The threat and provocations by the North will be met with a stern response. The gravest challenge confronting our two nations is the nuclear and missile threat posed by North Korea. President Trump and I decided to place a top priority on addressing this issue and coordinate closely on relevant policies. To this end, our two leaders will employ both sanctions and dialogue in a phased and comprehensive approach, and based on this, we both pledged to seek a fundamental resolution of the North Korean nuclear problem. The North Korean nuclear issue must be resolved without fail. North Korea should by no means underestimate the firm commitment of Korea and the U.S. in this regard. I also urge Pyongyang to promptly return to the negotiating table for denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. National security leaves no room for either compromise or concession. On this occasion, the U.S. and President Trump's firm resolve for the alliance is noted with great appreciation. The Republic of Korea, for its part, will strive to strengthen ROK-US combined defense capabilities, while at the same time, by pursuing defense reform, build up its own capacity to defend itself. As we undertake these endeavors, bilateral cooperation in defense technologies, I hope, will gather further traction. Second, economic partnership between our countries forms an essential pillar for future-oriented development of the alliance. We both agreed on this view. Economic growth and job creation will be promoted to ensure our peoples enjoy greater mutual benefits through the collective efforts we committed to make. Third, as we fight against terrorism and other global challenges together, the ROC-US alliance, as agreed by ourselves, will be broadened and developed into global partnership. As we move forward, our two nations will work towards establishing high-level strategic consultation mechanisms in diverse areas of interest. To make it happen, concrete actions will be formulated in close consultation. I would like to take a moment to convey my heartfelt sympathy and condolences to the American people and the bereaved family grieving over the death of Mr. Won-byeol. The raison d'etre of a state is to defend its people. I deeply sympathize with Americans who are saddened that they were not able to defend their fellow citizen. As a former human rights attorney myself, I am keenly aware of the significance of human rights as the universal value of humanity. To make sure such tragedy never repeats itself, our two nations will cooperate with the community of nations to promote human rights in North Korea. I also invited President Trump to visit Korea this year, and he graciously accepted my offer. Mr. and Mrs. Trump's visit to Korea will once again demonstrate not only our friendship, but also the intimate bond our peoples have come to foster through thick and thin. Your visit will become yet another milestone in defining our partnership. I will see to it that myself. Once again, Mr. President, I extend my sincerest gratitude to you and the First Lady for such warm hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone. So that was President Trump and the President of South Korea issuing joint statements at the White House. This was not a press conference. This was always described as a joint statement. So that is why the two leaders did not take any questions from the press. We are now going to switch to another live feed that we're getting in. This live feed coming in from New York City. We are awaiting Mayor Bill de Blasio and New York police officials to give us an update on safety this 4th of July weekend. Here is another look at that White House event. Now here is a look at the White House. Back to New York we go.
Steve, we all set? All set. Everybody ready? Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for being here. Today, we want to give you an idea how the NYPD is going to be approaching in the next few days in terms of deployment and resources, personnel leading up to the 4th of July celebration. Mayor de Blasio is going to speak in a moment. Chief Carlos Gomez is going to lay out what our deployment is. Chief Jim Waters is going to speak about that counterterrorism overlay we always talk about. And Chief Chan is also going to be talking about DWI enforcement. I can tell you that there are currently no specific credible threats against the July 4th celebration or the city. Many people are working very hard behind the scenes to ensure that everyone that lives in, works in, or visits New York City on Tuesday has the opportunity to safely enjoy the greatest annual fireworks show in the country. There are many ways the NYPD will be keeping you safe on and around the holiday. But, as I talk about all the time, that doesn't mean anyone in the city should ever let their guard down. And I tell you at every opportunity, if you see something out there that makes you feel uncomfortable, that doesn't look right, you have to remain vigilant, you have to be aware. If you see that, call 911 or flag down a cop, give us the opportunity to investigate. Because remember, public safety is a shared responsibility. Planning and securing these types of events is what the New York City Police Department does on a daily basis. And it's not an overstatement to say that the hardworking men and women of the NYPD do it better than any other police department anywhere. The 4th of July detail this year will include our 400 newest police officers. They'll have the opportunity to work on their first holiday. Told them that all yesterday. I told them I'd see them out there because I'll be working also. And I'm sure that building on the NYPD's legacy of keeping our city safe will mark the beginning of many great careers for these young cops. And what I'd like to take away, people to take away from the NYPD's preparation is this. They're going to have one of the most well-policed, best protected events anywhere in the nation. We're going to have another safe and enjoyable Independence Day celebration like we do every day. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, congratulations on the graduation yesterday, which was another very good day for the NYPD. And thank you for the great work you and your team have done in preparing for the 4th of July. So I want to thank everyone up here. People have been working hard on these preparations. Particularly want to thank First Deputy Mayor Tony Shorus, who, as always, leads the efforts of all the different city agencies to coordinate and prepare for major events like 4th of July. Special thanks to Chief of Department Carlos Gomez and Chief of Patrol Terry Monahan for their leadership, and thanks to everyone present. So look, when it comes to the 4th of July, we think about several different things. First of all, it's one of the great celebrations in the year. It's a chance for people to really enjoy themselves, families to be together, friends to be together. We want people to do it safely. And the first concern we have is that people act responsibly. It's great to celebrate, but you got to celebrate in a smart way. So we're really concerned to make sure that people don't drink and drive, don't take chances that could ruin other people's lives. And NYPD will be out there in force to make sure everyone is safe. We are very proud to be the safest big city in America. That's something we have to earn every single day, and that includes on a holiday weekend. So NYPD will be out in force to keep everyone safe. Now, we think about the everyday realities we have to face in fighting crime. We think about the particular challenges of a holiday weekend. Of course, we know the world we're living in. The NYPD is constantly focused on preventing acts of terror. As the Commissioner said, there are no specific and credible threats directed at New York City and directed at these celebrations. That being said, all of our specialized commands will be out in force, the Critical Response Command, the SRG, ESU. Everyone will be on alert as a matter of course, even though there are no specific threats we're dealing with. You'll see, I want to tell all New Yorkers to be ready for this and see this as a good thing. You will see well-armed police officers with long guns. You'll see the vapor wake dogs. That's something we do around every major gathering. That's what keeps us safe. So do not be alarmed by that. Our officers are there to protect you, and we believe in strength in numbers, and you'll see that visibly on July 4th. Now, as I said, unfortunately, the other part of the equation is keeping people safe from some more mundane realities. And sadly, the July 4th time of year, that's usually one of the deadliest weekends of the year when it comes to traffic fatalities. We're going to be responding to that very, very aggressively, proactively. You'll see a lot more enforcement in terms of DWI. You will see random checkpoints around the city. I want to tell everyone that in advance. If you are surprised when you roll up to a checkpoint, you shouldn't be, because you're going to see checkpoints at times like this, because it's part of what we do under Vision Zero to keep people safe. And NYPD is going to be very, very aggressive and will not tolerate drunk driving. Just don't take the chance of destroying someone else's life, and there will be real consequences. So that's the enforcement side, but we want to incentivize as well. And so there's an excellent effort that's been put together as part of a larger campaign called Know Your Limit. You will hear from both our Transportation Commissioner and our TLC Commissioner in a moment. But one of the great things in this Know Your Limit campaign is that through the Curb app, you can get $10 off each cab ride over this holiday weekend to encourage people to take a cab instead of driving if you might be under the influence. So that's something that's going to make it easier for people to get around and not take chances. Obviously, with that discount available, that's a great reason to take a cab. Mass transit, obviously, is always a good option. Just plan ahead so you're not in a situation where you're trying to get home and you're under the influence and you feel the only choice left to you is to take a chance you shouldn't take. So we're going to be out there on those fronts, and also, as per usual, on July 4th weekend, we're concerned about illegal fireworks. So NYPD will be out there very aggressively on that as well. Look, we've seen some real tragedies around illegal fireworks. We don't take it lightly at all. You know, if you have them, expect the NYPD to find them. There's at least a summons related to having illegal fireworks. It could be worse depending on the circumstances. So there are real consequences. Everyone needs to take that seriously. But that being said, we feel very, very prepared. I will always want to credit the leadership of the NYPD, the men and women who patrol our streets, and all the other agencies who are part of this. Every time we have a big celebration, there are dozens of agencies that get involved. Everyone's prepared. This is one of the things that makes me proudest as mayor of this city, is how prepared all of our agencies, all of our public servants are to handle big moments like this. So expect a great weekend, expect a lot of fun, and know that there are a lot of people working hard to keep you safe. Now, a few words in Spanish. Queremos que todos los neoyorquinos disfruten un 4 de julio con alegría y diversión. La policía van a estar trabajando duro para garantizar la seguridad de todos. Por favor, les pedimos a todos que se diviertan de manera responsable y, si beben, no manejen. With that, I want to first turn to our Transportation Commissioner, and then why don't we have them both come up, our Transportation Commissioner, Polly Trottenberg, and our TLC Commissioner, Mira Joshi, to talk about some of the special measures that have been taken for the holiday weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to underscore, you've mentioned the programs we're going to be focusing on this weekend, Know Your Limit, and my colleague will talk about the CURB program. I just want to underscore some of the statistics and the message, because we found in our Vision Zero campaign, which has been, we're proud of our success, we know we have more to do, then we get the messages out to the public, and the media helps us with that. We really see that it has an effect on people's behavior and their public awareness. So just a reminder, some of the statistics that are involved at this time of year. From between Memorial Day and July 4th, we typically see a quarter of the drunk driving related fatalities. And one of the things we're seeing, the National Safety Council is predicting this year potentially a real record of traffic fatalities. There's a lot of driving activity. So again, we want to get the message out to New Yorkers. Please, as the mayor had said, you don't need to drink and drive. We have so many other transportation alternatives. This has typically, unfortunately, been a holiday weekend where we see a lot of tragedies on our roadways, and obviously we want to make sure the public has the message to help us keep those numbers down, to help us with Vision Zero and keeping New Yorkers safe on our streets.
Good morning, and I want to underscore we want everybody to go out and celebrate this weekend, and we want them to get home safely. So we're fortunate to live in a city with a tremendous abundance of for-hire options of car services. To sweeten the pot, we have an offer. Anyone who downloads the Curb app can use a green or yellow taxi between 7 p.m. and 4 a.m. They put in the promo code NODWI, no DWI, and they'll get $10 off every ride. And this is a way of giving back. The city's partnered with the app. We're using some of the money that is brought in through enforcement against DWI to give back to people, to give them a way to get home safely and enjoy the 4th of July weekend. So be safe, everyone, and avail yourselves of all the for-hire services we have out there.
Say the days again and the hours.
Oh, the days are Friday, so it starts today at 7 p.m. and goes to 4 a.m. the following Saturday, then again Saturday, Sunday, and Monday and Tuesday. So the entire 4-day weekend.
Thanks very much. Tommy's first. Okay. Get our batting order right here.
Okay. Good morning. As the mayor mentioned and also the commissioners, we have our highway patrol, which will be working on highways, and also our 77 precincts throughout the city, working on the city streets that are on high alert for drunk drivers and people who are driving under influence. So our officers, through this weekend and July 4th, will be seeking to arrest drivers who are under the influence. So certainly know your limit, plan ahead with a designated driver. Barbecues is not an open invitation to consume large quantities of alcohol. If you love your car, if you need your car to go on vacation, or you need it to commute to work, then do not drink and drive, because we will seek to take permanent possession of your vehicle for forfeiture if you drink while you're drunk, okay? Thank you.
Good message.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Next Tuesday's July 4th celebrations on both banks of the East River, as well as other parts of the city, will be very well policed and very secure events. There are many layers of security involved, which I'll describe in a few moments. Several thousand uniform officers, including the 408 recruits that graduated yesterday from the academy, will be assigned to security and counterterrorism functions throughout the day. The main event certainly is the Macy's fireworks celebration here on the East River. It still commences at 9:20 p.m., but there are some changes in the configuration and placement of the barges that the public should know, because it may impact the viewing areas. There will still be 5 barges. They will be anchored from 41st Street down to 24th Street. But the difference this year is that there will be no barges south of 24th Street, no barges by the Brooklyn Bridge. So certainly that could impact viewers on down in Lower Manhattan and in parts of Brooklyn. Early Tuesday afternoon, we'll be operating the Joint Operations Center, which is this very impressive room, and we will have over 30. It'll be staffed by members from 30 local, state, and federal agencies that will coordinate the operations throughout the afternoon and certainly the evening. At around 3 p.m., we will begin to establish detours in Manhattan. We will close the FDR Drive. So certainly that's going to have an adverse impact on traffic. We encourage those that are attending the celebration to utilize public transportation. And for that reason, we've added more resources, more officers in our transit system, our transportation hubs. At around 6:30 p.m., we will allow spectators onto the viewing areas on the FDR Drive. And as a reminder to all that choose to attend, please do not bring coolers, no backpacks, no large packages, no alcohol, no lawn chairs, and no umbrellas. I know it's going to be a nice, sunny, hot day, but no umbrellas. You won't be allowed in it in the event with them. Certainly, you will be subject to bag checks, and this is to ensure your safety as well as the safety of all the spectators. Several thousand uniform officers will be on security posts in the viewing areas and the surrounding streets. those are the officers that you'll be able to see. There will be a good amount of officers attired in civilian clothes that will be mingling in with the crowds to detect any suspicious activity or behavior. Something new this year, we'll be utilizing over 100 blocker vehicles and almost 20 sand trucks. We're going to have heavy weapons teams at all the venues here in Manhattan, as well as the outer boroughs, and Chief James Waters will go into greater detail in a few moments about that. Counterterrorism officers will be working. They'll have radiation detection devices on their person. Explosive detective canines will be deployed, and we will have officers on rooftop posts monitoring the crowds below. The large fleet of our harbor unit will be out patrolling in the East River as well as the Hudson, and we will be utilizing the aviation unit to monitor rooftops, crowds, and traffic from above. Additional officers, as I stated earlier, will be assigned to the subway stations near the event areas, and they will be conducting more bag checks, and they will be deploying more canines in the system. Throughout the city and all of our precincts, additional officers will be assigned to address the anticipated increase in call volume. It's certainly a very busy tour at 4 to 12 into the late tour. They'll also be there to conduct fireworks enforcement and to monitor large crowds that may gather at parks, large house parties that may become problematic later that evening. Reminder to all that not only are fireworks dangerous, and each year we certainly have some terrible injuries, but they're also illegal. And we've commenced our fireworks enforcement in this department. It will continue throughout the weekend. We know where the hotspots are. We have officers in civilian attire that will be focusing their efforts in those locations. And we urge the public to utilize 311 if you have information of storage locations or where these fireworks are being sold, and certainly call 911 if they're being detonated at that moment. And so far this year, we've effected 27 arrests for fireworks. We've issued many summonses, and we've had 41 confiscation incidents. Commitment to Vision Zero, as Tom Chan stated earlier. There will be sobriety checkpoints throughout the weekend in many parts of the city. And as the Commissioner said, safety is a shared responsibility. There'll be a million eyes and ears out there Tuesday. If you see something, if you hear something, certainly tell an officer or call the New York City Terror Hotline, 888-NYC-SAFE. And we look forward to having a very safe evening Tuesday. Hope to see you out there. Thank you.
On Tuesday, the 4th of July, you'll see a robust counterterrorism presence in the city and on the detail for the firework display. Let me take you just through a quick walkthrough of what that will look like. There are 15 entry points in Manhattan, and there are entry points in both Brooklyn and Queens, and each of them will be replicated pretty close to exact. So you'll be subject to bag checks. There will be no large bags. There will be no backpacks, but we will take a look through your bags if you come with bags. You will be passing through officers who have radiation detection equipment on their gun belts. You will see a long gun, counterterrorism, critical response command, striker team at each entry point. And behind all of that, you'll see one of our either vapor wake or explosive detection canine dogs taking up the rear. So you will have to pass through that gauntlet, if you will, of security measures before you reach the area where you can enter up onto the FDR Drive. In addition to that, our bomb squad will be working throughout the 5 boroughs, both response teams and teams that are assigned to the detail. And there are a lot of things that you won't see. So we rely heavily on our technology. So there's several hundred cameras either in the area or placed in the area for this event, as well as our radiation detection and our buyer watch systems to better protect the city. I think the message is very clear from the mayor, the police commissioner, the chief of department. The message is come out and enjoy our nation's 241st birthday. The NYPD and the city as a whole are well experienced, rich in experience in protecting the city each and every day. and we're very experienced at policing and protecting large details and large gatherings. Thank you.
We're going to start off with questions about the 4th of July celebration, and we can transition to other police-related topics, and then we can transition to mayoral topics after that. We're going to start with 4th of July.
All right, if you couldn't hear Steve, we're going to start out with on topic. All right.
Explain the reason for the blocker trucks. And there are 100, there are 20 sand-filled and 100
Sure.
other vehicles.
Yeah. Again, something I talk about every time I speak is that we have to pay attention to what's going on, not just in the city. We have to pay attention to what's going on in the nation and the world. We saw what happened in Nice. So ever since Nice, we've deployed sand trucks and blocker vehicles at all our major events. Yep.
Commissioner, I wonder, obviously, the big event is the big targets, but the other thing we've seen around the world is that, maybe it's smaller targets that are now kind of an opportunity for terrorists when all eyes are on the big thing.
Right.
So how does that factor in on Tuesday?
That's something that we factor in every day of the week. If you look at what we've done over the last 3.5 years, we built up our capacity to protect and respond with the Strategic Response Group and the Critical Response Command. So there'll be people deployed all over the city. And this is something that we take into account each and every day. Yeah.
Are you doing anything differently this year than last year?
If we were, I probably wouldn't tell you right now. It's the 4th of July. It's a great event. It's multiple venues. It's across the river. It's Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan. So there are things that we do differently every year, but I'm not going to go into the specifics of that. You sure may.
Of the barges upriver have anything to do with security?
Say that again?
Movement of the barges upriver, does
Right.
that have anything to do with security?
Well, we have our harbor units out there escorting them. So their placement.
Yeah.
Their placement? No. It's for maximum so that the most number of people can see it. Yep. Dean.
You mentioned the 3 boroughs. And what about security in Brooklyn and Queens? We hear a lot about Manhattan.
We're using resources all over the city. That's why we have our Queens Borough Commander here and our Brooklyn Borough Commander here also. That encompasses the whole detail. It's not just Manhattan centric. They're at the barges are in the East River, so we have to be just as concerned about the Brooklyn side and the Queens side. Rocco.
Beyond Times Square, are there any other locations where the city intends to put permanent bollards in?
Beyond the 4th of July?
Just a little bit off topic. Beyond the bollards that...
Yeah, let's wait until we go all the way off topic. Then we can talk about that. Okay?
First.
All right.
4th of July.
All right. All right, Rocco, I think we can get back to you now. All right.
Beyond the bollards in Times Square, do you anticipate installing bollards?
Yeah, it's something that Jim Waters' people in counterterrorism do. We are looking at additional locations to install bollards.
Can you say where, Commissioner?
What? I'm not going. No, not right now. Juliet.
Yeah, the DA, Cy Vance, says he will be not prosecuting fair beating. What is your response to that, and how do you go forward?
Listen, we're always looking for ways to reduce online arrest for a number of different reasons. We want to be as fair as possible, and we also want to make sure that we're keeping the maximum number of uniforms out on patrol, especially in the subway. Enforcement is down in the subway, but we have to take a real serious look. If we're going to make a move like that, what are the implications for public safety? Everybody knows I started out as a transit cop, and you have to control the entry area. So fair evasion enforcement is an important part of keeping everybody in this city safe. So we'll work with the DA. I think we have a great relationship with Cy in his office, and we'll work with the other district attorney's offices as we move forward. Yeah.
Commissioner, just curious what your position is on the legalization of marijuana for recreational use. Do you support it?
I'm not. The way we have it now, I think it's important that we maintain that. We've done a number of things over the last couple of years. If it's just possession, it's a violation now. But if it's smoking in public, it's still a misdemeanor arrest, and I think it's important that we maintain that position. And that's based on the complaints that we receive citywide through 311 and the community council meetings that I attend. So it's important that we still have the ability to do that.
You don't find that the police have to dedicate a significant amount of resources to it. Do you have a personal stance on the question of legal?
We have, Dermot's here, I think we have a reduction in marijuana arrests this year. So this is something, again, this is part of the low-level quality of life things that I'm talking about. But we have to keep in mind public safety. You know, I was at a community council meeting in Queens South a number of months ago, and someone got up and spoke about quality of life enforcement and how maybe it was unfair. And then after the meeting ended, as I was walking out, I was confronted by about 20 homeowners that said, listen, you need to keep doing this. This makes us feel safe. So, you know, who do I listen to? I have to listen to everybody in this city. Miles.
Two things. If we can get an update on the cyclist who was hit in Brooklyn and the criminal mischief situation in 108.
All right, Tom, do you have the cyclist? Okay. And Bob?
In the confines of the 8th Precinct, Central Avenue and Linder Street, we had a bicyclist who was struck at the intersection at that location. What happened is that initially it was thought that the vehicle left the scene. The vehicle did remain at the scene, and I believe that the EMS treated and the individual did stop at the time. We had possession of the vehicle at the time. We were looking to determine the owner. What happened was that prior to the arrival of the police, the driver, after the people were treated at the scene, left the scene subsequently. But we do have possession of the vehicle. So again, that individual is being treated at Kings County Hospital.
Driver being charged?
At this time, we're looking to determine who the driver is. Now, we won't know whether he's licensed, he's suspended, so it's unknown at this time. We're still under investigation.
Did he run off, or did he maybe not realize he struck the bicyclist?
I don't have that information, but what happened is that the vehicle, after having collided with the individual, did remain at the scene because we have EMS and some other statements that indicated he remained on scene, but he left prior to the arrival of the police department.
And Chief, on the 108 precinct, do you know that? Criminal mischief? No? My boss is asking.
Our heart bleeds for you.
So give us a couple minutes after this is over, and we'll get something back to you. Yeah, in the front row.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the VA announcement. So they said that they're working with the NYPD so they give summonses instead of arrests. Who would be the individuals that you'd consider giving summonses instead of arrests?
Well, right now, if you beat the fare, there's about 75% of the people get summonses. They get the Transit Adjudication Bureau summonses, and then about 25% of the people get processed. So we're looking to, and we'll work with Cy's office to reduce the number. I think last year there were 9,400 TOS theft of service arrests in Manhattan. And I think there's ways that working with his office we can reduce that number to keep our uniforms back out on patrol. And there's a recidivism policy that we'll probably be working with. And this isn't a conversation that just started yesterday. So we've been talking to Cy for a while, and we're just trying to figure out the best way to move forward and the best way to keep everybody safe in the subway. I think it's important to control the entry areas. It is. It's how we keep the city safe and the subway safe. Juliet?
On if people actually pay the fines and deal with the summonses?
We can get some tab information for you. I don't have it off the top of my head, which is the Transit Adjudication Bureau. John?
Commissioner, Carlos Fernandez, head of the JTTF, the FBI, is retiring today. Can you just describe your relationship with the JTTF in the past and going forward when Mr. Fernandez was replaced?
It's a big loss for the FBI, and I think it's a big loss for the NYPD, too. I talk about Bill and Carlos all the time. But I'm sure Bill will be able to put somebody in that spot that will continue to help us keep the city safe. Carlos,
Sweeney, right?
yeah.
Tell them who you mean.
What's that?
Tell them who you mean when you say.
Bill Sweeney, the Assistant Director in charge. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Assistant Director in charge of the New York office of the FBI. Now, Carlos has been in this business a long time. I wish him the best of luck, and we're gonna miss working with him. But I'm sure we'll be able to find somebody just as capable. Yeah. In the back. Yeah.
I'm wondering if there are any security concerns about the fact that he works out at a publicly accessible Y or gets accessible to members, that critics or activists can just walk up and speak to him or confront him directly the way they did today.
Yeah, it's not, first of all, I've been going there now 3.5 years as mayor. I think it's the first time that particular type of thing happened, but it's not publicly accessible. To go into a YMCA, you have to be a member or you have to have an authorized pass. So if that person had that, then they violated the rules of the Y, and they're not allowed to be there anymore. So I'm not surprised at people coming up and offering their opinion that they should do it in the right place. They want to do that outside on the public sidewalk, that's great. They want to show up at City Hall, that's great, or one of my events, God bless America. But you don't go into a private organization with a membership policy and violate the policy that's directed at everyone. It's not just about me. You know, there's a policy in place to protect all people who are members of the Y. It's a pretty important organization in our society, the YMCA, and it has a set of rules that's true all over the city, all over the country, and you can't violate those rules, and that's what the guy did. You can't disrupt other people in the middle of doing their, private time, and that's just obvious. Think about I don't know if you go to the gym. I hope you do. Think about it. If you're in the gym or any other place, you go to you name it, any kind of place that you're a member of, people are not allowed to disrupt your time there. It's pretty simple.
What happened to that person?
I think he was just asked to leave.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask you about the Manhattan DA's policy of not prosecuting these low-level offenses, right? But it's other offenses, too, that I would...
Well, I haven't seen everything that DA Vance is talking about, but let me affirm a couple of points. You just heard, I think there's a lack of information out there. On fare evasion, 75% of the time, it is a summons. To get to arrest, and you know a lot about day-to-day life in the city, to get to arrest, you have to have done it a bunch of times or have an outstanding serious warrant or some other factor, typically. So I'm the first to say, I don't think anyone should ever be a fare evader, but if you did it one time, that's a summons. If you do it a bunch of times, you're asking for higher consequences, because I'm very stringent on this point. You can't evade the fare. You can't jump the turnstile. It's not legal. It's not right. So this is one where there has to be a consequence. What we're debating here is what type of consequence. Now, already NYPD has greatly turned towards summons instead of arrests. And then in some other areas, as you know, like low-level marijuana possession, they've turned entirely to summons. That's fair from my point of view, but I would not want to see a situation where, for example, if someone is constantly fare evading, they can't do that. There has to be a bigger consequence then. Or if because they had an outstanding warrant for something else, there was some reticence to arrest them on a more serious charge. I don't think we should ever have that problem either. So I'm sure the NYPD and the district attorney can work it through and come up with some balance, but I want to recognize how much the NYPD has done already to create a better approach.
Follow up on that. I remember you were asked this several times at your Staten Island town hall. You gave a similar answer about fare evasion.
About the buses.
Yeah. I'm wondering, especially in light of your lack of support for the Fair Fares campaign, what do you say to people of very limited means who say they have to get somewhere and for whatever reason they feel like they have no choice but to jump the turnstile?
I don't accept that way of thinking. I just don't. I have done a lot in my life to try and help people who are of limited means. This whole administration is devoted to reducing income inequality. You've heard that our projections by the end of this year, about 280,000 people will have been lifted out of poverty in the time this administration has been here. We're very focused on efforts to give people more resources, higher wages, better benefits, better paying jobs, lightening the burden on families, things like pre-K, after school. That's where we approach it on a policy level. But there's no way in hell anyone should be evading the fare. That would create chaos. If there's some people like at that town hall meeting, I think they were people of good heart, but they were basically saying, "Oh, let our young people just not pay the fare." Where does that end? Is it anyone just decides each day whether they want to pay a fare or not, depending on what mood you're in or what you had for breakfast? No, everyone has to pay their fare. So you mischaracterize a little bit my view on the quote-unquote fair fare concept. I believe it's a great idea, and I believe the state of New York, which you may know controls the MTA. I don't know if I've mentioned that the state of New York should make that a priority. I think that's a commendable priority. We can't afford that right now. But I think the more essential point is we're trying to create a situation where people have more resources, have more opportunity. But in the meantime, God forbid you don't have the resources you need, the choice is not to evade the fare. That's not acceptable.
How serious is the risk to funding radiological surveillance in the city in light of the reports against the administration?
Yeah, I've been down in Washington a few times. I've spoken to a number of senators, a number of people from Congress. We're working really hard. They understand the situation. They understand that New York City is the #1 terror target. I can't predict the future, but I don't think they're willing to put New York City at risk. I think the funding is going to, I think we'll be in a good place. We'll be able to take care of the city. Yes?
The Vance's office has said they came to an agreement with the department to divert their leaders from the precinct.
No, that's not true. We're in the process of we're working together to find a solution to reduce the number of online arrests. A tab is a civil summons. Yeah. Most people get tabs. Yeah, we're looking at the recidivist policy as to who will be arrested and who will be given a Transit Adjudication Bureau summons. So that's one thing that we're working with the DA's office on. Yes.
Just a question regarding back to July the 4th.
Thank you.
There's a report that the NYPD and other law enforcement in New Jersey also have been visiting car rental and truck rental locations over the past few weeks to alert them to keep an eye open for any suspicious activity. Is that true?
That's something, and John, I don't know if you want to talk about that. That's something we've been doing for a while.
So we have a couple of programs. One is the SHIELD program through the Counterterrorism Bureau, where we push intelligence information in real time to private entities about current trends in terrorism, indicators, and so on. The other is in the Intelligence Bureau, there's the Nexus program, and I think that's what you're talking about. Under the Nexus program, after the Nice attack and also after the Rumia Inspire magazine's suggested truck rammings, we sent Intelligence Bureau detectives to pretty much every truck rental place in the metropolitan area that rents the kinds of trucks that you wouldn't need a commercial driver's license to rent, and talked about suspicious indicators, and really underlined how to get in touch with us if they saw suspicious activity. There's a fair turnover in those businesses, so we've been back a number of times just to reinforce that message, and we've pushed a lot of email and flyers towards them because we want to keep that awareness up there. The terrorist groups have certainly been pushing for it, and we're certainly pushing with the industry for that level of awareness.
Josh.
Thank you. I have one more 4th of July question, then I have an off-topic other question.
Okay. That'll be your 4th question then. Okay. Okay.
Before the radiation detectors and the vapor wake dogs and the long guns, there's always this area, I mean, no matter how far out you go, there's always this area that's before the screening section of any particular screening checkpoint. And I wonder I don't know how detailed you want to get into tactics.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to get into very much detail, but we're aware of in big venues of where queues start. And if you keep backing them up, there's got to be a queue starting somewhere. But we have a strategy in place to deal with that. No, I don't. Thank you. All right. All right. No.
The 19th. I don't know if you or Chief Boyce may have, there's an elderly man robbed on the 19th. You guys put a sheet out this morning. I don't know if you could be a little bit more. Thank you.
We have a robbery of a 76-year-old male in the 19th precinct about 1:10 in the morning. This is on Park Avenue at 61st Street, excuse me. Walking down the street, they took his wallet, they grabbed him from behind and removed it. We put out pictures on it. We have a male Hispanic, appears to be a male Hispanic and a male black. At this point, we believe they ran probably to the subway on Lexington Avenue, so we're doing our video right there. Not too much more. There's some credit cards taken as well as the case goes forward. This happened Saturday, so right now we're going after video and see if the cards were used, and also video down in the subway. That's where we are with the case right now. But we put out the pictures so someone can, if they know them, they're fairly pretty good pictures. If they know them, please call Crime Stoppers so we can move forward with the case. Okay.
Another kind of thing just like that. And if you can give us an update on the body found in the water.
Sure, I'll start with the body in the water. Last night, we believe the mother of that victim walked into the 7-6 precinct and said, that appears to be my daughter. I know that tattoo. That, too, is a tribute tattoo to an aunt. I don't want to identify her yet because there's other parts of the identification procedure we have to do at the ME's office. But that young lady is from New Jersey. We have an active homicide case on it right now. If you saw where the dismemberment was, it was done where it could not possibly be an accident. So that's where we are with the case right now. Your other question? About the home invasion?
No, this is another older gentleman.
Elderly? Okay. I don't have that in front of me, Miles. We track our elderly robberies. People start at 60. I know I'm against that, but people start at 60 and we go. Yes, okay. But we track it throughout the city. I believe that the robberies are down right now. The only thing we're up in elderly crime right now is grand larceny, and usually those are scams run specifically towards elderly people. I'll go.
Go over in whatever detail you might have how you came to arrest in the 8-1 precinct a man in North Carolina for a murder from a couple of years ago.
We had him early on. There was 2 people with the same, very similar name, and it's Moore is the last name. I don't have the first name in front of me. Terrible circumstance. He walked into a grocery store, shot and killed a family man with several young children. Case very important to me. We were looking for this guy for quite some time. Because of we have all the detectives who fight traditional crime in the Detective Bureau now, we were able to get a source of information that identified him down south in the Carolinas. So we went down there, we arrested him there. We've been looking for this fellow for quite some time. Yeah.
Was he from there originally?
No,
was he off
my information was he was a Bed-Stuy guy and went down there. I don't know if he had family sources down there or not, but that's where we got him. He was going inside a hospital. Yeah.
Just if I could, there was a Bronx murder overnight and also one yesterday on Morris. Can you tell us what you might have?
Two homicides in the Bronx yesterday. First one was in Soundview Houses, where an individual was shot twice, close range. Apparently, we're investigating now. There was a dice game just prior to that. We don't know if that played a role in it or not. So we're going forward with the investigation now. We have a hooded male who retreats back into a building. So that's where our investigation is right now. It's on the overnight. The second one was up in the 4-4 precinct. That was a fight inside a bodega. We have very good video in the bodega where they identified all the parties. And this looks like it started from a robbery about an hour before on a Ferragamo belt, pretty substantial belt, cost a lot of money. And that was one gang against another gang. So we have identified perpetrators on that. We're seeking them now. So I don't want to put their names out yet. I want to give my fugitive enforcement guys a chance to arrest them there. But that's going to be closed.
Belt. Who wore the belt?
Who had the belt? Yeah, it is. We know who had the belt. One person was robbed of his Ferragamo belt. He went and got some friends of his. They went into the grocery store. And this is preliminary. This is what we have right now. And it may change. And we identified the 2 other fellows. They're well known to us. So we saw them on video. We knew who they were.
The Park Slope murder from last week, the woman sort of at the center of that is now saying she was raped. Can you talk about where that investigation is at this point?
We're speaking with the Brooklyn DA in regards to that right now. That is, as you know, we have 2 persons arrested. We were looking for 1 more. We're speaking to the Brooklyn DA in regards to her culpability in that case. So as I said, I think I mentioned, I used the term competing narratives. One person is telling one thing and the other one telling the other. So we'll go forward. There's a lot of work to do. We'll pull down texting and Instagram. We have a lot more to do in that, but we're sitting with the Brooklyn DA to see exactly what role she did play in that homicide.
John, last up, please. Yeah, Commissioner, does the placard, does the parking placard crackdown continue, and how successful is it going?
I'll let Tom Chan, Chief Channel, speak about that. He's running the unit.
Since the announcement of the placard unit, they've issued over 2,700 summonses. They've also commenced 9 cases of disciplinary action against police officers. Since the beginning of the year, we've also done placard enforcement on a regular basis. So for the year to date, we have over 15,600 summonses that are issued to placards and related to that. And that's 13% more than we did last year. So we are continuing.
Thank you, folks. We're going to move on to questions for the mayor. All right, this mic.
I got it now. Okay. Grace.
I wanted to ask about the posting you wrote from Medium about your legal bills. You had previously said that the city would not pay your legal bills. Now you're saying $2 million. I'm wondering if you can tell us how you came to that decision and also how you determined what was the city was going to pay for versus outside donations, since the investigation is largely focused on fundraising for your campaign, for One New York.
Again, this is yeah, I got you. That termination is obviously made by the law department, which ones they believe are applicable to city service. Said in the Medium Post that we think the number for the truly outside stuff is about $300,000, but that's still being tabulated. But to your first question, I thought about for a long time. A lot of people had said in the beginning, including some of the good government groups and I think at least one of the editorial boards, that it would make sense to treat me the same way as any other city employee. And I was reticent at first, but the more I thought about it, the more I think that that does make sense, and that's a good standard going forward for anyone. I've said to you guys, you know, if something happened to any of you, your company should cover your legal costs. That's true of folks in government as part of their public service. So I thought about it, and I just came to the conclusion that it was consistent and it was the right thing to do to just resolve this.
Problematic that you were very public, repeatedly saying taxpayers will not foot the bill.
I said what I felt at the time, but as things have continued and, you know, facts have continued to come in, I thought about it more, and I just think this is the straightforward way to resolve this.
Yesterday, part of the explanation you gave for not adding more into MTA funding was that you were worried about things like Obamacare repeal cuts.
Yes.
So when every penny counts, what do you say to commuters who now hear the city's got another $2 million to swallow that could have potentially gone to the MTA?
I'm sorry, when you say...
You have this $2 million legal bill now. The taxpayer's going to cover at a time when every penny counts.
Yeah, I think it's apples and oranges. What we're talking about in terms of the MTA is obviously in the billions of dollars. What we're talking about here is a small amount in the scheme of things in terms of the city's legal expenses. But again, I came to the conclusion it was a consistent standard that could be applied to this administration or any administration going forward. And that's just good to resolve this matter and move forward. Marcia.
Mr. Mayor, CBS has been doing a number of town halls in preparation for mayoral debates, which I know you're looking forward to.
I'm ready, Marcia.
So in Harlem, it turns out that there's a lot of people who are very upset about developers trying to change the name of Harlem to Soho.
Yep.
And I wonder...
Soha.
Soha, sorry.
Yeah. Soho's taken already.
Well, they're very, very upset,
Yep.
and they wonder if there's anything that you, as mayor of the city of New York, can do to preserve a name that means so much to the people who have lived there for generations.
Marcia, I agree with the residents of Harlem that think the real estate term, quote-unquote, Soha, is a bad idea. I think it's ridiculous, and I think realtors should stop using it. Look, it's a free country. Freedom of speech is guaranteed. We can't tell a realtor they can't use a name for a neighborhood. But I think this one is just really ill-considered. Harlem is a place to be tremendously proud of for 1,000 reasons, a place anyone would be lucky to live in. And I don't know what these realtors are thinking in particular, given that obviously the neighborhood has a big challenge. I'm sure you've heard from people of gentrification pressures. So there's clearly plenty of people of means who want to live there. I don't know why on earth they think it needs a name change. So I share the residents' feeling that this is... in some ways, it's off-putting and in some ways insulting. But it's not something we can legislate or mandate the realtors' language on. That's something they have a right to make their own choice on.
As people change the names of locations.
This is realtors. This is not the city.
Call Soho, Nolita, it seems to sort of take on a life of its own.
Yeah, but we don't buy this one. I've seen them try it in some places where it doesn't take on a life of its own. I don't tend to use those real estate terms. I think the historic names of the neighborhoods are the right ones, and the city, I think it's fair to say, if you look at city documents, they overwhelmingly focus on the traditional names. This one is not going to take on a life of its own, I assure you. I think it's ridiculous. Harlem is Harlem. It's one of the great neighborhoods of this city, and it's a place to be proud of. Juliet.
Getting back to the legal fees, so what's the distinction? What is the $300,000 that you fundraise for? What does that cover?
So a lot of the investigations focused on issues related to city service, but some focus, as you remember, on specifically electoral issues like the state Senate campaign. So that's the separation.
For the state Senate?
Well, so that's, again, these are pending numbers. These are approximations while there's still more being tabulated. But essentially, that's the way to think about it. Issues that relate to work as mayor versus something that's specifically about electoral politics. I think that's the... Hold on, Marcia, I'll come back to you. Marcia, give me a second. Let me go around. We'll come back.
I can defer to Marcia.
We like to give everyone their chance, then we come back for seconds. It's like the dining room.
We'd like to weigh in on the MSNBC thing with the Trump tweets, Mika Brzezinski.
Yeah.
Would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, I tweeted about this yesterday. I think it's disgusting that someone would attack Mika Brzezinski in such a low manner to begin with, anyone. But as the President of the United States, it's, I think, distressing. I'm proud of the Republicans who came out and said enough is enough. This is unacceptable, because it really is unacceptable. He obviously has a hang-up about professional women. He has a tendency to insult accomplished women. Like, let's look at it and see it for what it is. And he's got to stop. He's supposed to represent all of us. He's not representing all of us if he attacks women journalists on a regular basis, and he clearly singles out women. So it's not acceptable. I think she does a great job. I don't have to always agree with her to say I think she's a really good journalist. I think that show does a real public service. I think they go out of their way to give a chance for different opinions to be heard. And so it's even more distressing to me they attacked a journalist who tries very hard to be fair. Yeah.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm sorry, just to follow up on the legal fund or the legal issues. So when you're saying the state Senate stuff is the outside stuff, in the U.S. Attorney's statement after the investigations ended, you noted that a large part of the investigation was into asking for donations from people, and then later whether you had taken action on their behalf as mayor. So is that kind of stuff what you're qualifying as government?
I'm trying to offer a broad guideline. I'm not a lawyer. The law department has to make the determination which are applicable, because this obviously would be part of their budget. They've already had to do that with other members of the administration, so they will make the decision on what is something related to public service versus what is something not. I'm just reminding you that a piece of those investigations was about electoral politics, but I can't parse how each bill is determined. That's something the law department does.
And just in terms of the $300,000, have you established a legal defense fund
No.
to collect that money yet? And are you awaiting action from the city council to sort of, I guess, mitigate what the COIB told you in terms of how much you could...
Yeah, so no, we don't have a legal defense fund. The statement today makes clear, we did have real conversations with the Conflict Interest Board, as you know. In the end, there was not a clear solution. I think even if you look at their statements, they've indicated the only way to resolve things going forward and have an actual policy is through legislation. I think the council is open to that. I don't think it'll happen immediately, but I think they're open to figuring out some kind of process that would work for anybody, not just me. And so when that is established, then that would be the natural time to put together a legal defense fund. And what I said also today is, whatever that legislation ends up being, I will disclose, or my legal defense fund would disclose any donors. I presume that would be in the legislation, honestly, because I think the council would have that assumption and that tendency anyway. But whatever the outcome of that legislation, we will disclose.
Actually, clarification back to the marijuana for a minute. Mm-hmm. Will the NYPD continue to arrest people for, fair evasion? Mm-hmm. Will the NYPD continue to arrest people for fair evasion even though it's not going to be prosecuted anymore than that?
I'll start, and I think the commissioner and others might want to further clarify. Look, first of all, as the commissioner said, there's a conversation going on with the Manhattan DA, who I have great respect for. But from our perspective, that conversation is not complete. So he's issued a new sense of where he wants to go. I don't think all the conversations with the PD have happened to determine how everyone's going to work together. So that's Manhattan. But what I want to say about the whole city is, again, remember, if 75% of the time you're talking about a summons already, our central focus is when we have a case of fare evasion that is a repeat offender, that indicates something else when it comes to addressing the problem and stopping the problem. So that has to be accounted for in any approach. And the second thing, which both Commissioner O'Neill and Commissioner Bratton have talked about many times over the last 3.5 years, sometimes a fare evasion stop leads to something much bigger. Someone with an outstanding warrant for something serious, or God forbid, someone with an illegal weapon. So I just want to differentiate. I'm sure there's plenty of situations where it's someone doing it for the first time. Those folks, we want to give a summons, and we want them to understand not to do it again. But there are other situations that are much more serious. Do you want to talk to us?
At the risk of repeating myself, we're still in conversation with DA Vance's office, so our policies are going to remain in place until we come up with some way to move forward together.
Just to follow up, what more is there to know but not possible?
We have our procedures. We have our transit, the way we identify transit recidivists. And I think it's important that we continue to do business the way we do. We are the public safety experts, and I'm sure we'll be able to come up with a compromise of some sort with the DA's office. Yep.
I would remind you that, you know what, any policy, ours or anyone else's, still has to work in practice. And we have to work with our partner agencies. So he can say this is our intention, and I believe he's doing it in good faith, but we also have to talk about unintended consequences and work that through. And sometimes people put out a policy, and then when they see things in practice, they evaluate. So we want to have more conversation. Willie?
I'm confused by your explanation about your reversal on whether or not taxpayers should pay for your legal fees. Back in February, you said, I'm going to read you what you said, all legal efforts on my behalf are not paid for by the taxpayer. That's money that will have to be raised. So that's the reality.
Yep.
You went on to say, that's the reality. The bottom line is no public dollars are going into legal work on my behalf. So that doesn't sound like the words of somebody who hadn't thought about it. It's not a question of thinking about it. Was this simply a politically expedient thing to say at the time that you were under pressure from the investigation, and now that they're done, you can change course?
No, I thought about it at the time, and I thought that was the right approach. But a lot has transpired since then. A lot of voices in this city that I respect have said, including some of the most prominent good government groups, that it would make more sense to be covered with taxpayer dollars. That's a new piece of the equation in my thinking. I think, obviously, at the time, I was thinking of a model in terms of what a legal defense fund would look like that is not available. That's another part of the equation. So to me, when I looked at all the factors and thought about it more, it actually makes more sense to just do it this way and put it behind us.
Urged you to let taxpayers pay?
Again, I think it's public statements that are available to you from organizations like, and they're not saying they urged me personally, called me up. I'm saying their position has been that there is something appropriate about public service legal fees being paid through taxpayer dollars. Citizens Union, I believe, has that position. I believe Common Cause has that position. You can ask them. But again, there's not the option for the legal defense fund we thought would be there, and I think this is the way to proceed.
Last question. Quick follow-up on that, and then about Albany session, if that's okay. After.
Sure.
You're sort of distancing yourself from the city council process here, but on some legislation, you work with city council members to introduce things that you want to see. So are you talking with specific council members about legislation and then letting them take it from there? Where do you have the sense that something's moving?
Yeah, I mean, we know from, I have not had the conversations my staff has, but we know there is interest because I understand there's a bigger issue. And basically the COIB process brought up the fact that there is not a governing rule or law at this point. So there's receptivity certainly from some council members to act on it. We have not had a conversation of exactly how to proceed. This one, I think, because of the nature of it, is something where obviously the council has to feel comfort about how to approach it. So now, given that we've got the budget behind us and a lot of other important matters, it's a good time to start those conversations and figure out what it's going to take.
No specific council members?
I don't know the specific council members, no.
You talked about the process that you don't speak to understand of how it works up there.
I don't think I'm alone.
Fair.
I may be in the vast majority.
But you made a deal related to charter schools that you sort of came out to talk about the results of the session. You made some deal, but you won't explain the details of that deal. That seems to be a little contradictory.
No, of course I'll explain them when everything is finished, which I think will be quite soon. There's a lot of parties to this process, and I'm being very transparent about the fact that we talked about some real important issues related to charters. We came to some specific understandings, details still being worked out. Of course it'll be published. And then you'll have at it. You'll have every opportunity to make questions. But I have to emphasize, and this was important to what Speaker Hastie said in the beginning, it was not a legislative action. It was not something that had to be approved by the Senate and the Assembly formally. This is me deciding, as mayor of New York City, with my administrative capacity, that there were some things we could do that would address some outstanding concerns of the charters, and I thought they were fair. But as soon as it's cooked, as soon as it's finalized, yes, everything will be public, and then we'll happily take questions on it.
Just real quick, on May 31st, I think it was, you said we're about to launch a major effort on voting reform.
Mm-hmm.
You held 2 teletown halls. Mm-hmm. Is that a major effort?
Well, I thought it was the beginning of a major effort, and we found quickly, you saw this session was pretty unusual. It was not like any session I can remember. The leaders, you remember the day the leaders met for the first time was astoundingly late in the session. And for a long time, including as recently as Wednesday morning, we thought that very skinny bill that the governor had put forward was all that was going to get through. So we started an effort that I thought had a real chance to make an impact. We found a situation where the legislature and the governor were expecting a very limited session. I'm still glad we pushed for it, and we're going to be pushing a lot more because it has to happen. To me, it's an inevitability. Everything in that assembly package will become the law in New York State. It's just a matter of when. But this was, I was surprised at how this whole session evolved. I don't think I can think of anything exactly like it. I owe Marcia after you. Go ahead.
Okay. I've got kind of 2 here. I'll ask them one at a time.
I appreciate that.
So the first one is...
ask them simultaneously.
So the first one is on the Legal Defense Fund legislation from the City Council. Are you concerned that there could be an appearance of you asking the City Council to change the law in a way that would financially benefit you, that you don't have to pay? You could ask other people to pitch in and help you pay this $300.
No, because it's a bigger issue. I don't. I think the council members will immediately understand this is something for anybody in elective office that has this kind of situation and needs some kind of process for dealing with it. So, I think here's the good news. They, to legislate, will have a full process. Unlike certain legislative bodies, the City Council actually holds hearings on legislation. That was a reference to the U.S. Senate. A bill will be put together. It does not exist now. A bill will be put together. It will go through hearings. There'll be a whole process. There'll be a public vote. But that's to set a policy the City of New York does not have right now. When we started on this road, I assumed there was some governing policy about legal defense funds. Turns out there isn't. So now there will be.
On behalf of a lot of people on Twitter who are wondering about this, what is up with the cargo shorts and the belt at the gym?
It's a very practical solution to an important challenge. They're comfortable. You could put stuff in your pockets. Style, no, not my goal. I am not here to impress you on a style level. I'm here to go to the gym, damn it. Marcia.
Well,
scaring you, aren't I, Marcia?
Well, the video is, never mind.
Hey, say it loud, say it proud. It's not like I don't know there are cameras around, right? So I'll make my own radical fashion choices. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to ask you about your legal bills. It was, we now know it was 2.3 million. I wonder if you thought that was a fair legal bill, if you asked for the usual mayor's discount, if you thought
I have not talked to anyone about the specific ways the bills are tabulated because I'm not a lawyer. I don't understand that.
2.3 million and go, oh my God, I mean, that's a huge amount.
With lawyers, nothing surprises me. And obviously there was a lot of work to do. So look, the law department will work out all the final details. They'll figure out what's fair. And, that to me is something that they've been obviously doing with all the other city employees in this case. They'll do it with me too. But look, it was a long year, as you know. I think it's great that it's past us now so we can all focus on one thing and one thing only, which is what the people of this city need. And that's what I want to do. Thanks. Have a very happy 4th of July, everyone.
All right, everyone. So that wraps up the press conference from New York City, a lengthy press conference about their 4th of July safety preparation. We heard from the mayor, Bill de Blasio, as well as NYPD officials there. You're looking at a live look at the White House right now. We are going to take you back now to events related to Washington, D.C. Vice President Mike Pence joining the President of South Korea to honor Korean War veterans. All right, everyone, we're actually going to cut out of this. We'll show you this a little bit later on. We want to take you to some live pictures, however, coming in from Southern California of a plane crash.
Much like LAX, when you're
We have
traveling.
some pretty bad images coming in from Southern California. This is the 405 freeway. This is breaking news coming in from Southern California. A plane crashing on the southbound 405 freeway in Orange County, right next to the John Wayne Airport. Again, this is the southbound 405 in Orange County in the Irvine area, Newport Beach area. A plane has crashed on the freeway.
Out of that aircraft, Bob and Marla, and this is going to be a long-term closure, a long-term investigation. The southbound side of the 55, I can see that as well. Let's widen out. We'll pan the camera to the left. All traffic is being held there as well. This is where Costa Mesa, Irvine, and Newport Beach all come together here. We'll tilt the camera down, and you can see the 55 freeway. Pan the camera just a little bit to the left there, Pat, and you'll see that traffic's being held there as well. So you can't make your way south on the 55, going back to the crash. Obviously, the transition roads from the south 55 to the south 405 are blocked. All lanes on the south 405 block, and traffic is backed up 4 miles. Northbound side, coming out of South County, South Orange County, jammed up as well. But again, you do have a couple lanes open, and it looks like they're going to keep the freeway open. And we did hear that the airport itself, I'm going to get a check from my pilot to check with the control tower to see if they are allowing both departures and arrivals. But the last report, that was the case. But what a scene down below here. We'll push in again and show you it. Again, a small craft, a Cessna 310, a private plane, a 6-seat, low-wing, 2-engine aircraft, crashes here on the 405, likely just short of landing here. We do not know what caused the incident. Weather, obviously, is looked into. In fact, Bob and Marla, I was at an aviation weather conference just a couple of weeks ago, and the National Transportation Safety Board has a meteorologist that will come out and investigate the site. They'll look at all the weather data to see if that was a factor at all. I checked. Conditions, overcast, 1,600. That means the ceiling, the base of those low clouds we've been talking about, the marine layer, 1,600 feet above ground. That's plenty of space for an aircraft. And the visibility, paramount, 8 miles, which is a decent visibility. Light winds out of the south, that was not a factor. The conditions were MVFR, meaning marginal VFR. So not horrible, but not the best VFR conditions. We're going to stay on top of this. Obviously, we have a ground crew as well. I'll toss it back to you for now.
Again, for those of you just joining us, we are looking at live pictures coming in from Southern California. A small plane crashing on the southbound 405 freeway just outside the John Wayne Airport. You can see this has completely shut down the freeway there in Southern California. The 405 freeway, I think it was described or given the title of America's busiest freeway, always filled with traffic. As you can see, it's an unfortunate scene there in Orange County. The John Wayne Airport right there in the area of Santa Ana, Costa Mesa, Irvine, Newport Beach. This is about 45 miles south of downtown Los Angeles. And again, it looks like our feed coming in a bit spotty from Southern California, but we will continue to bring you these live aerials for as long as we have it. This is a close-up look at that plane involved in that crash on the 405 freeway.
Hey, ER, did we beat? Okay, thank you.
Now, for those of you not familiar with the Southern California area, the 405 freeway, a major thoroughfare that connects the San Fernando Valley down to Orange County before the 405 merges in both directions into the Interstate 5 freeway. You may be familiar with Interstate 5. It is the main thoroughfare that travels along the west coast from Canada all the way down to Mexico. The 405 freeway is a freeway that many motorists use in Southern California to go from the Los Angeles area down to Orange County. Some people also use the 405 as they travel down to the San Diego area in Southern California.
CHPs here, again, it is amazing. At least right now we're hearing that no cars were impacted as a result of the crash, and it looks like he hit or maybe spun up against that right shoulder K-wall right at the edge of John Wayne Airport here. Northbound lanes are open. We have a couple closed, carpool left. Backup is significant. If you're traveling through Irvine, South County, Costa Mesa, avoid the 405 all day if you can. The 55 freeway is being impacted as well because of the Cessna 310, 6-seat, low wing, I should say, 2-engine plane that came down here at 9:35 this morning. Reporting live from Skyfox, I'm Rick Dickert, back in the studio. It really is. I think that they feel that the fire threat is over, so they're going to try to keep traffic moving. And the first thing they'll try to do on the south side here, if they can, is maybe open up the center divider area or the left lane, but that's going to take a long time. Again, this is a crash scene that needs to be thoroughly investigated before they start pulling away pieces. So this is going to be a long-term closure. South 405, right at the approach. And again, I made the comparison with LAX, Bob and Marla. As we widen out again, I'm going to show you the 405 as you make your way past Century Boulevard there towards LAX. You see the jetliners pass right on top of you. This is even a closer approach than the 405 up to the north. You can see the 405 there. We'll pan the camera to the right. The edge of the runways here, again, 2 parallel runways, much like LAX. 20 right, 20 left, meaning 200 degrees, facing 200 degrees, which is towards the south-southwest, taking off over the ocean with that sea breeze, with that extra lift that helps aircraft climb into Newport Beach and out over the Pacific Ocean. This plane, though, this Cessna 310, this 6-seat low-wing 2-engine plane with 2 people on board, and apparently they were being treated, their condition unknown, was likely making an approach when it fell short right on the 405 freeway, bursting into flames here. OCFA still on scene here. They're going to make sure that all those hot spots have been put out. CHP is going to be directing traffic. There'll be alternatives set up for traffic through this area. Just amazing. And this stretch of the 405, Bob and Marla, is always busy. It's busy just like the 405 up by LAX. So once again, it is truly amazing that a car was not impacted severely. Now wait, let's tilt the camera up and push in north of the back to the crash scene, but there are some automobiles off to the right shoulder on the south side of the foam there that you see. We'll tilt the camera up just a little bit there, tilt it up and push in, and we'll see some cars here. And those cars were actually past the point of impact, but they appear to be in pretty good shape. Just pulled off to the right shoulder there. Again, Orange County Fire Authority checking on everybody. We'll come back down to the south. Again, this is a fluid braking situation, and we're just seeing from above here in the first several minutes here to see if that's the case, that no other automobiles were struck, and from our vantage point, that's what it appears. We do know, confirmation from the John Wayne Control Tower, arrivals not allowed at this time. Departures, yes, they are on schedule. Call your carrier, obviously, if you're expecting someone to come in, a busy travel day. in Southern California, across the entire country as we head into the long 4th of July holiday.
And for those of you just joining us, you are looking at a live Skyfox feed coming in from Southern California of a plane crash scene. Yes, a plane crashed on the southbound 405 freeway directly adjacent to the John Wayne Airport. We are told that 2 people were aboard that plane. No word on any of the injuries. The northbound side of the freeway was shut down for a period, but it has since reopened. Obviously, the southbound side is closed. You can see all cars completely at a standstill there. You can see some motorists just exiting their cars, cars basically parked, motorists just walking on the freeway because of this crash, because of this shutdown. Now, this situation has not affected the departures at John Wayne Airport. However, arrivals are currently not allowed to land. John Wayne Airport airfield is closed to arrivals. However, departures are not affected.
Well, let's ask. I mean, I don't want to assume. I want to ask. Yeah, I got you loud and clear. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Hey, the tower's not sure? So what if you just ask for, can we land? He would. Yes, right now. Okay. So then the answer.
And there are some very crazy videos that are posted, photos that are posted on social media of witnesses of this incident. I want to go ahead and show you guys one video. This video right here, posted by Stephen Charles on Twitter. You can see he is shooting this video from a office building, but just go ahead and look at that. The amount of smoke that resulted from the fire as the plane made impact on the ground. I want to go ahead and show you guys a few other videos posted on social media. Here's one. You can see Another individual posting from his office building in Costa Mesa, showing the smoke in the air. Here is the viewpoint of a driver posting this tweet: OMG, a plane just crashed on the 405. This is coming from the opposite side. Someone traveling northbound on the 405, approaching the area where the plane crashed on the southbound side of the freeway. You can see just a ton of smoke. We're going to go ahead and play this over again. I'm going to increase the audio so you can see. Listen to the reaction of that individual who witnessed it.
July sale is going on now at Pacific Sales. Savings up to 40% on appliance and kitchen and bath fixture top deals. Choose from an unbelievable selection at Pacific Sales, from entry level to luxury and everything in between. The expert staff will help you with the details. Unbelievable selection.
So you can see that point of view of a passenger, or a driver rather, traveling northbound on the 405, passing the scene where this crash took place. Again, the crash took place on the 405 southbound freeway, right next to the John Wayne Airport. This is in Orange County, basically in the area of Santa Ana, Costa Mesa, Irvine, Newport Beach. Again, this is about 45 miles south of Los Angeles. And some of you may be wondering where exactly in Southern California this is. Perhaps you aren't too familiar with the area. We are going to go ahead and show you guys a map in just a moment so you guys can get a clear idea of where exactly this crash took place. Again, this plane crashed on the 405 freeway in Southern California. You can see it has affected traffic in both directions. The southbound 405 completely shut down, and traffic moving very slowly on the northbound side of the freeway. All right, as promised, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the Google Map image that we have here. So here is Los Angeles right here, and this is the 405 freeway. So the 405 freeway starts in the San Fernando Valley area here, and basically travels southbound through Los Angeles, Beverly Hills, passes LAX. You kind of go along the 405 here. You pass Long Beach. You finally get to the Orange County area here. And this crash took place right here. So here's Costa Mesa, Santa Ana, and the John Wayne Airport is right here. As we know, this crash happened on the 405 southbound freeway, directly adjacent to the John Wayne Airport. So the crash happening in this area, just really south of the 55 freeway, which is just a kind of a little state highway there in Orange County. So I'm just going to put the marker here. That is where the crash is, right in this area, and up there is downtown LA. And for the locals here wondering where that is relative to Phoenix, you have Phoenix right here, and this crash right here. We're going to take you back live to the scene now, the scene of a plane crash on a freeway in Southern California. I know some viewers in the chat room wondering if there's any news about the pilot. The only thing we know at this point is what we've learned from our sister station, Fox 11 in Southern California. We are told that there were 2 people aboard the plane. We don't have any word on their injuries right now. Again, as soon as we get that information, of course, we'll let you guys know right here on Fox News Now.
You're absolutely right. Again, this is very similar to the 405, just as busy as the 405 by LAX, where you see those jetliners, those Airbuses, those 737s, those A321s pass right over the 405 freeway and make their approach on runways 25 and 24. Here at John Wayne, it's runway 20 right and 20 left. We have 4 runways at LAX. We have 2 here at John Wayne, the shorter one on the south side of the airfield. There's a longer one, but that runway isn't all that long either. It is a short takeoff and short approach here. Now, what will happen is, and again, those runways are numbered according to direction, the directional, which way the aircraft will take off. 20 means 200 degrees. Remember, 180 degrees, if you look at a compass, is due south. 200 degrees is south-southwest. It takes off the jetliners and the private planes like this Cessna 310 would take off towards the ocean, towards the Newport Beach shoreline, over the Pacific Ocean, much like the aircraft do at LAX. Now, what they will do, what the National Transportation Safety Board investigators will do, you asked, why did this plane come down? They'll start to recreate it. They'll see how much fuel was on board. They'll see if there was a mayday call, if there was an emergency situation. Sometimes it's a health-related situation. We've had aircrafts go down because of a pilot having a health issue. All of that is unknown at this time. All we know is that this Cessna 310, this 6-seat, low-wing 2-engine plane, crashed at about 9:35 this morning in the southbound lanes of the 405 freeway, right at the approach to John Wayne Airport, KSNA as we call it. KLAX is what we call LAX, just south of the 55, just before MacArthur Boulevard, and this stretch of the 405 freeway southbound is going to be blocked for hours. And as we see, okay, go. Yep.
All right, everyone, just a quick update. For those of you just joining us, a small plane has crashed on the 405 freeway, resulting in 2 people being hospitalized. 2 people were on the board and were on board that plane as it crashed, and they were taken to a nearby hospital. No immediate word right now on their condition. Officials indicated the plane is a twin-engine Cessna 310. It's not clear at this point what caused the crash, although, as you can see, this crash happened on the 405 freeway. It looks like they may have now opened up the far left lane, the carpool lane there on the freeway, finally allowing some traffic to pass.
They just opened one lane of Mario Tejas. No, I was just trying to say that they saw that one lane was open. That was the M&M show there. We are able to land at John Wayne now, so that I'll ask. We can 20, 46. We have an hour plus if they needed us to stay up, but then we wouldn't be up at the top of the noon. So they need to figure out, like now, the desk, how they want us to play this. Okay. They want tight wreckage, Pat. Okay. Are we going off the air at that time? Is anybody at the assignment desk?
All right, everyone, you are looking once again at these live images, live pictures coming in from Orange County, California, where a small twin-engine plane has crashed on the 405 freeway. Considering how busy the 405 freeway is during rush hour, it is just a wonderful situation that no car on the freeway was hit. We know that the two people inside this plane were taken to the hospital. According to some witnesses, they were walking, so we're hoping that their injuries are not too severe. Again, a plane crashing on the 405 freeway, burst into flames. No motorists were affected in this crash other than, of course, being affected by the subsequent traffic that resulted because of this crash.
Owned by Twin Props. Twin Props is the owner of the aircraft. So we're going to try to determine exactly where it was coming from. Twin Props is based in Santa Ana, so likely here at John Wayne Airport. Again, I'm just getting this information off my iPad at this time. N87297. That is the aircraft registration. N meaning it's licensed, registered out of North America. 1975 Cessna 310, as we mentioned, a 6-seat low-wing 2-engine aircraft. Twin Props is the owner, and they are based in Santa Ana. Now, let's see if there was a flight. Go ahead, Marlon. Yeah, I'm here. I couldn't hear anything there at all. I wasn't. Then there we go. He obviously was down an engine and was trying to make a landing. Typically, just depending upon the emergency, if you have one engine and you have enough glide, you should be able to make it back. But again, there could be some other factors there that contributed to him falling short. Now, whether or not he had just taken off, we're still trying to find out. I'm still trying to get a flight plan using the registration on the aircraft here. But according to Flight Aware, it is based here at Santa Ana, at John Wayne, owned by Twin Props. Hey, Andrew, you got me? Did you hear all that information?
Again, guys, you are looking at live pictures from the 405 freeway there in Southern California in Los Angeles. This will affect many people commuting between Los Angeles and San Diego. Obviously, if people have gotten word that the 405 is backed up because of this crash, it is also going to affect the traffic on the 5 freeway. Now, if you're someone who's traveling between the Los Angeles area and Orange County or Southern California, you have a couple of options there. You can take the 5 freeway, you can take the 405 freeway. If you want to get creative, you can take the 210 freeway or the 10 and, you know, cut down on the 57, or perhaps you're going to take, you know, the 710. You could take the 91 freeway. There are certain ways to get around this, but for most people going the traditional way, they are typically planning to take the 405 freeway, and this is going to obviously affect many commuters there, as it for a while shut down the entire 405 freeway. Eventually the northbound side was reopened, and in recent minutes the southbound side has reopened, but southbound side down to only one lane. As you can see, this crash affecting most of the lanes of that southbound 405 freeway adjacent to the John Wayne Airport in Orange County.
I doubt that it made an approach on the 405 to try to land, but we've seen that happen. If that was the case and it was coming directly towards trying to make an approach landing on runway 20 right, then it likely came in at a pretty good clip. Now, one engine out, another engine good. Most situations, and again, every situation is unique, you can get an aircraft down if you still have that one engine. This is a twin engine. And the one engine, we heard the Mayday call from that pilot, from this Cessna 310. Based out of John Wayne Airport, twin props. I looked at the flight planning for this aircraft. All I was able to pull up was a flight yesterday. It took off from John Wayne Airport here yesterday at 2:48 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time and landed back here at 4:36. It made a loop towards the Coachella Valley, towards Thermal and Palm Springs. This could be a training aircraft that's based here. That is a possibility. We are looking into that right now, and what we're seeing now is firefighters still putting more foam on the crash scene down below. Now, how bad it looked right after the impact, this looks obviously really horrible, the situation that we're seeing now. But the bulk of the fire, that may have occurred after the impact, so that's a possibility. That's why there's a possibility that that pilot and the passenger were able to get out on their own. Again, we just don't know if that's the case or not. All we know is that initially they did survive the impact. They're being treated at a nearby hospital, likely UC Irvine. And we know that the 405 freeway here, we have one lane open. Southbound side of the 405 freeway here, we have the carpool lane open, so they're letting traffic through. I just saw an aircraft land here, so the airport is open for landings and for takeoffs. Back to you. So CBS has been taking us, Pat. Maybe the IP just isn't.
Again, for those of you just joining us, these are live aerials coming in from our sister station in Southern California in Los Angeles. We are looking at these pictures from Skyfox LA of a plane crash on a major freeway there in Orange County, California. Again, this is the 405 southbound freeway. That is where a small plane carrying 2 people crashed and burst into flames. Those 2 people aboard that plane have been taken to a hospital. No word yet on their condition. As you can see, the freeway has since reopened. 1 lane is open on the southbound side of the freeway. For a while, traffic was backed up and the freeway was completely shut down. This crash obviously affecting traffic on both the northbound and southbound side of the freeway.
Who did? The anchors were? Oh.
All right, everyone, we are going to continue with this plane crash coverage here on News Now. I am wrapping up my shift, but Mike Pace joining you in just a couple minutes.
CBS is on simultaneous, and when they start referencing runways and stuff, we're trying to help them as much as well. So that's the reason why we are moving. We gotta do what we can for them as well. Sorry. Oh no, the booth keeps telling us. I mean, and then again, there's the story is the traffic too, and I mean, there's a bigger story than just the picture right there. Hold on here. I gotta listen to this. Yeah, there's airports got their own. Oh, here comes an arrival right over it. Whoa. That was cool.
Welcome everyone to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Your host Mike Pace going to be here with you for the next 2 hours as we are taking a live look here of the small plane crash that landed on the 405 freeway. Crash involving a twin-engine Cessna 310. Right now temporarily shut down both directions of the 405 freeway. The incident occurred near the John Wayne Airport. And flights departing from John Wayne, although right now are unaffected. The airfield was closed to arrival flights for a period of time, but has now returned to full operation. Still no word yet on the condition of the pilot and possibly any passengers that were involved.
One of the lane is open traffic-wise, first of all, because this is impacting a lot of commuters heading southbound on the 405 freeway. Northbound as well, but the majority of the northbound side of the 405 freeway here, right at the approach of John Wayne Airport. Those lanes are open. Single file, though, just the far left lane open. As we push into the crash scene here, they're still putting more foam on the aircraft here. This Cessna 310, this low-wing twin-engine aircraft that went down at 9:35 this morning. Now we are seeing arrivals. I just saw an Alaska 737 land here on runway 20 right, and it appears that he was trying to make a landing on that very runway when he came short. Now, two-engine aircraft, usually an aircraft like that with one engine, you can make it back, but we don't know what was going on inside the cockpit there. We're going to leave that to the investigators. They're going to check on the engines, obviously. They're going to check on fuel. They'll look at all the apparatus down below to see what may have caused this crash. We know that the pilot was alert. We know that this aircraft is registered here in Orange County in Santa Ana. We also know that a flight plan was filed and completed for this aircraft yesterday between here, John Wayne Airport, and Thermal out near Palm Springs in the Coachella Valley. No flight plan that I can find was found today. You don't have to file a flight plan. If this aircraft, and again, pure speculation, if it's used for training and they were just doing pattern runs, meaning they were doing takeoffs, maybe a loop over the ocean, coming back in, you don't necessarily have to file a flight plan for that. That may have been the case, or we're just unable to find it at this time. Obviously, still a fluid situation, and we're going to have that information before the end of the day. We know that fire crews are going to remain on scene here, investigators as well. As of right now, it doesn't look like they're holding traffic north of this location on the 405, meaning it looks like they're going to try to keep at least one lane open. At times when we have situations like this on the freeway, they'll open up one lane just to let all that traffic that was held up after that incident, they'll let that go, and then they'll shut down all lanes so that they can keep emergency crews here and investigators at this time.
All right, folks, we are learning that 2 people were on board and were taken to a nearby hospital right now. There is no immediate word on their condition. Right now, still not clear what caused the plane to crash. Obviously, that will be an investigation happening very soon.
Southbound side of the 55 is open. You can make your way south past the 405 down towards Newport Beach. And it looks like the transition roads from the north 405 to the north 55 still open as well. Again, 2 people on board. This aircraft went down at 9:35 this morning, a Cessna 310, again, 6-seater, 2 people on board. We know the pilot and a passenger, a low-wing 2-engine aircraft, making that Mayday call. Call you just don't want to hear. And air traffic control, once they get that, they do everything they can to clear the runway, alert emergency crews. And you heard that caller say that there's a nearby fire station. Airports like John Wayne, KSNA is the call sign, just like KLAX for LAX, which has an approach on the 405 as well. They have fire apparatus right on the airfield. Van Nuys Airport does as well. We see them roll out a lot. That's where Skyfox HD is based. If there's ever a call, an emergency call, a possibility of an incident, we see that apparatus roll out. That's why those first responders were so quick to get here. Fortunately, the aircraft made it just short of the airfield, landing on the freeway. But miraculously, again, we are still not hearing any reports that automobiles were struck. And it's unlikely, based on what was happening, the Mayday call, the urgency of this pilot trying to make that landing with one engine down, that he was looking to avoid cars. He was trying to do whatever he could to get to the end of that runway and make a safe emergency landing. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. The condition of the pilot and the passenger unknown. Again, a major emergency scene down below here, right between the 55 freeway on the north and MacArthur Boulevard on the south, at the approach of runway 20 right and 20 left. And again, those numbers, Bob and Marla, mean directional numbers on a compass, 200 degrees. 180 degrees due south, 200 degrees is a bit to the south-southwest. This airfield is situated much like LAX, so aircraft can take off into the prevailing direction of the wind to get that extra lift that aircraft need to take off out over the Pacific Ocean, in this case Newport Beach, not Westchester and El Segundo like LAX. That's absolutely right. If there was a bird strike, the pilot would have felt it, would have known it. And we hope and pray that the pilot and the passenger will survive. And if they do, they're going to be investigated. That is part of the investigation by the NTSB. They will interview the pilot. They will check all of the gauges that are still intact, that can be checked. They will look at the flight log. They will check the ATC reports. And they'll check the weather as well. Was weather a factor? Well, now we know that it was an engine failure. The weather wasn't ideal, but it certainly was good enough. The visibility was solid. It was 8 miles, so easily the pilot could see the runway there of 20 right. Conditions were M or marginal VFR. VFR, visual flight rules, are the best conditions, but there was a ceiling, overcast at 1600, but he was at an altitude coming in where he could clearly see the runway. An 8-mile visibility would allow him to see from the end of the runway where he made impact all the way towards the shoreline.
And as you can see there, folks, the northbound 405 at MacArthur has reopened. The southbound will remain closed for quite some time.
And you mentioned a good point, getaway day on the 405 freeway in San Diego, one of the more popular destination routes, and a lot of people heading southbound on the 405 at the time of this incident. And just listening and seeing all the multiple reports for all those people that had a clear view of this happening, that there was a fireball as a result of the crash. You could see down below here that the foam was laid down. That is a firefighting tool there. That foam, which essentially cools the fire, cools the fluid that's burning there, and helps in being able to extinguish that. You can see still single file on the southbound side of the 405. Again, it's unclear if they're just letting all that traffic that was backed up, that was stopped immediately after that incident through, and then they'll close the entire freeway. We're still not hearing that from CHP. You can see they are setting up essentially a command post on the freeway. You see the easy up there. Fire crews will remain on scene here. The investigation will start.
And welcome, everyone. If you're just joining us here, there were 2 people on this plane. They've been taken to a local hospital. We do not know their condition yet. That is still pending, but as you can see, crews have a lot of work to do this afternoon and probably even into the early evening hours to clear the foam, and they're not going to clear anything yet because they have to do an investigation as well on this plane here, so they can't move anything, as this was a Cessna plane and went down just near the airport there.
They have protocol. They clear the runway. They call out that apparatus immediately. They see that aircraft on their radar as well, within the Bravo, essentially, within the airspace of John Wayne Airport. KSNA here in Irvine and Newport Beach, a very busy airport, but again, it is open to both departures and arrivals at this time. There may have been a couple of diversions because they were not allowing planes to land for some time. Those diversions may have went to Ontario or LAX, so if you're expecting someone in, make sure you call. Now I want to show you the backup as we pull out from the crash scene. We're going to tilt the camera up. This is the northbound side. That's MacArthur Boulevard, that overpass there on the south side of the field. We'll continue to tilt the camera up. It's backed up only about 1.5 miles. There you go. That's where the backup starts on the northbound side. And on the southbound side, I can see it. The backup starts just past the 73. As of right now, on both sides, the delay probably only about 20 minutes, believe it or not. Now, whether or not they're going to shut down all southbound lanes of the 405, again, I keep repeating that because a lot of times what they do is they just let all that traffic...
Once again, thanks to all our viewers watching worldwide right now on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Right now, 2 people injured there, but it's amazing when you take a look at where it landed. I mean, it landed smack dab in the middle of that highway. It's amazing that no motorists were hurt at all either, or killed. Truly amazing. So let us know where you are watching from worldwide right now. We always have viewers watching from all over, especially when there is a live breaking news alert like this one out of California. You can still see there planes landing at the John Wayne Airport as business there as usual.
A fireball ensued at some point, and traffic was stopped. But once again, just amazing. At least right now, we are not hearing that there was any significant impact with that aircraft. That Cessna 310, that low-wing, 2-engine, 6-seater, when it hit the 405, making any impact with any of the automobiles. ER's my mic closed. Okay, what are we doing? What are we going to do? All right. Go ahead, Dave. Go ahead, Dave. Okay. Okay. Copy that. Yeah, that's what I keep speculating. Okay. Yep, they are. That's what I was speculating. So they're going to divert it onto the 55. Okay, so we're clear to land. Jake, you heard me, right? Okay. Okay. I know. It doesn't matter. They need us down. They know. CBS was told. Yeah. They're definitely closing all lanes, as I was speculating. Yes, we're landing. We got to land.
The twin engine Cessna 310 went down about 9:30 local time. That's according to the Orange County fire captain. Told local media there that 2 people were injured and taken by helicopter to a hospital. He did not know the extent of the injuries. He did say that the victims were both in their 60s and were showing vital signs when they were taken out of the plane. Right now, no information on why the plane crashed. No vehicles on the freeway were struck, according to that local media report there. The investigation is expected to cause major traffic flow problems for the already busy 4th of July weekend.
I'm seeing that video all over social media.
For a moment, the airport was closed to arrivals, but planes never stopped departing. Now, we did see about 20 minutes ago where the planes were arriving as well as departing. And for those of you watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, it looks like that chopper is leaving there. For more news and updates, always go to fox10phoenix.com.
obviously the pilot didn't land in a neighborhood in this case. But looking at the vantage point here of the aircraft, of that of the plane, you can see it's on its belly, and a large...
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be here with you for the next 90 minutes. Hi, everybody. Happy Friday, and happy Friday coming in to a holiday weekend as well. Don't worry, folks. We'll be with you all next week as well, even on Monday and Tuesday. We'll celebrate the 4th with you all, so that'll be great. Let's go to another live event happening right now. We're going to take you to Chicago, where just yesterday, President Donald Trump tweeted out that he was sending 20 ATF agents to Chicago to try to battle the gun problems that they are having in that city, the shootings. We hear it every weekend, 40 to 50 people shot a weekend, with numerous people always dead. Goes from anywhere to 5 to 10 people dead a weekend. So we're going to go to this live press conference happening right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Well, and look at that, everyone. It looks like that shot froze there as well on us. So we'll see if that shot does come back for us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Sometimes that does happen, where I went to it and I was like, there's no audio. Then I looked and, yeah, the shot is indeed frozen there. Okay, we're going to take you one more. We got a different look here of that plane crash there in Cali. All right, everybody, so I do have another feed coming in for that Chicago ATF press conference. Let's go there now.
To be able to follow up on, and I'll just give you one, another example where it'll really come in handy. Correct. Yes. We can have somebody now we take in custody for illegally possessing a gun. What used to take days, the process of taking that gun, test firing it, comparing the shell casings and getting information on other shootings that gun was involved in, now will take hours. So while officers probably are still going to be working on the arrest report from this individual, we'll know the history of that gun. We'll know if it's been used in any other shootings. We'll know where it's been used. And that's a great lead for detectives, because now they've got the guy and the gun that have been used in shootings that before that would have taken us days to find out. So there's the task force is really going to be a great thing to work on some of these open shootings as well.
Have you been able to identify where some of these guns are coming from? Like, you guys are obviously talking about bringing guns to the city. So do you have an idea right now, maybe a list of the find, maybe cut off the supply? How's that working so far?
There are. We follow up on that all the time. There's a bunch of individuals that we're working on right now that this task force is working on. That organized crime has its own team of officers that follow up on the guns. So we're working on those as well. And we have several people that we are looking at. A lot of these guns come in from out of state. You can go across state lines and buy guns way too easily. And there's straw purchasers as well. There's individuals that go out, purchase these guns, and then transfer them into the hands of gang members that ultimately wind up shooting the people in this city.
Does Ron have any role in this particular task force? And what is your reaction to this latest tweet about Chicago's violence?
Well, I'll say this about the violence in Chicago. Right now, we're down 14% on shootings versus last year. That's well over 200 fewer people with gunshot wounds than we had at the same time last year. And it's not success. No one's celebrating that, but it is a step in the right direction. And that's the strategies that the superintendent has put in place. That's collaborative efforts with our partners at ATF, the state police, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the state's Attorney's Office. So everybody working together has worked to bring those shootings down. Again, it's not success. We're not celebrating it, but we're building on it.
Joel, if we could ask Joel, the president tweeted out this morning that there's an epidemic of violence in Chicago, and he's sending in federal help. Was the impetus for the van or today's strike force, is this coming from the Justice Department in Washington, or was this initiated in Chicago?
You know, Larry, let me say this, that from the time Attorney General Sessions took office, he made it clear that one of the highest priorities that we have is combating violence. It is one of the highest priorities we have in our office. We are, as I said before, we're working every day with our state and local and federal law enforcement partners to combat it. So, and I think the launching of this strike force by ATF is further evidence of the strong federal commitment to combat violence.
Are these new 20 agents, are they part of this strike force? And are they who comprise this strike force? And the second question is, are they a permanent deployment here in Chicago? And if not permanent, how long are they deployed?
So as far as the strike force is concerned, this is a unique and new concept through ATF. We have had the ability to redirect resources in the past for temporary measures. Other areas that have had spikes in violent crime, we can send a team of agents that can assist with the local police department and the prosecuting agencies to make an impact. Chicago is the first place where this will be a permanent fixture. So to discuss what you had asked, you know, before the strike force, there were only 41 ATF agents in Chicago. Well, we brought another 20. So we are a small agency. We have a small footprint, but we like to cast a bigger shadow through our attitude and effort, and we're here to help. So we're going to do what we can to work with our partners to do that.
Is that enough, 20 agents?
Me personally, we could probably use 500 more agents. We just don't have that with ATF.
Is the van going to stay in Chicago? Is that going to be part of it?
The van right now is slated to stay through the end of July. I can tell you that I'm asking that it remain, and I'm actually working on a briefing paper to submit to see if we can get the justification to allow it to stay.
These 20 officers, these ATF agents, are they're permanent in Chicago?
Yes, sir.
Is President Trump correct in taking the credit for these initiatives?
Well, one thing I can say regarding that is these discussions with the superintendent have gone back to actually November. So we've had 2 administrations that the superintendent has been dealing with in terms of getting extra assistance from ATF.
You mentioned the reduction of...
I didn't say that. But I'm just letting you know, it's gone across 2 administrations, yes. So the talk started in November.
Deputy Superintendent or Chief Riccio, you mentioned the reduction in shootings and homicides as compared to last year, but we all know that last year we saw almost 100% increase on both those levels. So how are you going to temper that? Because when we're talking about the numbers that we saw last year, which were astronomical, and you're comparing this drop to last year's number when we haven't seen those kind of numbers in
Right. Well, you know, the important thing to me is at this point we've had 230 less people shot this year. I think it's a start, definitely. But every time we have 1 less person shot, that's a win for us. What we can't control is the lethality of the shots. So it is going in the right direction.
Talk about the prosecution. You sussed that out a little bit. You said it's more last year than a decade.
Yes, on an annual basis, right.
Do you have numbers that you can offer?
You know, it'd be difficult off the top of my head. We had publish the numbers of gun prosecutions that we did in 2016. We can get those for you. They are readily available. But as I said, we took a preliminary look at what it's been for the first 6 months of this year, and already we are ahead of where we were for the entire year for 2016 in terms of.
Attorney General Sessions has said that he asked you to approach this aggressively. It sounds like that's what you're saying.
Well,
I guess my question
yes.
is, you're not getting any more resources, I'm assuming. So what are you shifting attention from to do this?
Well, you know, we have ramped up our efforts with respect to violent crime and narcotics trafficking. A couple of years ago, we created new sections that are focused specifically on those areas. And with respect to gun prosecutions, we have assistant U.S. attorneys not only in those sections, but in every section of the office who are working on those cases. So we really have drawn from the entire office to get people to handle these cases, to work on them. And as I understand it, too, in the President's budget, there is an allocation for 300 additional assistant U.S. attorney positions throughout the United States, and I would anticipate that if that budget passes, that we would be getting some additional prosecutor positions in the office, too.
So you talked about all hands on deck. Now it appears that there is a new U.S. attorney in Chicago. Are you personally familiar with Mr. Walsh? And what about your office? I mean, having the top attorney in the building, that's going to help, obviously, as far as moving things forward.
Right. Well, with respect to the nomination of a presidentially appointed U.S. attorney, I know there have been articles about that and who it's going to be. And I can only say this. The message that I have conveyed to the people in our office is we are not taking our foot off the pedal. It's going to take some time before the new presidentially appointed U.S. attorney is in office. And in the meantime, we have a job to do. We are working every day to work on this violence problem in Chicago, and that's what we're going to keep doing. And I would anticipate that the new U.S. attorney, when he takes office, is going to continue that effort.
Can you talk a little bit about the prosecution of these cases? Any arrested or made this weekend? Thanks, guys.
And that was Chicago police and ATF agents talking to the media about the 20 agents being sent to Chicago by the President Donald Trump. He put that tweet out yesterday. We're going to show you now a live look here of the White House. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We're going to get you another video loaded up here in just a bit. Stay right here with us. If any breaking news does occur, we've got you covered. All right, coming up next here, everyone, a woman being charged in the death of a FedEx driver. She was sentenced today on charges of second-degree murder, operating while intoxicated, and driving without a license. We're going to take you to Detroit to watch that sentencing.
It makes anyone listen. It's so unfortunate you are now in our family the one that's missing. You will forever always be on my mind. In your footsteps, I will continue to shine and grind. Rod, I'm so relieved our family has some closure. But what's so sad, I think at this moment, is your wife needs you to hold her. I despise saying goodbye this way. You will always be my DJ. So in remembrance of you and my pops, I'm going to keep it going and will continue to let the music play. I'm done.
Well, I think with that, I don't believe that there are any more individuals that speak on behalf of the family. I will say, I can't really add much more to what's already been said from the point of view. I can say that the facts in this trial have spoken for themselves during the course of nearly a week. What those facts represented was those facts putting herself first and everybody else in the way second. The facts showed in trial that she collided with an off-duty U.S. Customs agent, didn't stop, continued on 994 eastbound, trying to weave through traffic, eventually exited off onto the Newport area, and traveled 5 seconds before the collision, going nearly 70 miles an hour at a 25-mile-an-hour residential zone, rolling through one intersection, and then blitzing through a stop sign. And it was blitzing through that stop sign and colliding with Mr. Martin that caused him to be fatally ejected from his vehicle and crushed underneath his own.
All right, everybody, as promised, anytime there is a new feed coming in, we do have a live feed coming in. We're going to take you now to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where they are having a town hall right now
to accommodate the change in the sea flow and everything else. 2, it's up to us as well. I can't tell you how many people in my subdivision, they cut the grass and then they put the trash in the drains. Well, that's got to go somewhere. And if you're living with 2 drains, that means everybody around you is putting their trash or their weeds or whatever. You've got to start living like a community again. We've got to start living like a community. The last part is how do we stop building out into our cow pastures and the land? How do we stop building so far out and save that farmland to be the area where water can go? And that's got to be a federal, state something.
So first, one aspect of this is, for example, one thing I raised, I think the Corps is going to do it, is the reason water wasn't flowing down the Amy rapidly enough is there all this brush that had grown up in the Amy. Now, that's not dredging. That's helping flow dynamics, right? Now, they said that they would clear that out, okay? Now, secondly,
When? It's a simple
I'll check with the Corps on that, and we'll post that. But it's my understanding that process should have already begun. In terms of dredging, that's a little bit more. I'm moving over here to another question. In terms of dredging, that's a little bit more complicated because the dredging, you need Army Corps of Engineers permits. Well, man. An Army Corps of Engineers, your kid is born and going to college sometimes by the time you get the permit. So we got to have an expedited permit process so it doesn't take forever to get that done. Lastly, regarding zoning laws, those zoning laws are not federal, although you do have to get Army Corps permits for some things. Those are typically more local and state. Ma'am, you had your arm up.
I have a question.
Just a second. Let me get
It was deferred to community development. He said if you had 1 feet of water at least. Well, I knew I had more than 1 feet of water, but when FEMA came out and did my inspection, they said it had 6 inches of water. I sent the photo.
All right there, everyone, and as you can see, we did lose that feed there in Louisiana. You guys are watching Fox 10 News Downstream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We're going to go back out to that sentencing there in Detroit right now.
22 violations that are documented by the Secretary of State. It's horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous. And not one of those times, Judge, to the people's knowledge, has Ms. Maida ever been held accountable for any one of those 22 violations. Based on the egregious nature of this case, Judge, where Ms. Bass was almost twice the legal limit, .159 BAC in this case, the fact that she fled from one accident, or collision, I should say, and then fled from the second one while Mr. Motley was lying face down, bleeding in the street in his own vomit and blood. Never lifted a finger to help him. I'm asking this court, based on the egregious nature of this case and her driving history, and also taking into account what all her family members have said about the person that they lost in this case, specifically focusing on what I submitted to this court in its sentencing memorandum, I'm asking this court to give a sentence within the guidelines of 31 years to 50 years in the Michigan Department of Corrections, which is a within the guidelines sentence in this case, based on the egregious nature of this case. Thank you.
Yes, may it please the Honorable Court. As I have listened to the elocutions of the family, especially, it makes me say that this is the day that the Lord has made. There may not be a time of rejoicing in a certain way, but in another way it is. We have heard a family talk about forgiveness. We've heard a family talk about love. We met a man through this very tragic accident. That was a good man. He was so good, I'll be honest, that on Father's Day, I dedicated my morning sermon to Mr. Motley. All eyes on me. It was a topic. And I thought about Mr. Motley and how horrible it was that he had died the way he did. But I also thought about what the Word says. That he lives without sin or cast. I thought about Jesus on the cross saying, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. I thought about Maya Betts, and I thought about the fact that she is 26 years of age. She has made some mistakes, but she comes before the court with no prior felony conviction. She has a long life ahead of her. As I read through the pre-sentence report, I read something that I desired to hear. It said, if I had 1,000 tongues, I would apologize over and over. I pray for the family more than I pray for myself. A person who may have committed a wrong and been in a situation where she got into an accident, but a person that understands that prayer changes things. She's praying for herself and she's praying for this family. And they came forward, and I think they listened to her spirit, not her words. And I think their spirit, that Mrs. Motley would say, she forgives. Ms. Betts doing that. We asked the court on this occasion for something that the president, I'm not talking about 45, I'm talking about the president, 44. President Barack Hussein Obama. When he went to a place called Charleston, South Carolina, and he stood in a situation that was equally as horrendous. But when the mic pointed in his direction, he stood before all of the ones that loved him and the ones that hated him. And he sung Amazing Grace. How sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. We're found right here today, Your Honor. Asking this court for grace and for mercy. We understand that my client has done something that she is sorrowful for. We understand that she did commit an offense. An accident happened on that day, and we're very remorseful. We apologize to the family. Mrs. Motley is a wonderful person. If I can say anything, I'm glad that our paths crossed on this way to Calvary. And I thank God for her heart. I thank God for the way that she raised her children. And I thank God for her continuous commitment to her family. And I come on behalf of the family of Miss Betts. They too suffer. They too sit here with support and love for Maya. Her mother loves her like a mother really does. She cares for her and she looks after her and she does what she can to help her. She has brothers, family members that surround her, Lord. I want to say that I ask this court to show mercy on this day, to bring about grace and to give her an opportunity to be able to return to the community in a reasonable amount of time. We disagree with the prosecution's elocution in regards to asking for 31 to 50 years. We understand she has been convicted by a jury of her peers, whether we agree with that verdict or not. But the court has the discretion at this time. And we ask this court because we know this court. We know this court is fair. We know this court is impartial. And we've seen this court in a very difficult situation make a very difficult decision. We ask this court with mercy. We plead with this court to have mercy on Ms. Betts at this time. We ask this court because she comes before the court with no prior felony conviction. If you look on the sentencing information report, it shows all zeros, basically. We ask this court to grant her an opportunity to return to the ones who love her in a reasonable amount of time. We ask this court to go to the bottom of the guidelines. We feel that 18 years for prison life is a long time. It'll give Ms. Betts a sufficient amount of time in order to be able to understand what has happened and to turn her life around. Please, don't give her a sentence that is commensurate with death, but give her life and give her another opportunity. And we ask that respectfully. We thank the court and thank the prosecution.
This is your opportunity to speak to the court.
I just would like to apologize for the family for all that I have done to them and all the pain that I've caused them. I never intended to bring this amount of pain down on you guys or anybody for that matter. I would never hurt anybody deliberately, and it was never any of my plan for this to happen. And I just truly apologize to the wife, the kids, the entire family, and I just want you to know that from the bottom of my heart, I truly do thank you for forgiving me, because I needed that to forgive myself for all that I've done to you. And I just want to say thank you, and I truly do apologize from the bottom of my heart for everything.
Well, before I impose sentence, I know this is a very emotional matter, and I'm going to give everybody an opportunity. Anybody who thinks that they would have an outburst when I give this sentence, if they are worried about that, they need to leave the courtroom right now. Because if you remain in the courtroom and after I impose sentence, if there's any outburst, I'm telling the deputy at this point in time to see anybody that engages in any outbursts in custody. Okay? So if anybody thinks they can't contain their emotion, they should please leave right now. I want to make it very clear that drunk drivers are not welcome in County. In this case, shows how selfish you are. And all of your actions were all about you. Let's go through and talk about all those actions. Every single thing that happened there was about you and no one else. First, you're out driving without a license. And you're driving without a license on the public highways of Michigan, and you've had at least 22 violations driving without a license. And yet, as you're driving out there, you hit a car with a Border Patrol agent in it, and instead of stopping, which would have stopped all of this, you make a U-turn and you flee. And then you put citizens of this state and county into danger as you weave in and out of traffic on I-94 for at least 4 miles. And then you get off the highway, and you start driving through a residential area where it's posted 25 miles an hour, and you've got a blood alcohol of 0.159, which is almost twice the legal limit, just below twice the legal limit. And you got marijuana. But this is all about you. Nobody else. You don't care about anybody else other than you. And you fly through that subdivision where there are, or through that residential area where there's a posted 25 miles an hour and the black box indicated you got up to 69 miles an hour. And then you start coming up to a stop sign. And instead of stopping, you blow through the stop sign. And you went through that stop sign at about 48 or 49 miles an hour. And you plow into this poor man's FedEx truck. And you knock Roderick Motley's FedEx truck over. And it ejects him and then falls on this poor man and crushes him to death. But again, your own selfish behavior, because all you're worried about is having a good time, drinking alcohol and excess. What do? You don't go over and help this man. You don't go over and help the people that take that truck off of his crushed body. What do you do instead? You start fleeing the death sign. And as you're fleeing, luckily, there is an off-duty police officer who arrests you. Now, I want to tell, again, with regard to the Motley family, how proud Mr. Motley would have been of all of you, because it was amazing grace and eloquence, and I'll tell you, this court held the faith in this family. And you keep that with you, you keep that helping you through these tough times, and do everything you can to help that both the widow, and also those little boys. Let's make them great men, all right? But ma'am, I want to talk about what you took away besides Erica's husband. I want to talk about these children. And that these little boys will never, ever have their father at graduation. They will never, ever have him go to their wedding. When they have a bad day, there will not be a father there for them to put a hand on them and say, son, everything's okay, or answer a question, or ever tell them. You've taken all that away. You've ruined this family, and you've ruined your family. And all because you were selfish and wanted excessive alcohol. The court understands under People versus Lockridge that the court is not bound by sentencing guidelines. And I could give you a sentence greater than sentencing guidelines, less, or within the sentencing guidelines. The sentence that I'm about to impose, I think, is a reasonable sentence. I think that it protects society, it disciplines the wrongdoer, it's reformational, it's also proportional. With regard to the homicide, second degree, I'm order that you spend a minimum of 27 years to a maximum of 50 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections. With regard to operating while intoxicated causing death, I'm in order that you spend a minimum of 10 years to a maximum of 15 years, and that will run concurrent. With regard to operating license suspended, revoked, denied, causing death, in order that you spend a minimum of 10 years to a maximum of 15 years. With regard to reckless driving causing death, a minimum of 10 years to a maximum of 15 years, and those will all run concurrent to the sentence with regard to homicide second degree. You're also to receive 143 days jail credit served. I do want the record to reflect that I did read each and every letter from both.
Seriously.
All right, everybody. So that is what just happened there. 27 to 50 years sentence for that suspect for the crash that killed that FedEx driver. You guys are all watching the Fox 10 News Downstream from the Fox10Phoenix.com. Coming up next, we're going to take you to Florida, where Governor Rick Scott today honored fallen law enforcement officers there in Florida. We'll have that for you coming up in just 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Yolanda. I appreciate it. Good afternoon. Hi. I'm Dan Pollock with AT&T, as Yolanda said, and we are very proud to sponsor this great community event. Thank you, Governor Scott, for joining us today. I'd like to thank the Deputy Chief and OPD for hosting us in this wonderful room. Thank you to the Undersheriff and Orange County Sheriff's Office for all that you do. And thank you to the family of our fallen hero, Lieutenant Deborah Clayton. And thank you for your family's sacrifice. As a former police officer myself, I know that police officers and all first responders have an increasingly difficult job. One thing that is consistently true and necessary to the success of our first responders' mission is communication. Communication within the organization, communication within the communities that they serve, and communication among officers on active crime scenes. AT&T is proud to help with that communication in each and every way that we can. On your tables, there's a sheet that lists some statistics for AT&T in Florida, including our commitment to the communities that we serve. I'd like to thank the Urban League for putting on this wonderful community event and offer our congratulations to all the law enforcement officers being honored today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dan. The Heart of Florida United Way is another organization that's working to create thriving communities for adults and children right here in Central Florida, focusing on things like good health, safe neighborhoods, and jobs that pay a living wage. So I'm pleased to welcome to join me to the stage today Joan Nelson, who is here representing Heart of Florida United Way. Oh, I can't see you guys behind that flag. And Joan is the Senior Vice President of Community Investment. And Joan, if you would join me.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. I want to join Dan in the thanks for all the folks who are here and for the Urban League for this wonderful event. It's very important for us to come together as a community. And it is an honor to be here today representing Heart of Florida United Way. We work with survivors and families of the deceased on a daily basis. And it's a solemn responsibility, but we are honored to serve in that way. If not for the brave first responders to the scene, who knows what else might have happened and unfolded that night. It's tragic enough to have lost the 49. As a community, we are lucky to have brave souls like yours to have kept the number from getting even higher. For all the courage and strength you bring to our society, you also bring compassion and love. Thank you for your selflessness, for your sacrifice, and for all that you do to keep our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joan. We are pleased to be joined today by so many men and women in law enforcement, as you heard from Dan and from Joan, who are making an incredible impact in our community every day, as well as leadership today from the Orlando Police Department and the Orange County Sheriff's Office. So I'd like to introduce Undersecretary Ray Rivero. Under Sheriff Rivero is second in command at Orange County Sheriff's Office. He served for 30 years with the Orlando Police Department until his retirement in 2003. And during his career, he served in nearly every position within the department and now reports directly to Sheriff Deming. So please join me in welcoming Under Sheriff Rivero.
Thank you for having me, inviting me here today. First of all, I want to thank you and let you know the Sheriff, Jerry Demings, could not be here with us. He's in another event. It is my pleasure to bring you greetings on his behalf. This has truly been the year of the hero in law enforcement. Let's face it, we've had a pretty tough year. It began on June 10th with the actor, singer, Christina Grimes, getting shot and killed on June 10th. June 12th, we had the Pulse. We all know about the Pulse. On June 14th, we had the 2-year-old child, that Lane Graves, that was killed by the alligator in a lake down in one of our theme parks. In October, Hurricane Matthews came to visit. And thank goodness it did not do a lot of damage in Central Florida. In December, Markeith Lloyd shot and killed his pregnant girlfriend and unborn child and wounded his brother. This year started off with Markeith Lloyd shooting and killing OPD Lieutenant Deborah Clayton and the Sheriff's Office Deputy First Class Norm Lewis in a motorcycle accident related to the search for Lloyd. Between then and now, it's been one call after another, and a crisis seems to pop up on a daily basis that law enforcement can't take a break. That is until today. We'd like to thank you for this particular break. Thank you, Central Florida Urban League, for coming together to support your local law enforcement. If you watch the news, you know it's not easy. It's very easy to criticize the action of law enforcement. Occasionally, the criticism is justified. But there are men and women out there, night and day, that put their lives on the line to protect each and every one of us, and they will never stop doing their job. That's just the way it is. We need the community, our young folks and law enforcement officers, to open lines of communication, work together. Together, we will accomplish great things. The Orange County Sheriff's Office has many community programs available and will let you interact with officers. Some of them are the civilian Police Academy, the Teen Academy, the Senior Academy, volunteer programs, to name a few. I encourage you to get involved in our programs to help bridge the gap between law enforcement and our communities. Again, thank you, and thank to the Urban League young people for honoring our heroes. Please know that the 2,500 men and women of the Orange County Sheriff's Office are here to serve and protect you, and we will never stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Undersheriff, and thanks for bridging the gap. We appreciate that. Next, it's my pleasure to introduce Deputy Chief Eric Smith. Deputy Chief Smith received a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from the University of Central Florida, and during his more than 20-year tenure with the Orlando Police Department, he worked in multiple units. He was appointed by Deputy Chief Mayor Buddy Dyer in 2014. So please join me in welcoming Deputy Chief Eric Smith.
On behalf of Chief John Mina, I want to welcome you to the Orlando Police Department. Lieutenant Deborah Clayton was a light that shined brightly to every member of our department and community. She taught us that mentoring the youth of our neighborhoods is the key to bridging the gap between them and the police. She showed us what being a police officer should be about. It's not just about arresting people or writing tickets. It's about making a difference in your community.
For you to introduce our keynote speaker, we're very pleased that the governor has joined us, so please welcome Wesley Harris.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here. It's an awesome honor to serve, and as you just heard from the undersheriff, serving, as my grandmother used to say, that there are certain people that are cut from a special cloth. And I understand, for those of you that know me, you understand and know my passion for law enforcement officers that lay their lives on the line every day. No matter what the challenge, they always answer the bell. The Central Florida Urban League is committed to making sure that we are helping to bridge the gap between the community and law enforcement, because we know that we're only going to be successful together. I'm going to offer to Captain Canty is going to come and share a couple of words, and then I'll come back and introduce our great guest speaker. Captain Canty.
Thank you, Wesley. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Urban League and the Orlando Police Department, I'd like to welcome you to the Honoring Our Heroes event. I just want to say that I wasn't born in Orlando, but I grew up here. My mother was born and raised here. My parents met here in Baldwin Park when it was still United States Air Force Base. I grew up in Pine Hills. I went to school here. And probably like most of my friends, I was going to go to college and play football, and I was hoping I was going to make a lot of money and end up in the NFL. That didn't happen. But while I was in college, I learned the value of giving back to the community. So when I graduated, I decided to come back home. My initial thoughts was I was going to become a school teacher. That didn't happen either. But I was given an opportunity. My very first job out of college was with the Urban League. The manager there hired me to work in a residential program, mentoring at-risk kids who had, they were juvenile delinquents, so they had gotten a little bit of trouble. So I got a chance to kind of interact with them and work with them and try to make a change in their life. Shortly thereafter, I moved into an after-school program where I targeted at-risk youth, or targeted at-risk youth. And I think there is a time when I discovered my true calling in law enforcement. And from there, I moved on to Orlando Police Department. And I think as a police officer, most of us think, hey, our main job is to go out there, stop crime, arrest bad people, put them in jail. Well, I'm here to tell you that our main job is to make a positive impact on our community. I mean, no matter what where your life takes you or where your career takes you, your goal in life or your obligation in life is to make that difference in your community. So thank you all for attending, and I'll turn it back over to Wesley.
Thank you. Making our communities better. That's what our goal is. The Central Florida Urban League and law enforcement across this great area, we certainly are committed to doing that. I want you to know that the Central Florida Urban League Board of Directors work diligently and passionately together to make sure that we're doing everything possible to help bridge the gaps in our community in every way. I had the pleasure, in one of the attempts to do that, had the pleasure and the honor of sitting and working directly with Lieutenant Deborah Clayton in a conversation as she was giving us insight as to a different perspective, one that we had not had the opportunity to see, and some of the things that had gone wrong between the community and law enforcement. And what a great person and what a blessing it was to me, to my life, to have been introduced and to have had the opportunity to work with her. So to her family, we thank you so much for the service and for loaning her to us and all that she continues to do and the example that will forever live in this community. So thank you so very much for all that you do. Would you join me in welcoming or join me in acknowledging the family of Deborah Clayton here today? And now it is my honor to introduce to you our keynote speaker for this very, very special occasion, the 45th governor of the great state of Florida. Why don't you join me in welcoming to the podium Governor Rick Scott.
Well, first off, I want to thank, Wesley, thank you for the introduction, and thank you for what you do. I want to thank the Glenn Gilzine and everybody at the Central Florida Urban League for what you do. I know you have a significant commitment to improve the lives of people all around this community, and you have an unbelievably positive impact. I want to recognize we have members of the legislature with us here today. I want to recognize them. They've worked hard to make sure we have a budget and policies that are good for all of our community. So I want to recognize them. If they'll stand up, and we'll give them a big round of applause. So I ran for governor in 2010, and I ran on jobs. The state was in trouble. And the private sector has come back, and they've added nearly 1.4 million jobs. They would never have done that but for law enforcement. We had last year almost 113 million tourists. You don't go take vacations at places you don't feel safe. We add about 240,000 jobs a year. People are not building companies where people feel unsafe. So if it wasn't for law enforcement, all the things that have happened the last 6.5 years in our state, the job creation, the more money for education, all these things, it's happened because we have a great group of law enforcement all across the state. I want to recognize Rick Swearingen, who's the commissioner of FDLE. Rick, if you'll. And Danny Banks is in charge of Central Florida. Thank you for being here, Danny. So my goal when I became governor was to make sure that the first responders were treated well, because whether it's the military, whether it's a fire, whether it's other first responders, whether it's police, they really change our lives. I've been governor now for 7 sessions, and this session was really nice in that we had the opportunity we had passed legislation that is going to be relevant today. But let me just say the most important thing we can do is continue to support our police. I have 4 grandsons. I have 2 more in the next 3 months. My oldest is 5.5. And he is going to be a policeman. He thinks his whole job is to save people and protect them. And so he thinks that every day that I'm in town, we should go to another police department, and he should spend 2 hours talking to them about what he's going to do growing up. He thinks every Saturday, every Sunday, we should be doing the same thing. He respects law enforcement, which is the right thing to do. So, Seth, if you'll come up, we have something to present you. So at the end of the session, thanks to the legislature, I had the opportunity to sign a bill that has we have the Lieutenant Deborah Clayton Memorial Highway. Congratulations. So to every member of the Deborah Clayton family, my heart goes out to you. Same with Norm Lewis. Same with all the other individuals that have lost their lives in the line of duty. We're very appreciative all across the state for what you do to keep every one of us safe. We lost a trooper about 9 days ago now. We just lost up in the Gainesville area. So it's these people are putting their lives on the line every day. So thank you very much for what you do.
Let's give Governor Scott another round of applause for that wonderful tribute. Thank you so much, Governor. And now it's my pleasure to introduce the President and CEO of the Central Florida Urban League, Glenn Gilzine. Glenn has been with the Urban League since 2015, and I think it's safe to say that he's hit the ground running. He is a visionary, and one of the visions that Glenn had was to really be connected to this community, and this is the manifestation of one of those visions. So, Glenn, we're so pleased to be a part of your vision and everything you're doing for the community. So please join me in welcoming Glenn.
All right, we did it. Governor Scott, members of the Central Florida Board of Directors, Central Florida Urban League Board of Directors, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming today. It takes a very special person to commit their lives to ensure the safety and security of their fellow citizens. Every member of law enforcement community deserves to be recognized for their selflessness and their dedication. While we're only honoring 6 men and women today, I would like to thank all of you so much for making a difference and keeping us safe. It was only 1 year ago at this very ceremony that we honored one of your colleagues for making a difference in the lives of at-risk youth. For Lieutenant Deborah Clayton, she humbly accepted her award for the work in the community, but truly she meant so much more. In her 17 years here at the Orlando Police Department, Lieutenant Clayton changed lives to so many with her dedication. Bridging the gap between law enforcement and the community, when she tragically fell in the line of duty, we lost our beacon of hope. Publicly, Lieutenant Clayton was an active member of our advisory board, a dedicated volunteer, spending countless hours with the Urban League and the community. But personally, Deborah will always be my angel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Glenn. And now I would like to invite Brenda Marsh of the Paramore Kids Zone to join us on the stage to share her experience with Lieutenant Deborah Clayton. Deborah here, let's give her a hand as she comes. There she is.
First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for Glenn. I really appreciate, my voice is kind of crackled because she was our first choice. And we mentioned it to Glenn, and I said, hey, we're trying to get this application in, and Deborah's so busy, I'm trying to call her to make sure that we put down what she really does over at OPD as well as what she's done for PKZ. So on behalf of Mayor Dyer and the city commissioners and all the great children and families in Paramore, Central Florida Urban League, I am so grateful to stand here today and say to you that she spent a lot of time with us. She, I mean, whenever we called her, she was there. From NASA to crime walks, to just stopping by just to say hi, to share her wedding album with me, Seth. And I just want to say to you that, you know, sometimes you think that when you have those moments with people, you're saying to yourself, you know, just cherish those particular moments. You never know what tomorrow may bring. And sometimes you just don't know the impact of the lives that you touch. So you just better treat people right. You know, just treat people right. And I would say to you that when it comes to Deborah, I would say that Sasha Mills was the PKZ ambassador who recommended her for our hero. And I would be without remiss to mention that today is very special for me. She doesn't know I'm going to say this, but my sister, Sergeant Oliver, is here, and she's being recognized. And I'm just so grateful to be here today and say thank you so much for all the things that you do here for our cops and our youth. And this is probably one of the best programs that honor our heroes while they are still here. And I really appreciate that, Glenn. And just keep up the great work. And even though we're honoring her today, I just want to say to you that her legacy lives forever. And thank you so much for this wonderful, wonderful opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Brenda, for those words. And it's certainly a reminder to cherish today those who are around us and appreciate those people that work so hard in our community. So we really appreciate that. And so now we have an opportunity to begin the awards part of our program. And you've heard about many of our heroes, but now you'll have an opportunity to meet them. And you'll be able to hear from some very special people whose lives they've touched. For some of you, this may be your first time, but this is only the second year of the Honoring Our Heroes Award. But as you can see, it's quickly becoming a favorite program of the Central Florida Urban League as we look at mentoring, comforting, encouraging, and nurturing our youth, and doing that in great partnership with our law enforcement partners around the Central Florida community. So as we call up each officer that we're going to be honoring today, we're also going to ask the young adult or youth adult who nominated the officer to join us on stage. And we extend an invitation to Governor Scott to join us as well for the awards. Our first award goes to Sergeant Lee Van Oliver from the Orange County Sheriff's Department, who was nominated by Ms. Tyler Frater. Ms. Frater is currently a student at Seminole State College, and she will share with us how she credits Sergeant Oliver for getting her to where she is today. So, Tyler? Ladies coming from both directions. They're the truest form of sisterhood, right? Okay. So, Tyler, tell us a little bit about your experience with Sergeant Oliver.
Good afternoon. I'm briefly going to speak from the speech I submitted to nominate Sergeant Oliver. During my senior year of high school, life took another turn in the home I was living in. I wanted to give up and move back home to Miami, Florida, but I knew I wasn't going to graduate high school or probably be alive in a city like Miami at the time. Sergeant Oliver saved me from it, though. My mentors from College Bound Success, Ms. Lisa Jordan and Sergeant Oliver, opened their homes and gave me the option to let me stay with them in Orlando to finish my senior year of high school before I left for college. One of the many few good choices I did make in life so far in 21 years was staying with Sergeant Oliver for the remainder of my senior year. It was very interesting, though, considering the public opinion on law enforcement at the time. But I quickly learned law enforcement officers are people just like us when uniforms are off. Sergeant Oliver, every Sunday, faithfully took me to church with her, fed me, took me to college prep classes, and even sports games. Most importantly, she taught me how to start forgiving my mother. Soon after, she was looked at as more as my mentor, but a gift from God, because he knew I was giving up and needed someone deeply rooted and trusted in him around me. One instance is when, for some reason, I didn't want to go to church one morning. You remember this. So when she got back home from church, she came in my room calmly, talking to me, basically explaining to me that in her life and in her house, she will serve the Lord each and every Sunday. How could I, or why will I argue or complain about that? As it says in 2 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 8 through 11, as God can make all grace abound to you, so that having all sufficiency in all things, you may abound in every good work. He has distributed freely, he has given to you the poor. His righteousness endures forever. Who will supply seeds to the sower and bread for food will supply and multiply your seed for sowing and increase the harvest of your righteousness. You will be enriched in every way to be generous in every way, which through us will produce thanksgiving to God. That moment gave me respect for her, because now as I stand as a third-year college student, it makes it my business every Sunday to be in church, and whoever I am dating must be their priority as well. And on my worst Sunday mornings, when I fell down, I think about the moment with her. I would carry that moment to my future family household and instill that in my children like my mother has. If you think that God always makes your blessings just happen, that's not the case. He will put you in certain people's lives during that trial in your life that he needs you to be with, to understand what he's preparing you for and what you need to learn. And might I add, she taught me food with no salt is just as good, because she doesn't cook with no salt. I, Tyler Frater, would highly and honorably would like to present Sergeant Oliver for Honoring Our Heroes Award because of her always open, welcome arms, faith, showing me a different outlook and permanent positive outlook on law enforcement, and her unconditional, abundant love.
Right, so that is probably the best example of to whom much is given, much is required, right? And I will say, off script, that I don't know Officer Oliver, but how humble is she that she was supposed to make some remarks, and you know, she's probably just happy to do what she's done, and how many of us would open our home, and the children are the future, our youth are, so what an incredible testimony, so fantastic. Thank you so much for all your hard work. And thank you, Tyler, for nominating Sergeant Oliver. Our next award goes to Officer Marty McLean of the Orlando Police Department, who was nominated by Aja Davis. Ms. Davis is a senior at the University of Central Florida who first met the officer whom she calls her hero in 2013. If you could please share with us, when you come to the stage, a little bit about how Officer McLean has helped to shape and direct your life, Aja. Please welcome Aja.
Hi everyone, my name is Aisha Davis, and I'm honoring Officer Marty McLean not only as the PKZ hero, but my hero. In 2013, I was participating in the Dueling Dragons Dragon Boat team when I first met Officer Marty. Police officers were teamed with inner city youth for an initiative to bridge the gap and build positive relationships amongst officers and inner city youth. Officer Marty has shown his dedication, commitment, and willingness to engage in the community to build strong and long-lasting relationships. I personally chose Officer Marty as my hero because...
All right, everybody. We are going to take you now to live aerials in the Bronx right now at a hospital where there are reports that a shooting took place. Working to get you guys the very latest details, but wanted to bring this to your attention now. All right, from local media reports there was reports of an active shooter at the Bronx Lebanian Hospital. Early indication that multiple people were shot. Right now at this time, we're from local media reports that at least two people have been shot here at the hospital. Continuing to get you guys the very latest info. And now we welcome all our viewers watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live for this breaking news alert. We are learning that multiple people shot at the Lebanon Hospital in the Bronx. You could see the rush of first responders there right now, still waiting to see if there is still an active shooter or if that suspect has been neutralized. We'll continue to feed you the latest breaking news as we do get it. Then, according to local media reports, they are now upping the total number of victims to now 3. There was a victim found on the 17th floor, that is according to local media reports there in New York City. The latest that we do know, folks, at least 3 victims shot inside this hospital, the Lebanon Hospital in the Bronx in New York City.
$50 Grand Concourse.
Once again, folks, thank you to all our viewers watching worldwide right now on fox10phoenix.com as well as our Facebook page. We're taking a live look here of multiple people being reported shot inside the Lebanon Hospital in the Bronx in New York City. We're learning that at least 3 victims right now. That number can go up. You know, this is a very fluid situation. We do want to know where all our viewers are watching worldwide right now, so you can put that right there in the chat as we continue to look for the very latest information. And when that does become available, of course, we will pass that along to you right now. We're also learning from other media reports that a gunman using a rifle shot at least 3 people there, and the reports of multiple floors with smoke now at this Bronx, New York hospital. And the latest information right now that we are also getting, still very fluid info, that the suspect was believed to be wearing a doctor's coat. That suspect still not in custody at this time. All right, everybody, and so the latest information that we have, at least 3 people shot here at this Bronx hospital. Still, the suspect outstanding at this moment. There are reports that that suspect had a rifle and also a doctor's coat on in the building when the shooting rampage occurred. We're also learning that the bomb squad is coming to the hospital as well. They believe that the suspect's still on the 17th floor wearing a doctor's lab coat. So once again, we are thinking of all those right now in the hospital, as well as the first responders, as they try to locate the suspect. According to reports there, that they are looking for a suspect wearing a doctor's coat inside the hospital. They think it could be on the 17th floor right now. Suspect possibly on that 17th floor of the Lebanyan Hospital. Still very fluid information. Reports of multiple people shot, up to 3 people. We're hoping that that number does not increase. So as you can imagine, in a hospital, there are just many, many floors. So first responders here, police and bomb squad units will really have to go floor by floor as they try to locate the suspect. And as you can imagine, in a hospital, there's so many places to hide. So you got to check in so many areas, and then you also have to lock down the hospital while at the same time still be helping those in need inside the hospital that need treatment here. For those of you maybe just joining us here, I do want to recap and just let you know the latest that we know up to. 3 people shot at this hospital in New York City. This happening at the Lebanyan Hospital. They do say that the suspect still outstanding at this time, and we're learning that the suspect did have a doctor's lab coat on when the shooting rampage occurred. There we are, have a better look of the first responders there. That whole scene shut down right now as they try to formulate a plan here. We have bomb squad units there as well as the police, and you can bet that the FBI, if not already there, on their way as well. As right now, too early to call if this could possibly be a terrorist situation. For those of you just joining us worldwide here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, this is a breaking situation inside a Bronx hospital in New York City. We're learning up to 3 people have been shot at the Lebanyan Hospital. Suspects still outstanding at this time. We're learning the suspect had a doctor's lab coat on when the shooting rampage occurred. You can see they are getting people out of the hospital right now. There are people being told to leave the scene there. And we also do see canine dogs as well. Okay, a shooting rampage erupted today at the Bronx Lebanyan Hospital Center in New York this afternoon. At least 3 people have been wounded. Police said the gunman may be wearing a white medical coat, according to reports. A source told local Fox 5's Linda Schmidt that a man known to the hospital, possibly a former employee, opened fire inside the hospital with a rifle or a shotgun. A small fire was reported on one of the floors as well. We are continuing to show you live Sky Fox aerials in New York City. We are continuing to follow live here. Sky Fox up in the air. At least 3 people shot. We're hoping that number does not increase. Suspect still outstanding at this time. There are reports that the suspect was in a white doctor's lab coat while the shooting rampage was unfolding inside that hospital. There was also a small fire that was reported on one of the floors as well.
Coat. And then we got word at least 3 doctors on scene had been shot. We do not know the condition of those 3 doctors. We know that at least one of them was being treated. We know that police and fire personnel are making their way into the building even now. This went out as an all-hands-on-deck at Bronx Lebanon Hospital Center. They're at about 173rd Street and the Grand Concourse uptown in New York City. And they swarmed this building, dozens and dozens. We won't know for a couple of hours, but it looked like it could have even been more than 100 people on scene. They had to get to the 16th and 17th floors where we're told this was happening. When they got to that area, they told everybody in this hospital, lock yourselves down, don't leave whatever room you're in, make every effort to stay away from windows and doors because we don't know where this suspect is. The police made their way to the 16th and 17th floors. They found that was a location where the shooter had barricaded himself. They locked everyone down, went door to door. Then Fox 5 in New York City reported of a small fire on the 16th floor. Here's the location of that. You can see Midtown Manhattan there on the center of your screen. That's Central Park that banner is pointing at. And then up there in the Bronx by Yankee Stadium, that's where the hospital is. At any rate, they swarmed the building, went in, apparently, we'll learn from police at some point, took out the suspect in some way. We're told that the mayor of New York City, Bill de Blasio, has been updated on this matter. The pool reporters from the White House now say that the press secretary, Sanders, has been updated on this situation in the Bronx. So the president, who is of course, he's from Queens, New York himself, one of the other boroughs here, he's been updated on this. And Trace Gallagher is watching for details for us. Trace, I would observe once again the swiftness with which these first responders have reacted.
You know, it's funny, Shep, because about 4 or 5 years ago, we did an active shooter scenario in a tall building in a drill. And in that case, the bad guy was, in fact, dressed in black, and that he was very easily to, pick up visually. And it took them several minutes to actually locate where the action was happening, especially on a floor like this, because you have cops that go to the top floor, you have police officers on the bottom floor, and they have to try to make their way into the middle by checking every single room going through. And now you have a scenario where we hear that this guy is dressed up in a doctor's outfit. It makes it even more complicated, where now you have to go room to room and clear them and try and figure out who the good guys from the bad guys are. So in this type of scenario, what they likely do is they check off the rooms almost in the same way that we saw in New Orleans back in Hurricane Katrina, where they go from house to house and they put an X. In this case, they check off rooms by blocking off the corridors themselves. In other words, they set up kind of a blockade in each of the hallways, and then they check the rooms. They keep a list of those rooms, and then they move up to the next floor. So these scenarios always take longer to get information out because, quite frankly, they've got the whole thing buttoned up. You've got police on top. You've got police on the bottom. We believe the shooter is neutralized somewhere inside the building or taken into custody. But in the meantime, you still don't know if there might be somebody else. So you still have to go through the protocols of checking every floor and checking every room. And we have a report still coming in, Shep, where there are nurses and doctors who are hunkered down behind rooms. So in this type of scenario, it really is very difficult for police officers to clear this building, in any short amount of time. Even if they have who they believe the suspect is in custody, you still have to go through the entire checklist to make sure that there's nobody else who can cause harm. And then you throw in one more mix into the recipe, which is the patient safety. You have to make sure the patients are all in their rooms, they are all safe, and that's another layer of intricacies when you're talking about doing these types of searches for potential harmful people. Shep.
Trace, on matters like this, as certainly you well know, the numbers change a lot, but we've just gotten word of what we believe to be a 4th casualty. And when New York City Police and fire say casualty, they just mean someone else who's been injured in one way or another. We're told that 4 people total have been shot, though we'll wait on an official from the NYPD and the FDNY. But I want to tell our viewers a little bit about this place. It's quite an extraordinary hospital. Bronx, Lebanon has been in operation for 120 years. It is the largest voluntary, not-for-profit care center serving the South and Central Bronx with 972 beds at 2 major hospital divisions there.
provides more than 1.1 million visits annually, with 140,000 visits to one of the busiest emergency rooms in all of New York. So to say that this is a busy place would be an understatement, and extremely high traffic in this neighborhood. The latest we have for you is 4 people shot. Fire department officials says the doctors who were shot have been treated or are being treated, and authorities believe that the active shooter situation is over. In other words, whoever this shooter was, they were able to neutralize that suspect in some way. We don't know whether it's self-inflicted or police neutralized him or what it was, but what really matters is that the danger has passed. We have no reason to believe that there are any other suspects at all. Again, our local station, Fox 5, is reporting that the person who was a suspect here is believed to be a former employee of this hospital, and that 3 of the victims in this shooting believed to be doctors who were working inside that hospital at the time. And think of this, whoever this gunman was, you know, any hospital with very high security, I can tell you in New York City, it's especially so, every big building in the city with pretty high security. So getting in there, you have to have all kinds of credentials and passes. You have to be cleared through. It's not an easy process. So this person, who apparently used to be an employee, you come in a white lab coat, and you kind of look like everybody else, I suppose. Whether this person still had credentials of some kind from previous employment there, I frankly don't know. And I also don't know how long ago it was that this person worked there. I won't speculate, but I mean, you can come up with your own thoughts. Like, was this person just fired or something and then just came back in with a grudge after that? Or was this person targeting someone in the building? We don't have a way to know yet. It's really way too early. This began, what's that again? It began exactly 1 hour ago in our local station, WNYW, what New Yorkers watch, Fox 5's live coverage. Let's listen.
At the hospital, and he was let go from the hospital a short time ago. So again, he showed up, male, black, in his 30s, I'm told about 35 years old, showed up armed with a rifle, went up to the 16th and 17th floor, opened fire, just started shooting on both of those floors, and that there are multiple people who have been shot. I'm told between 4 to 6 people have been injured. The suspect is still not in custody, so at this particular moment, his location is unknown. But again, he is a former employee, a doctor.
And there's your whole layout. She is so plugged in this city and just gave us a great rundown of what they've learned. One thing that we're hearing that she's hearing differently is we're hearing that the shooter has been neutralized. I should tell you a little bit behind the scenes here. We're showing videotape of the hospital because so often in New York City, the airspace gets shut down. We don't report generally exactly why airspace is shut down, because normally that's a matter of, some concern. You don't want to just go off reporting everything, but you think about who has lived here in the past and what sort of very big dignitaries are like New Yorkers, and whether some of them in that sort of group might be on the move. When that happens, everything has to clear the sky, and that's what's happened with the choppers now. There's a freeze over lots of the New York City airspace, including the Bronx right now. So air traffic, we've kind of gotten used to it. NYPD has just confirmed to Fox News the shooter is dead. That is the latest that we've gotten from the New York Police Department. And they do not believe there are any more suspects. I believe Fox 5 is still continuing its live coverage, WNYW's live coverage. Let's listen in.
Amidst all the people who work there, he's dressed in a lab coat, fitting in with his staff. It's really just a very difficult and chaotic situation to imagine inside the hospital, where hundreds of people are hearing about this as we speak. And we're just being told that the shooter is down, that the situation may be brought under control by the NYPD. The shooter, again, is down, confirmed by the NYPD, which is a breath of relief for everyone involved in this nightmare that took place at Bronx Lebanon Hospital this afternoon.
When you hear the word shooter is down, we don't know if the shooter is even alive. We just know that the shooter is no longer a threat to the community at large. and inside that hospital. Let's go right to Linda Schmidt. She has new breaking details from the newsroom. Linda.
Yeah, well, as you guys just reported that the shooter is down there. For a while, they didn't know where the shooter was. His location was unknown. But again, we're talking about a male black in his 30s, about 35 years old, shows up at this hospital armed with a rifle. I am told that he is a former employee of the hospital, a doctor who worked there and was let go from his position a short time ago. Now, how long ago that was, last week, last month, we don't know. But he showed up there today, I am being told, with a rifle and just started opening fire on the 16th and 17th
Right, and we should say that
of
this
the
is
hospital. And right now there are between 4 and 6 people that were injured in this multiple shooting. But again, both of you reporting, and it is confirmed by the NYPD that the shooter is down at this particular time.
All right, thank you, Linda. That is certainly a relief as we continue to follow this breaking situation. Bronx Lebanon Hospital, 4 to 6 people shot. A disgruntled doctor apparently came back to
Steve Lacey, the local anchor here at Fox 5 in New York, along with Linda Schmidt, who's reporting. I continue to give props because she is so darn good. The news is that this shooter, who has clearly wreaked havoc at this hospital in the Bronx uptown, is down. The Fox 5 describing him as down. The NYPD officially says the shooter is deceased. By what method, we do not know. But they have no reason to believe there is anyone else who would do anyone harm. Think of it. A doctor who had worked, according to the police, a doctor who worked at this hospital, recently left employment there for one reason or another, came back in there with a lab coat on and a rifle in hand. How in the world somebody gets a rifle into a heavily guarded hospital in the Bronx? I have absolutely no idea, but I suppose where there's a will, there's a way. First ground pictures coming into us now from the scene, and we see the FDNY and police cars on scene with stretchers at the ready, but it appears that this situation is over for the moment, certainly not for the victims. 4 to 6 people injured, including at least 3 doctors at this shooting uptown in New York City. For people who are watching us on Fox television stations, on local stations across the country, we want to return you to your regular programming. I'm Shepard Smith, Fox News, New York. And for those of you who are with us on the Fox News channel, of course, our coverage.
This has been the Fox News Special Report.
Building.
She's saying that they just locked everybody in the room, and now they're on the 6th floor now to take everybody out on the 6th floor.
And so, did you come here because you were concerned about?
Yes, definitely.
Where were you? How did you hear about it? Where were you?
She called me. They just had everybody, they told everybody get into the rooms, stay inside, and she was in there with a patient. And I guess police officer just stood outside on 6th floor, but now they taking everybody out and having them come downstairs.
How nerve-wracking for you?
When you get that call, it's really, really scary.
What's your name?
Josh.
Josh?
Yeah.
And your last name, sir?
Navedo.
I'm sorry, your last name?
Navedo.
Spell that for me.
Navedo.
All right, thanks, Josh. Okay, you know what? We're going to talk to you again. Where'd you come from? Where were you physically?
Droznik area.
Droznik. That's okay. Well, Dave, you were asking about what the folks who were here, and one of those that is here is the son of a patient who had been here. And describe the phone call you got.
Just terrifying. She's calling me. She has a bad heart, and she just get this call where something happened in the hospital, and you don't know what's really going on.
So your mom was in the building on the 6th floor, and describe what she said was going on.
She's still there. They evacuate everybody from the 6th floor now.
But she was told to stay there? Or describe what she told you was going on.
They told us, they told them, everybody go inside the room, and they locked the door. And I guess the officer just stood on the floor. But again, everybody's still there. They trying to bring everybody down now.
And you came rushing over?
Yeah. I came on a motorcycle, so you already know what, just keep going from there.
All right, but at least you got word from her that she's on her way down.
Yeah, she is.
How much of a relief is that?
A little better, but I want to see her. That makes everything better.
All right, thank you. That's Josh, who came over from Throg's next section by motorcycle after he got a call from his mother that she was sheltered in place, locked in a room that was secured by police as they went through the building during the shooting incident where multiple people were shot, possibly by a former employee. Now getting word that they are going to be bringing people down, that the building appears to be cleared now, and certainly good news for him. That's the latest from here. Back to you guys.
All right, everyone, we are now going to take you to our Fox 5 coverage. We do have this ground shot of the scene there in New York City, but we do want to go now to our Fox 5 breaking news coverage out of New York.
Is Dr. Henry Bello. He was let go from the hospital recently. He is now dead. He shot at least 4 to 6 people, we're being told from police sources inside the hospital, before he himself lost his life. It's unclear whether he took his own life or he was shot by the NYPD.
It sounds like possibly, although it's not confirmed, that the gunman was found dead on a floor. We're not getting the details confirmed by the NYPD, but that's what it's sounding like from multiple reports, although at this time nothing is confirmed as of yet. 4 to 6 people shot. Right now, the big task at hand for law enforcement is securing this hospital. There are nearly 1,000 beds in here. They don't really know. They're probably looking at surveillance video to know exactly where the shooter had visited to secure those areas. We don't know if they're undetonated explosives. We don't know what was left behind. And you can imagine the crowds of people trying to call in, trying to find their loved ones. So they really have to secure this massive medical facility before they can let people in, even people who need life-saving treatment.
All right, we're hearing now from the AP that the gun the former doctor at the hospital brought in to unleash this carnage was hidden within his hospital vest. So I guess presumably he came back to work dressed in his former work outfit, including the doctor's coat, hid the gun in the coat, somehow got past the front desk where there was just waving by saying if you got a swipe or whatever, and went up to the 16th and 17th floor where he shot 4 to 6 people, at least 2 of whom were doctors, and what appears to have been some sort of grudge resulting from his firing from the hospital a short while ago. He was practicing family medicine at Bronx Lebanon Hospital before he was let go at some point in the recent hospital, and he returned today. with revenge on the mind and shot 4 to 6 people who appear to have all been his colleagues. But that's unconfirmed, but that's certainly all the evidence leads us to that conclusion at this point.
All right. You see... Okay, so the reason why we don't have live pictures is because earlier the NYPD was scrubbing the air. Basically, that's getting all aircraft, non-essential aircraft, out of that airspace because they were looking for the shooter. They had not found that shooter and secured the area, so they had requested aviation help. Right now, I don't think we're being allowed in to get you a live aerial view, but slowly things will get back to normal. If you're watching us right now, you have a loved one inside, and you're desperately trying to get information about that, just stay tuned. We'll give you more information as it becomes available. But right now, they're just trying to secure that area, make sure everyone's safe, everyone gets the medical treatment that they need before they open it up to people desperately trying to find their loved ones.
Right, and we are waiting for an update from the NYPD right now to give us the final figures. But I mean, it's a testament to just how active a situation this was that, you know, we haven't got that yet because they are still trying to go room to room, obviously, and ease all the concerns of the patients inside. And obviously people who may have just recovered from surgery are on the way into surgery. This sort of stress and trauma before or directly after that is a health risk in and of itself. So a very difficult situation for hospital employees who need to tend to their patients, while obviously also being frazzled himself upon word that a former doctor who used to work at the hospital in family medicine returned this afternoon a short while after being let go by the hospital.
Somehow got their security.
Somehow got in, went back up to the 16th and 17th floors, presumably where he used to work, targeting ex-employees that he felt begrudged against, and shot 4 to 6 of them, 2 of whom are doctors. We know one was a woman shot in the abdomen, so it appears this was a very targeted thing where he went back and tried to take revenge on coworkers who he felt wronged by.
Right, but we don't really know for sure. I mean, maybe they were trying to protect the patient. You really don't know. You just know that this is a troubled individual who, instead of seeking the help that he so desperately needed, possibly, went back to his place of former employment and apparently, according to the NYPD, shot 3 to 4 people. Some of them doctors.
Potentially 6,
upwards
right.
of 6. I mean, at this point, we really don't know how many. It could be even more than 6 at this point.
Right, there are reports potentially 3. I'm just scanning my Twitter right now. Yep, and as far as how did he get the gun in, the AP reporting that he was able to hide it in his white doctor's coat.
I mean, that's not really easy to hide.
No, I know.
I mean, you would even see someone walking with that. It's an awkward gait, right?
Right. Maybe it was busy.
But you come in like that, you're in for business.
Yeah.
I mean, someone's going to spot you. They're going to call security. It's kind of snowballs from there. We don't know if police shot the gunman. We just know that he is now dead. That threat has been eliminated. Now it takes the long process of going room by room and securing that area.
All right, we are looking at video that was shot just a while ago. The helicopters were told to move out of the airspace surrounding that hospital by the NYPD when this was still an active shooter situation. The good news is that is no longer the case. As Christina mentioned, the shooter, who's been identified as Dr. Henry Bello, is dead. Whether he took his own life or shot by the NYPD is unknown at this point, and frankly, it is somewhat irrelevant. This is someone who was fired by the hospital a short while ago from his job as a family practitioner, returned this afternoon, and shot 4 to 6 people who appear to have all been former colleagues on the 16th and 17th floors. This all taking place past hour 15 minutes or so. You can see this is a massive facility, lots of people, lots of patients, lots of employees inside. In advance of what's, typically a very busy weekend. We hear all the accidents, car accidents, fireworks accidents, you name it, a holiday weekend. Hospitals are busy places to be. And this is just the craziest start to the weekend for everyone who works there and is a patient as we endured an active shooter situation.
It was an earlier strong concern. We heard reports of a small fire on an upper-level floor, like the 16th or 17th floors. That's what we were hearing. Thankfully, we were watching the live video stream, and we saw no big activity from the FDNY. It looks like that small fire was contained. And then the focus turned to looking for the gunman as well. Had there been a large fire in this hospital, the casualty count would have been so much greater, and that was a big concern early on. But it looks like the threat has been eliminated as of now.
All right. At least 4 to 6 victims, though. That is the bad news. We don't know their condition as of right now. They appear to have been former colleagues. of the doctor who was let go a short while ago. Again, the gunman being identified as Dr. Henry Bello, a former family medicine practitioner at Bronx Lebanon Hospital, who returned today with a rifle hidden in his lab coat and shot 4 to 6 people. Presumably his colleagues were being told 2 to 3 doctors were among those shots. So this appears to be someone with a grudge who decided to return with a gun and settle it.
And this is a major hospital in this community. The Bronx Lebanon Hospital Center, just so as you know, getting that background, describes itself as the largest voluntary, not-for-profit healthcare system in the South and Central Bronx. They have nearly 1,000 beds. This is a massive medical complex. And so you can imagine how long it's going to take before this medical facility gets back online. There are hundreds and hundreds of patients in there, medical employees, staff, as they work to secure this facility floor by floor, room by room, going to surveillance video and seeing exactly where this alleged shooter went to make sure nothing was left behind, see if there was any sabotage, making sure everyone's safe. That's the first priority. And now you have to think of the casualties, people who were wounded by the shooter. Are they getting the medical help that they need? Thankfully, it is a hospital. You can imagine there must be hundreds of doctors inside with the best medical equipment. Our thoughts are with them right now, as well as for the families whose loved ones are inside this hospital and don't know what's going on.
Right. And all the patients locked in their rooms, presumably seeing this on the TV, hearing about it online. Maybe they're on the beds, you know, on Twitter, seeing about an active shooter within the hospital. Certainly a very scary modern-day scenario that we see too much of these days. But again, at least the good news here is the gunman has been contained. He was a former doctor who was shot and killed or took his own life. Either way, the gunman is dead. He's down, according to the NYPD's terminology. That happened within the past 20 minutes or so, but not before he was able to shoot 4 to 6 people.
All right, we have Michael McCann, a security expert, on the phone right now for us live. Michael, what do you make of all this?
Well, it's, of course, a very serious situation, and the fact that I heard the last bit of what you're talking about, that it's a little bit different, that it occurred at a hospital where you have all the medical people, they can treat the people that were injured. But again, it's something that's evolved over the last number of years, the police response to shootings such as this. Years ago, they didn't approach it or go right in and to take down the shooter. Now that's done automatically. The first responders enter the building, and the first priority is to get the shooter and then also take care of anyone that's injured.
So, Michael, the scariest part of this situation and what makes it so challenging also, in addition to the fact that there are hundreds of wounded people in there needing medical assistance at any moment, moment to moment, this gunman allegedly went in wearing a white lab coat with an assault rifle under it. And so, really, when police are going in there, they're going in blind. Any one of those medical employees could be the shooter.
Yes, that's the challenge for law enforcement when they enter any kind of a facility or wherever it is where there's an active shooter. Is it's difficult to determine one, if there's only one shooter, and to locate the shooter and determine who is the bad guy, so to speak, versus the people that are there that are victims or people that are employed there, or the patients in this case. And it's challenging for them also because it's not like a situation where the patient.
It is certainly a frightening scenario. You know, we continue to see all these places that were thought of formerly as safe spaces for people. Certainly, I can't think of a place that fits that bill more than a hospital where you just don't expect the random chaos of the world outside to follow you into the hospital. Are you aware in your role as a security expert, do they train for this sort of thing? I mean, it's so overwhelming trying to prepare for modern life, certainly in a medical facility like this, dealing with all sorts of issues on their own within our healthcare system, to then also have to deal for an active shooter situation. I'm sure there is some plan, but it's just difficult to see when they would find the time to sort of prepare for something as chaotic as this.
Right, Stephen, can I interject for a second? I got in my ear from the Associated Press that one person has been confirmed dead and the gunman shot himself, which is a scenario, Michael, we're seeing more and more. That person walks in with an assault rifle under their coat. They're not planning to leave.
Yes, so that's, again, for the police. But to go back to the question as far as the training, yes, it is done. The police have this very modern facility that they just built in Queens. So they have all different scenarios that they can run through there. Mm-hmm. And in addition to that, the hospital itself they've developed their own plan for all kinds of emergency incidents, including active shooter scenarios. So I'm sure that the hospital and their security people have trained in this and have developed plans and what the response will be for the people that are there, for them to run, to hide, and if need be to fight back. And the local police, the training people and the commanding officer of the local precinct has probably met with them, and they've possibly have done even scenarios themselves where they've practiced this drill. So it's much different than it was a number of years ago, where the paradigm has changed now with the response to go in and take the shooter down and then to treat the injured as quickly as they can.
Right, because, we saw sort of like, there was a lot of second guessing after the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, which was, we just passed the year anniversary of that there was a long time before police went in, and in the meantime, a lot of people died during that wait. You mentioned now the goal is to get in as fast as possible and take out the gunman.
The first response, whether it's just one of the local police officers patrolling, walking in a car, their training now is to go right in and to find the shooter and to neutralize the shooter, which is, again, very challenging for them. Go ahead.
We live in such challenging times, Michael. You have decades of security expertise. You're also designing these security protocols for when things go wrong. In this troubled economy, a lot of people are let go. What is the security protocol for a former employee who shows up at their former workplace? Is that cause for alarm? Because we see it again and again.
Yes, it is, but it's all the planning that's done ahead of time. I meet with a lot of businesses that go through this scenario where they're letting somebody go and they're worried about workplace violence or them coming back.
Right.
So what it is done is that they have a plan in place when they have people, their personnel people, their medical people, the supervisors. What they should be doing is constantly evaluating the people that work for them. And if there are problems, like whether it's a security agency, a school, Fox News, when the people know who's there and who works there, is someone having some problems, whether it's something personal, is there going through their life, is there substance abuse, whatever the issues may be, the people that are their co-workers would know first, and to have a system in place where they can identify these people, get them to help, and if it is a process where they're going to terminate them, is to go through that process in a very professional way, getting the union people involved, getting their family involved, getting the personnel department involved, to make sure it's done in a professional way where they're not going to have an incident like this, would at least minimize the chances.
Right, and if you had to speculate, knowing that this was a former employee who returned to work apparently wearing the white lab coat to mask the gun, how do you suspect they got in? Was it a head nod to someone who he recognized, and maybe that person at the front desk isn't up to date on who has been fired recently, things like that? I mean, how do you think he would have got in?
This is like a 120-year-old hospital. Surely they've let go of employees who are angry and have come back before. You have to wonder what their protocol is.
Well, I think what the protocol would be is to work with the security department, and when people let go, depending on what their access control system is, the security people or the access control system would deny them entry. The security people would be made aware of the fact that somebody was let go, or if there's a potential for violence of somebody that's worked there and is quit or resigned or is out on leave, that they should be made aware of this, so that if that person does come in, it would heighten their awareness and for them to approach the person and to see what their issues are or why they're coming back to the facility.
Right, and Michael, a lot of these cases when we have these mass shootings in areas that are urban or crowded and dense, these places do have security. But let's talk about the reality of the situation. If someone's coming at you with an assault rifle and there's security there, looking and scanning at hundreds of people going in and out, it's very hard to catch in time.
Well, yes, it is, but it's based on the security people. If they're there, their training, how they're going to respond to it and how they're going to address the people that are the employees or the staff or the visitors, to get them out of the way or get them away from direct them to a safe area, and then for them to address whatever the threat is. And the security people in many of these places are not armed, so they should not be expected to confront somebody that's armed with a gun. But at least they would be instructed or trained to have the people that are the staff or others to direct them to a safer area or direct them to exit the building.
All right, Michael, stay with us. I just want to update our viewers, if anyone's tuning in right now, what's going on. This is Bronx Lebanon Hospital, where a former doctor, as you see on your screen, identified as Dr. Henry Bello, returned to work today armed with an assault rifle, shot 4 to 6 of his colleagues before taking his own life. That is from the NYPD. He took his own life after shooting 4 to 6 people in the hospital. The assumption right now that we're working off is that those were former colleagues. Again, he was a family practitioner at the hospital until recently being let go. It appears he came back to settle professional grudges with a rifle today at the hospital. This all took place around 3 o'clock this afternoon. This is a live shot from the ground. Around the corner, you can see still a very active situation. Lots of police on the ground. This whole situation evolving as we speak. Basically, the hospital's in lockdown. The local news helicopters were forced to get out of the airspace so the NYPD could try to get this situation under control. But the good news is the shooter, who was a doctor who used to work at the hospital, has taken his own life, and it does appear that that brings the active shooter portion of this situation to an end.
But sadly, one person has been confirmed to be killed. Earlier, we heard reports of several casualties, including doctors being shot as well. The details are still coming in at this hour. Michael, are you still there?
Yes, I still am.
Michael, what's the process going to be now that the active shooter situation has been taken down? What are police going to do now?
Well, again, they're going to confirm, which has already been reported, that there was one shooter, that there's not more than one. They're also going to continue the search to make sure that anyone that's injured is properly cared for. Also to locate anyone that may not know that the incident is over or that the shooter has been apprehended or is dead, if they're hiding in a place or hiding in a room. So they'll go through the whole facility. They will also collect whatever evidence that may be there, and to determine that there's no other weapons, that he didn't come in with another weapon that's left there or discarded, or any other devices that may be discarded.
You know, we're seeing some reports. I'm just scanning my Twitter right now. There are reports of some incredible heroism taking place within the hospital. Apparently, some of the doctors refused to evacuate, and they treated the victims. So certainly, you know, the bravery involved in that. The good news for the victims, you know, not that there's any good news, but they are in a hospital, so they were as close as they could be, right, to medical care.
Medical care.
So hopefully that would help in the recovery, although unfortunately we do know one of the victims has been killed. They died as a result of gunshot wounds they suffered this afternoon during this active shooter situation, where a disgruntled former doctor at the hospital returned with an assault rifle of some sort hidden beneath his white doctor coat.
So Michael McCann, our security expert, is on the phone live with us right now. Michael, are there any signs of this happening after everything is said and done? Do people usually say, oh, I always thought it would be that person, he seemed troubled to me, or does it come out of the blue? Because it seems like both sides of the equation are coming into play.
No, generally there are, like you mentioned before, is that a lot of people after it happens will say, oh, I knew, or we saw something and there was a feeling, or there was a gut reaction, and they may not have addressed it. So there are signs. One is you're looking, does someone have a change in their pattern, their work pattern? Are they calling in sick? Are they disgruntled? Are they talking about guns? Or are they talking about issues that are concerned them more than just a normal, as people are sitting around having a cup of coffee? Are there substance abuse issues? People that are coming in late? Any kind of change in pattern and what they're verbalizing and what they're talking about.
Right,
so
Michael.
You can,
Go ahead.
yes.
So we've heard of those cases as well, but, you know, you think about losing one's job, that's one's livelihood. I mean, taking that away, that can be very devastating. That could trigger some mental health issues, can it not?
Yes, it is, but there are professional ways of addressing it. If you are, I don't know if this person was recently fired or his employment was discontinued, but there are ways of addressing that to make sure that all the people at the workplace are involved, including the union people, including any counselors, the medical people, his boss, or the supervisors, to make sure that even though the person is being let go, that any issues he may have, if he has those issues that are substance abuse or other things that are affecting his life, is to get these people to get him help, and also to discuss with him and follow-up opportunities for another job. So there are quite a few things that can be done to address these things before it becomes a situation like this.
Michael, New York City is full of these massive buildings and office complexes and medical complexes. If you're in that situation and you're not getting any direction from the hospital, because they're also in an active situation, what are you supposed to do when you know there's a shooting in the building? Do you just hunker down and hide, or do you try to exit and leave?
Well, it's depending again on the situation, but the advice for people now is three things. One is to run to get away from the situation. If they can't get away, then to hide, to lock themselves or hide in a room or a closet or any place that's even if it's under a desk. And then finally, if you can't do any of those, then to fight, to do the best you can to fight off the attacker.
All right, great advice there.
All right, and you can see we've got a live shot from the ground level, as well as some aerial footage that was shot a while ago before the news choppers were told to move out of the airspace around Bronx Lebanon Hospital. As you see on the bottom of your screen, one person dead, and the gunman separately killed himself after wounding 4 to 6 colleagues, taking at least one person's life. We don't know the status on the other people who were wounded, but again, this was apparently a disgruntled former employee, a doctor, who returned to the hospital today and shot 4 to 6 people who apparently were his colleagues. That's certainly the working theory right now.
Michael McCann, our security expert, is live on the phone with us right now. Michael, considering the assault rifle that this alleged shooter had, the casualty count, which we don't know right now, but it could have been much, much worse. Is that true?
Oh, absolutely. And even if you look at the first responders, the people that are responding, they're armed with probably a 9mm or a handgun, so they have to face someone that's much more well-equipped than they are. And that will be something that the investigators will be looking at, the detectives. Where did this gun come from, and how was it purchased, and to track that, and also to see if he has any more weapons at home, and to go to his home to see that everything there is in order, meaning that he hasn't done anything to any of his family members.
All right, Michael, don't go away. We want to read you a tweet from the mayor's office. If we could put that on the screen. It basically reads, the mayor has been briefed on the shooting incident of Bronx Lebanon Hospital. The NYPD is on the scene, so Mayor de Blasio is being briefed right now. We should expect a statement shortly.
Right, we're hoping for some sort of on-camera update exactly as to what took place inside the hospital. We do know the gunman's dead. We do know one of their colleagues, or one of the victims at a minimum, was shot as part of this, is also dead. We don't know the conditions of the 5 or so other victims that we are aware of at this point after the shooting that took place on the 16th and 17th floor. A disgruntled doctor who was let go by the hospital recently returned today with a gun and shot 4 to 6 people are the latest figures we have, one of whom is dead. The gunman himself is dead after taking his own life.
And we were relieved to see we have Dana Arshan live on the scene earlier. She was bringing us live images from on the ground. Dana, what do you know?
Hi, so what we're seeing here, I mean, you wouldn't even recognize this area. We pulled up, there are ambulances everywhere. There are hundreds of people on the sidewalks trying to see what's going on. Actually, just moments ago, a woman came up to me. Her name is Cynthia, telling me that she is a nurse on the 9th floor of that hospital. She's off every Friday. She actually called her colleagues. One of them was on the 9th floor talking to her. She said they were all hiding in a bathroom while this was going on. The police are telling us that it did happen on the 17th floor, but even on the 9th floor, they were hearing gunshots, a lot of chaos. As you can see behind me, there are police officers walking around. This is a DCPI official hearing that there will be a press conference soon to update us on whatever they know. There are ambulances, there is police tape everywhere, and people just trying to figure out what happened, if everyone they know inside is okay, and again, just trying to get all the details here. I know you have been telling the viewers what we know. Again, to reiterate, we know that several people, perhaps 4 to 5 people, were shot. 2 of them doctors is what we're hearing from sources. Again, we are hearing, yes, it is confirmed from police that the shooter, who was a former doctor, is dead. And here on scene, again, people just trying to figure out what happened, and more people wanting to see if there are patients that will be coming out. But we will be here, and if we hear anything, we'll make sure to send it back to
to you.
All right, thank you. And this was a disgruntled doctor who obviously, violated the code that all doctors take, which is to do no harm. But we all are also hearing some incredible tales of heroism from inside the hospital of other doctors who refused to be evacuated so that they could treat the victims of this doctor, Dr. Henry Bello, who took his own life after shooting 4 to 6 people inside the hospital.
Including doctors.
Right, you mentioned Dana Archer said 2 people, maybe 3 of those victims were doctors. We do know 1 person is dead. We don't know the condition of the other 5 or so
But our
victims
thoughts
at
are
this
with
point.
them right now. They must have the best medical care available.
All right, we are about to get another picture from the scene right now. We're looking, the upper left is the view of the hospital, the Bronx Lebanon Hospital from the ground floor, and what you're seeing on the right is some aerials.
You know, you saw some cars going by, so it looks like a much calmer scene compared to what it was before, which was total lockdown. It looks like there is some traffic going through. I don't know if those are detectives' vehicles, unmarked vehicles going through on those side streets as well. It was interesting to see the FDNY presence as well, because earlier we were hearing reports of a small fire, but that clearly was contained.
Right, that might have
been
been a result of the gunfire or something, maybe something volatile within the hospital.
Or set by the gunman. We really don't know at this point.
Yep.
But the gunman was found dead. Right now, piecing together the details. Coming into Fox 5, it sounds very much like a murder-suicide, but we don't know at this point. Details are not confirmed. Mayor de Blasio sending out a tweet from his office saying he has been briefed. We're awaiting an NYPD press briefing as well to get the very latest details on the suspect. Dr. Henry Bello, who was a family practitioner, worked in this hospital, was a former employee, returned allegedly, opened fire with an assault rifle under his white lab coat, knew that building inside and out, accounting for that very long search and rescue process for local law enforcement. But considering the fact and the challenge of this massive medical facility, it was very quick and very efficient and well done.
It was interesting what Dana said, too. This happened primarily on the 16th and 17th floors, but people as far down as the 9th floor could hear the gunshots, and they fled into the closets for safety. Certainly, just, I mean, a terrifying situation when you hear a gun go off. Certainly at a place like this, when people are more vulnerable than elsewhere, inside a hospital there to be treated for whatever injuries they're suffering from, and then you've got a gunman on the loose on top of that. Very tough to keep people calm in that situation. A lot of people not mobile on their own, so a lot of people had to just lock themselves in their hospital room and hope for the best. The good news at this point, though, is that the active shooter situation is over. The shooter's down. Former doctor, Dr. Henry Bello, he took his own life after shooting 4 to 6 of his, what appears to have been his colleagues. It appears this was some sort of workplace grudge. We know that the mayor is on the scene on his way to Bronx Lebanon Hospital, and we hope to get more information
just to get a lay
of
of the land. I mean, it is a critical scene right there with people wanting to get in, people needing to get out, surgeries needing to happen, wounded inside as well. 1 confirmed dead, but we're hearing several people were shot. So those people need medical attention, which they are getting inside. Also, we're hearing stories of heroism. I mean, people on those lower floors could have evacuated. And we did not see massive evacuations going on, perhaps because local law enforcement had them stay put, but many people, medical heroes, choosing to stay with their patients who needed their care.
And you do have to worry about all the logistical issues now, people who may have been scheduled to go into surgery, then this happens, everybody's forced to flee. The chaos level inside, what do you do?
Surgery and an active shooting
you're about to go in, you just came out. It's a level of trauma you can't really deal with when you're in a weakened state like that.
But they have to take care of their patients, even though they're fearing for their lives.
Yeah, it's a pretty frightening scenario. What can you say? Real world intrudes once again on a place that you would not expect to have to deal with something like this, which, by all accounts at this point, appears to have been a workplace grudge. A doctor who had been let go returned to settle the score with his former colleagues. 4 to 6 people were shot. The gunman took his own life, so that is where we are right now at this situation. This all took place over the past hour and a half, and it's a frightening situation for everyone involved, including the police who have to march into a hospital knowing the gunman is dressed in a white hospital coat, fitting in with all the co-workers there. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
At the age of 8, her father came...
All right, everyone. This is a live scene from the ground there in New York. This is the Bronx, where a former employee, disgruntled, he was employed at this hospital, a doctor, returns to his former workplace, carries an assault rifle, hides it in his doctor's lab coat, and then shoots multiple people. Again, according to Fox 5 in New York, 4 to 6 people were shot. They are hearing reports that 1 person is dead. We also know that the suspect, the gunman, took his own life. An unfortunate scene here in New York. We'll continue to bring you live coverage. These are the live pictures coming in right now from New York City, and we'll work to get you any additional information. We are expecting a press conference from the mayor soon. Again, this is the latest information that we have according to our sister station, Fox 5 in New York. A doctor who opened fire at Bronx Lebanon Hospital Center in New York this afternoon is dead. The New York Police Department arrived at the scene soon after the 2:50 p.m. report with a massive response of personnel and vehicles. Again, this incident took place at 2:50 p.m. New York time. We know that between 4 and 6 people were shot, at least 1 person died, and several more have been hurt. At least 2 of the victims are doctors. A source told Fox 5 that the gunman, Dr. Henry Bello, was a former employee of the hospital who opened fire inside the hospital with a rifle or possibly shotgun. He was wearing a lab coat and apparently concealed the rifle under the coat, according to the Associated Press. A small fire was reported on one of the floors. This hospital is 120 years old. Again, it is a breaking news story. We will continue to update you as new details become available. Of course, as soon as we get that live press conference in from New York, we will, of course, take you to that here on News Now. Again, 1 person dead. In addition to the gunman killed himself. Now, according to the Associated Press, 1 person was killed and 6 others were hurt. This is the latest story from the Associated Press. A man pulled a rifle from under his white lab coat and opened fire inside a Bronx hospital today, killing at least 1 person and wounding others before apparently taking his own life. The gunfire broke out at 2:50 p.m. inside the Bronx Lebanon Hospital, bringing police. Looks like we are getting an update from police now.
Get rid of your bag and stuff because I'm expecting a lot more people. Yeah. In a second. Take your flag off, please. Put it right here so you get sound. Hey, whose blue cable is this? I'm gonna move you closer.
Again, we are waiting for an update from police in New York. The NYPD will be updating the press soon regarding this incident, where we know at least 1 person was killed, in addition to the gunman who killed himself following the shooting rampage.
All right. Are you guys ready? Are you plugging in? You got it? Yeah, okay. Oh, he's in. You have a guy in. Your guy's in. All right, are you guys ready for a sound? Guys, just a while. I just want to get everything going. Guys, please, just give me a thumbs up and make sure you have sound. On the left, my left, sound, thumbs up. Channel 11, sounds good. Fox 5. Sounds good on the right. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, testing. Thumbs up on my right. Channel 11, we good with sound? Sound is good? I do not have an ETA, Sarah, no. Things are still very much unfolding. I didn't see it. Hey, Rick. How are you, Brian? All right, who's our latecomers? I don't know. As you can imagine, it's a little busy in there. Is everyone plugged in here? Put it right here.
Should they be close?
Yeah. Oh, take it off and then put it through the hole and then. I made them take away their flares just so they have enough room. Absolutely not.
No?
You're not going to be able to do that.
I really would.
No, you're not. No. You can't. Seriously, in all seriousness, don't do it.
In all seriousness,
There'll be too many people. Get close. I'm going to record it anyway, so I'll feed you audio all the time. I'm trying, yeah. Oh, yeah. Nothing's going to start until we're ready.
Yes, go ahead if you need to put
Yeah,
that up.
try and get as close as possible. Take that off. You got a little hole right here. Go over right there. No, put it right here.
Gonna have to.
Say? I don't know yet. The mayor, take your flag off for me, buddy. I just want to make sure everyone has enough room. That's it. Put it right here for me.
No problem.
Or if you want, you put. You fit it. Nah, it's all right. Put it
Thank you.
right there. Yep. Perfect. Thank you. Does anyone else need a mic up here? Oh.
Nobody takes all of ours.
Oh, I hope you know where your microphones are. Take your flag off. Come right here.
It's the best idea you've had in a long time.
Thank you. You need a mic up here? Do you need a mic up here?
Are we ready, Michael?
I want to do a survey now. All right, does anyone else need a mic up here? All right. I'm going to wait for my friend over here to plug in. Peter, I'm going to do a sound check, all right? Guys, I'm going to do a sound check, so... Over here. I don't know, Miggy. Have you been here a couple of times? President Trump's coming. Come on. I think you need to get over here. I think you need to stay here. For this moving man. Yeah, I know, but this is one of the do me a favor, take your flag off, so I want to make sure everyone, because a lot of people are coming in late here. Yeah, you can sit there. Yeah. 100%, especially something like this. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of things are going on. We got to do something about this. The public. No, because the power. By the time we take away your microphone, we have to get power. For the Chelsea bomb, we did this. It worked perfect. All right. We're going to go sound check. Everyone plug in, please. All right, on my left, sound, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Thumbs up if I'm good. Thumbs up, Peter, good? Good. Middle, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, thumbs up. Testing, 1. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Good in the middle. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4 on the right. Good on the right. Good. Testing. Good. Good.
Yep.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. Are you guys good?
I'm gonna call the office.
I'd imagine that we're going to keep it. Right?
Oh, yeah, great. That's the last thing on my mind. Okay. All right. Keep answering the phone, Vinny. Oh, let me get Vinny. Yeah, I got Vinny. Vinny, hang on.
Center line.
I shouldn't have anybody standing behind the mic.
Hey guys. Can you go high? Sarah. Can you guys go high? Can you go high over here? They're here late to the dance. I guess they're gonna have to go behind him. And can you guys go high? Can you go high over here?
They'll get the same shot. They're going to be fine. Good? Comfortable there? Will look better. Come on, squeeze in. He's calling me? No, but he's going to...
Former work at the hospital, at the Bronx Lebanon Hospital, and opened fire with an assault rifle.
Right. Earlier, you could see the streets absolutely jammed with emergency vehicles. Now, what we're seeing are private kind of unmarked cars. We're seeing detectives and investigators and the top brass of the NYPD and local law enforcement show up, possibly the FBI as well. We're also awaiting a live NYPD news conference at any moment. We're also hearing Mayor de Blasio is on the scene, just trying to get as much information as possible.
Right, and you can see, one of the cameras off right now. We're seeing all the tactical teams that responded. They're sort of in a stand-down mode, but this was quite the response an hour and a half ago. As you can imagine, the idea of a doctor who used to work at the hospital returning, dressed in a white lab coat, fitting in with the employees, an active shooter situation. When it comes to law enforcement situations, this is really as tricky and difficult as you can get, trying to sort friend from foe. One person, a former doctor at the hospital with a grudge, returning with an assault rifle of some sort. He shot 4 to 6 people, we're told, before taking his own life within the past hour.
And you're hearing lots of stories come out right now. Not that the threat has apparently been eliminated. You're hearing about patients who had been at the hospital, people who had appointments there today, stories of hero medical personnel who didn't evacuate and stayed to save the lives of patients who desperately needed their medical aid. We're also hearing the people who were shot, eyewitness accounts, according to several sources, they were just apparently caught off guard. We're hearing one story of a doctor who was shot and people on that floor using a emergency fire hose as a tourniquet. So basically, they're just caught off guard in this medical setting, just trying to get their hands on whatever medical equipment they can to save the lives of these up to 6 people who were wounded by this alleged gunman.
Right. Also reports of great heroism from workers at the hospital who refused to be evacuated themselves so that they could help treat the victims of this gunman who was a former doctor. Some of his victims also doctors at the hospital. Just a crazy situation unfolding here at Bronx Lebanon Hospital. This all took place around 3 o'clock this afternoon when a disgruntled former doctor who had been let go returned to the hospital armed with a rifle and shot 4 to 6 of his colleagues. And again, the big question right now is what is the condition of those other colleagues? We do know one person was killed and the gunman took his life. What we don't know is the status of those 5 other people.
And you have to wonder, I mean, I'm looking, you can't see it on the screen, but we're looking at the setup of the live NYPD news conference that's about to take place. They're doing mic checks and things like that. But in the background, you see heavily armed SWAT team members congregating. So we really don't have the details. Right now, we know there's one alleged shooter, but that maybe that person was working in tandem with another individual. Maybe there were explosives left inside the hospital, something was sabotaged. You really don't know. There is a heavy police presence right now. This is the camera trained. The podium is there on that scene while we're awaiting this NYPD press conference. But you see, it's a heavily armed police presence there right now because you never know. Where there's a crowd, there could be danger.
Right, and we've seen these scenarios right before where just eliminating the gunman doesn't put an end to the problem, right? Sometimes they do, booby trap other places, things like that. Although at this point, to be honest, there's no indication of that. But the idea that they have taken out the gunman doesn't always mean the situation's over, so they have to continue to act with extreme caution.
Who knows what he could have wreaked inside as a former employee, a highly trained doctor. He has access to medical files. He knows the...
And that's a great point. Obviously, someone brilliant enough to be a doctor, the amount of damage they can wreak when they go in a situation like this where they sort of just lose touch with reality and became so fixated on revenge from his former colleagues who he feels wronged by. This was a doctor who was let go by the hospital at some point in the not-so-distant future, and apparently he came back today with revenge on the mind. You can see this is sort of the... after the fact here, you can see the heavily armed SWAT teams and stuff like that. It appears they're sort of in a stand-down mode right now while we wait for an update from the NYPD and from the mayor.
Yeah, it looks like they're standing down right now, but you never know. With professionals like that, in a moment, they'll be ready to go. A heavy police presence there, all around there. If you're near the Grand Concourse area, near Bronx Lebanon Hospital, just stay away. They're trying to secure that area. You can imagine throngs of loved ones just rushing there. I know if I knew someone inside there, I would just go there, desperately trying to get as much information as I possibly can. They haven't really secured the hospital. They're going to go room by room, floor by floor, probably looking over surveillance video to make sure they can track the path of exactly where this troubled individual went and what damage was inflicted, what was touched, just to make sure that area is completely
And how this
secure.
former doctor was able to get back into his old workplace, that's something that they're going to be looking at very carefully after the fact, as well as in addition to any hospital safety protocols, procedures they might want to put into place. Obviously, all the other hospitals in the city, they're seeing this and saying, boy, how do we prevent something like this from happening? That's a conversation every workplace has to have in this modern era, where people just seem hell-bent on revenge with a weapon when things go wrong in the workplace, as appears to have happened here. A doctor fired by Bronx Lebanon Hospital returning with his weapon, and that this is the aftermath of that. After shooting 4 to 6 people, one of whom died, the doctor then took his own life. And we are waiting now to sort of get an update on the conditions of the 5 or so other people who were shot, at least 2 or 3 of whom appear to have been doctors at this facility. So that is the big question now. And again, it's 86 degrees, Friday afternoon, holiday weekend. You know, hospitals are already geared up to be busier on a holiday weekend like this.
And a lot of people are on vacation as well during this time.
And that's just any number of issues they had to deal with as this all unfolded this afternoon here at the Bronx Lebanon Hospital. All right, we continue to follow the breaking news in the Bronx, where 1 person's dead, 6 others have been wounded by a shooter at the Bronx Lebanon Hospital. We're told the shooter is also dead, but right now the circumstances surrounding his death are not clear.
We begin our team coverage with Dana Arshan, who is live at the scene with the very latest. Good evening, Dana.
Good evening. I just mentioned in my last shot before that I had spoken to a man who had seen one of the doctors get shot. He only speaks Spanish. We were just talking. I'm going to see if we can actually zoom in and see these papers. If we can try to zoom down right here. It might be a little difficult, but these are papers that confirm he had an appointment today in the hospital. It's a little difficult, but this is Wilfredo. I know that you don't speak, no hablas bien español, no hablas bien inglés, pero en inglés, you saw a lot of blood, you said.
In English?
All right. Well, it's a little difficult right now, but he was just telling me in Spanish he saw a lot of blood. And to clarify what he did see, he had an appointment. He was in the escalator going from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor, and a security guard came in on the 2nd floor with a doctor hunched over him who was bleeding. There was blood everywhere. So he saw one of the doctors after he got shot. And that was very scary.
The security guard, he helped the doctor. So he go to the emergency. The doctor, he said, he cried, why?
Was that very scary for you?
Tienes mucho miedo. Mucho, yeah.
And what he's saying now, again, just reiterating that this doctor was covered in blood. He was being helped by a security guard to try to bring somewhere safer. Again, showing us his sheets that show that he did, in fact, have an appointment today, and just talking about how scared he was with everything that was happening here. Let's send it back to you.
Thank you, Dana. And Kayla Mamlak is also at the scene with a look at what she's hearing right now as we speak.
Yeah, good evening to the both of you. And a lot of nurses are just kind of piling out, trying to get home now. I spoke with one woman. She worked in the elderly care unit on the 2nd floor, like you guys mentioned before. This happened primarily on the 16th and 17th, but there was a ton of chaos, she says, going on with the elderly care unit that she was in. They actually heard some sort of code go off, hearing that there was something terrifying going on. She talked about how they barricaded themselves off. They did not know what was going on. Some mentioned they had heard gunshot sounds all the way from the 2nd floor. They ended up locking the doors off until the police came in, and with guns, you know, fully up, they walked out. They got them out safely. So she, of course, too shaken to speak on camera right now, but did say she wanted us to share the story. She said everybody's still shaken, and while Dr. Henry Bello is confirmed dead from this self-inflicted gunshot wound, there's still a lot of people right now just completely shaken, terrified that this could happen at a place like work, at a hospital, where people are supposed to feel particularly safe. Now, I'm going to step out of the way here just so you can get one more glance glance at what the scene looks like here right on Grand Concourse and Rockwood. This is absolutely the closest we can get right now with everything going on. You can see there's a lot of first responders here, still jam-packed, trying to make sure everything is okay. A lot of people, again, still extremely on edge. And in terms of your commute, if you are trying to head out in this direction, my recommendation, again, is just stay away from Grand Concourse, let the police do their job, and we are still waiting for an NYPD or mayor update, and of course we will keep you updated with that as soon as we have it. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Kayla, I was wondering if you could just sort of paint a picture of the people on the ground. Does everybody around you know what took place inside the hospital? How up to speed are they on what took place, and what's their general state of mind hearing what had happened there?
I think everybody is absolutely terrified. I mean, like I said, people that were on many floors down from where the incident happened are shaken to their bones, really terrified that something like this could happen. As for people that weren't in the hospital, they've all heard of it by now, you know, with social media, checking their television, their news. They've all heard about the incident, and they're just as scared, you know, to hear that this happened a block away from where they work, where they live. Everybody's just shaken right now. So that's really the feeling right now, and hopefully things start to settle.
Indeed. All right, thank you very much.
Linda Schmidt has been working her sources to stay on top of this developing story. She's in the newsroom to tell us what police have learned about the alleged shooter. Linda.
Okay, well, at this point, and this is something that I have been telling you guys for a little while now, Dr. Henry Bello his practice was family medicine. He did work at the hospital, and he was let go. I'm hearing at this point it may have been last year or the year before, but I don't know the circumstances of why he was let go from the hospital. But again, he was known to the hospital. He shows up there today. I'm also hearing that he may have been wearing a lab coat, so that may have been the way that he was able to conceal the rifle. I have not got multiple confirmations on that yet. I've gotten one, and I'm just still waiting to hear back from more people, but that is what I'm hearing at this point, but I'll keep you updated on that. Anyway, he goes up to the 16th and the 17th floor. He opens fire. He shoots 6 people. I am told one of those people that he shot is a doctor, and that person has died. The other 5, I do not have the conditions on those folks yet. That was on the 16th and 17th floor. Then the doctor on the 17th floor, the shooter, then that's when he turned the gun on himself, and police found him on the 17th floor. Now, at this particular time, that's all the information that I have on this doctor. Again, he was let go from the hospital. We don't know why. He was known to the hospital and just showed up there today and just opened fire on his former colleagues. For now, that's the very latest from here. I'll keep you updated when I get more information. Back
Linda,
up to
thank you for informing us about the very latest about this alleged shooter, Dr. Henry Bello. We want to know, so what it's sounding like is he apparently acted alone. Is that what you're hearing as well? No one else was involved. This was a lone shooter event.
Absolutely,
okay.
Christina. This is somebody who apparently is a disgruntled employee who came back to take out these actions on his former co-workers. In fact, I'm getting a phone call right now.
Okay.
So if you guys could let me take this. This is a source of mine. I'll get back to you, okay?
Very well. All right, thank you. Linda, let's get to Dr. Debbie Nampia-Parampil, who is joining us now. Just as a medical professional, seeing something like this, a hospital already such a chaotic place, people in a bad situation, either going in for surgery, coming out of surgery in a very delicate state, then to have this chaos thrown on top of it, it's just unspeakable.
Sure. So hospitals actually have something called a hospital emergency preparedness plan. Now, it can vary depending on the type of hospital that you're at, but it's basically to try to deal with emergencies like earthquakes. I mean, workplace violence is a possibility also. Usually you think about more incidents maybe where a patient is disgruntled. But in any case, how will the hospital deal with these different types of things? So usually the first priority is to stop new patients from coming in a situation like this. So to tell the ambulances and other first responders not to bring patients to that hospital, not to bring in new patients. And then second, you start to look at, well, what are the 3 groups of people that are involved in here? So there are at least 3. There's the injured shooting victims, so they need to get medical care, right? Second, you have the staff that may be terrified or traumatized, but they're not able to work at their full capacity, right? So they may not be able to take care of the shooting victims, but they may also not be able to take care of their regular patients as well. And then third, the actual patients who are already in the hospital. So they can usually be split into 2 categories. So people who are in the midst of something life-threatening or something that's more elective. So if someone's there for a cough or cold where they need treatment, that would be considered more elective. Now, Luckily, most of the hospitals in New York City, they have a collaborative sort of arrangement. So if one hospital has a problem, they'll work with the others. So you can usually send patients, let's say, for example, the ones who are injured. If they can stabilize them at Bronx Lebanon itself, that'd be one thing, but they may actually send them to the other hospitals because the staff may not be as traumatized.
Right.
Same thing if someone's coming in with a heart attack, you try to stabilize them as quickly as possible, but send them somewhere else maybe to get the rest of their treatment. And if something is elective, you may have to just sort of send those patients home for the time being. Same thing with the staff. You're going to try to send home the patient, or the staff that's more elective. So if they're not essential, you don't want them necessarily sitting in the hospital in the middle of a crisis. But you do want to call in people who might be at home that could help respond to a situation like this. So people that could help the patients that are in an urgent situation. So, patients in the OR, patients who might be having a heart attack or something more acute like a stroke. You may need all of that staff to come in to come help you out.
It must hit so much just close to home as a doctor and medical professional as yourself. We're just now getting information from our sources that now 2 confirmed deaths have occurred from this shooting, not including the gunman who apparently shot himself. In these situations that are so chaotic, your medical training must just lock into place. I mean, your training teaches you to kind of jump into action when someone needs medical care.
It's true, and the hospital is the place where they tend to focus on routine. So all kinds of drills, all kinds of how do you do things in this type of crisis, how do you focus on your work alone. But there's a limit to how much people can do that, right? So probably in the midst of this, maybe the staff were able to focus and kind of carry things through for the patients who are injured or kind of get themselves through this crisis. But I think the aftermath will be harder for them too, trying to figure out how could this happen, and especially with a doctor at their own hospital that many of them might have known.
Right, no, yeah, it is so traumatic for that. And you mentioned how sort of all the hospitals work together to send traffic to one hospital, the other one's too busy, things like that. Friday of a holiday weekend in the summer, hot temperatures, respiratory issues. How busy do you think this hospital was when all this happened?
Well, that's another issue. So Fridays in general tend to be pretty busy because most patients, for things that are emergencies, it really doesn't matter which day it is. But for a lot of elective things, people will come in on that Friday because they want to get it taken care of before the holiday weekend, right? So they might actually have a higher volume than they normally would have. On top of that, some of the other hospitals may have that same issue, right? So many of these patients that are coming in for elective things, whether it's at this hospital or perhaps some of the others, they may actually get sort of pushed back or sent home.
Dr. Nampia-Parampil, you've worked in many hospitals. What's the security protocol for a former employee to gain access to a building all the way to the 16th, 17th floor? That's getting past security, taking an elevator. I mean, you would think once you're let go, they take your badge, and the security are well aware of who has been let go. Is that not the case?
Not necessarily. So it depends on the hospital. I mean, some hospitals, it's more dependent on the setting. So if it's a hospital in an area where you might be more concerned about security in general, they might have more strict protocols. But I'll just tell you from my experience, some of these hospitals, like, if I walk in, I don't have to show my badge. I might actually have it in my bag, but if they recognize me,
too, right?
Yeah, exactly. If they recognize me, they might let me in. Or if, sometimes people have that walk of a doctor.
There's a lot of people there, a lot of employees, a lot of patients, a lot of people coming and going. Even the people checking the badges come and go. There's a lot of turnover there as well. All right, Dr. Debbie, stay with us. We're going to head down to Linda Schmidt, who is at the newsroom. We saw her just get a phone call a minute ago. She's got an update for us. Linda.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just got off the phone. A source is calling me, somebody that is very close to this investigation right now, and they just reported to me that of the 6 people that the doctor shot, Dr. Henry Bello shot 6 people, 2 of them have died. That is the latest information that I have. Now, one of those who is deceased is a doctor. The other person, I don't know if it's a nurse, if it's a doctor, if it's a patient who just happened to be around, but we're going to know that information shortly because the news conference up at the hospital, I am told, is going to be starting within the next, say, 10 to 15 minutes. So we will have all of those details for you. They'll be delivering them to us during that news conference. But the latest information that I am getting right now is of the 6 people that Dr. Bello shot this afternoon, 2 of them have died.
Thank you, Linda.
Linda Schmidt, thank you. So 2 confirmed deaths, at least one of them is a doctor, and the shooter shot himself.
Right, so those are the details we'll find when we get that NYPD update momentarily. In the meantime, let's get to Dana Arshin, who is live outside the hospital right now. Dana.
So we've been here for several hours and still so many people coming out, waiting on the sidewalks here to see exactly what's happening. There was a police tape that was actually just taken down moments ago, and coming through the police tape, we've seen doctors, we've seen patients. There was a group of 3 doctors. I went up to them to try to speak, and they were visibly upset and said they did not want to speak to us. We also spoke with a man who had an appointment earlier today, and in the elevator leaving his appointment when a security guard came in holding a doctor who was shot and who had blood everywhere. So just this feeling of sadness and confusion, and people just really trying to understand what is going on here. Where we are right now on Mount Eden Avenue, there's a divider in the middle of the road. On the other side is where the press conference will be happening soon with police. I'll see if we can see what's going on there. But we are waiting for that press conference to happen. Firefighters and first responders coming up and down this road. You can see another police tape going up here. So even though the shooter is down, still a lot going on here. Streets still closed off and people walking through trying to get to where they need to go. Let's send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Dana. Again, the latest numbers, the gunman took his own life apparently, but we know 6 people were shot by him, 2 of whom have died. One of the people who died was a doctor at the hospital.
Right. We're joined now also by Dr. Devi Nampiaparampil.
Actually, we're going to go back to a break right now, and then we're going to hopefully on the back end of this get an update from the NYPD with what we know. Again, the gunman dead, 2 other people killed after shooting at Bronx Lebanon
And our
Hospital
thoughts with everyone who's wounded at this moment, waiting a live NYPD news conference at any moment. We'll be right back.
I am not, no.
Again, for those of you just joining us, we are waiting for this press conference to start. Officials in New York are supposed to speak with the press any moment now to give us an update on the details of this shooting at a hospital in the Bronx. We know that 2 of those shot have died as a result of their injuries. In addition to the 2 victims that were killed, the gunman himself is also dead. All right, everyone, while we wait for this press conference to start, I want to give you an update on the latest information we have coming in from the Associated Press. A doctor who used to work at this hospital in the Bronx returned to that workplace with a rifle hidden under his white lab coat and opened fire this afternoon, killing 1 person. We now know that that number has increased to 2, killing 2 people and wounding 5 others before apparently taking his own life. The gunfire broke out at 2:50 p.m. inside the Bronx Lebanon Hospital, drawing police cars and fire trucks to the scene and sending officers onto the roof with their guns drawn as people inside the building were told to hide. Officers went floor by floor looking for the gunman and reported just before 4 p.m. that the shooter was dead inside the building. A law enforcement official told the Associated Press that the gunman had apparently killed himself. He was identified by law enforcement officials as Dr. Henry Bello, a family medicine physician at that hospital. It was not immediately clear why he was no longer working there. The officials were not authorized to discuss the still unfolding investigation and spoke on condition of anonymity. Now, emergency crews had been kept from going inside the hospital while the shooter was at large. Gary Trimble said his wife, the hospital employee, called him from inside the hospital shortly after 3 p.m. She woke me up and told me there was a situation. Somebody's out there shooting people, he said. He added, I could hear in her voice she was shaking and about to cry. Another witness described the scary scene, saying, I saw one of the doctors and he had a gunshot wound to his hand. He added, all I heard was a doctor saying, help, help. This witness locked himself in a room for about 15 minutes until police came and let him out of the hospital. Now, this hospital is 120 years old and has nearly 1,000 beds. It's one of the busiest emergency rooms in New York City. It's about 1.5 miles north of Yankee Stadium. Now, back in 2011, 2 people were shot at Bronx Lebanon Hospital in what police said was a gang-related attack.
Okay, let me just get everyone's attention. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen here. In about 10 minutes or so, that's what we're estimating, the mayor and the PC will come out here. We're going to keep it very short and sweet and give you what we know to this point. We'll take a few questions, but only 1 or 2, because we're going to tell you everything we know anyway. So in about 10 or 15 minutes, the mayor and the PC. Thank you.
Dead. There's there's still a lot more unanswered questions, and of course we will keep you updated as we learn that information. And if you are coming towards Grand Concourse, if you happen to be watching, try to stay away. Just let the police do their job. That's the latest here live. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Kayla. And we're going to go to your colleague, Dana Arshan, who is right around the corner from you with an update from where she is.
Hi, Dana. Hi, so Kayla's several blocks away from where I am right now, and just to show you it's so chaotic where she is, so chaotic where I am, that is just the broad scope of what's going on here. There are streets blocked off for several streets in this area, and actually moments ago, before I just ran over here, I was speaking quickly to a man who was in the hospital telling us that he had an appointment with his doctor. I took a picture of the paper showing his appointment time. He's claiming that he saw one of the doctors get shot. Again, he told me this maybe 20 seconds ago before I ran over to come and report this, so I am going to speak with him again after, but media surrounding him now. If you want to actually just pan over in this direction for a second, you can see a man, I don't know how clearly you can make out, he's in a blue shirt showing reporters a paper that confirms he had an appointment with a doctor today who was apparently shot. No word on his condition. I also spoke with a woman I mentioned earlier who works on the 9th floor. She was off work today, but she was speaking to her colleagues who are hiding out in a bathroom while the shooting was going on. So that's the scene out here now. A lot of chaos, a lot of people running around trying to figure out exactly what is going to happen. And I am going to go speak with that man who claims he saw a doctor get shot. Let's send it back to you.
Thanks. Right now, the big question is, what is the condition of the 5 or so other people who were shot, who we don't know? Right. There were 4 to 6 people shot. We know one person's dead. In addition to the gunman who took his own life, what we don't know is the status of the 5 other people, around 3 of whom may have been doctors, according to everything we're seeing online, potentially more. But again, this is something to be viewed through the prism of a workplace, disgruntled former employee type situation where he returned today to the place of his former work at the hospital, at the Bronx Lebanon Hospital, and opened fire with an assault rifle.
Right. Earlier, you could see the streets absolutely jammed with emergency vehicles. Now, what we're seeing are private kind of unmarked cars. We're seeing detectives and investigators and the top brass of the NYPD and local law enforcement show up, possibly the FBI as well. We're also awaiting a live NYPD news conference at any moment. We're also hearing Mayor de Blasio is on the scene, just trying to get as much information as possible.
Right, and you can see, one of the cameras off right now. We're seeing all the tactical teams that responded. They're sort of in a stand-down mode, but this was quite the response an hour and a half ago. As you can imagine, the idea of a doctor who used to work at the hospital returning, dressed in a white lab coat, fitting in with the employees, an active shooter situation. When it comes to law enforcement situations, this is really as tricky and difficult as you can get, trying to sort friend from foe. One person, a former doctor at the hospital with a grudge, returning with an assault rifle of some sort. He shot 4 to 6 people, we're told, before taking his own life within the past hour.
And you're hearing lots of stories come out right now. Not that the threat has apparently been eliminated. You're hearing about patients who had been at the hospital, people who had appointments there today, stories of hero medical personnel who didn't evacuate and stayed to save the lives of patients who desperately needed their medical aid. We're also hearing the people who were shot, eyewitness accounts, according to several sources, they were just apparently caught off guard. We're hearing one story of a doctor who was shot and people on that floor using a emergency fire hose as a tourniquet. So basically, they're just caught off guard in this medical setting, just trying to get their hands on whatever medical equipment they can to save the lives of these up to 6 people who were wounded by this alleged gunman.
Right. Also reports of great heroism from workers at the hospital who refused to be evacuated themselves so that they could help treat the victims of this gunman who was a former doctor. Some of his victims also doctors at the hospital. Just a crazy situation unfolding here at Bronx Lebanon Hospital. This all took place around 3 o'clock this afternoon when a disgruntled former doctor who had been let go returned to the hospital armed with a rifle and shot 4 to 6 of his colleagues. And again, the big question right now is, what is the condition of those other colleagues? We do know one person was killed and the gunman took his life. What we don't know is the status of those 5 other people.
And you have to wonder, I mean, I'm looking, you can't see it on the screen, but we're looking at the setup of the live NYPD news conference that's about to take place. They're doing mic checks and things like that. But in the background, you see heavily armed SWAT team members congregating. So we really don't have the details. Right now we know there's one alleged shooter, but maybe that person was working in tandem with another individual. Maybe there were explosives left inside the hospital, something was sabotaged. You really don't know. There is a heavy police presence right now. This is the camera trained. The podium is there on that scene while we're awaiting this NYPD press conference. But you see, it's a heavily armed police presence there right now because you never know. Where there's a crowd, there could be danger.
Right, and we've seen these scenarios right before where just eliminating the gunman doesn't put an end to the problem, right? Sometimes they do, you know, booby trap other places, things like that. Although at this point, to be honest, there's no indication of that. But the idea that they have taken out the gunman doesn't always mean the situation's over, so they have to continue to act with extreme caution.
Who knows what he could have wreaked inside as a former employee, a highly trained doctor. He has access to medical files. He knows the ins and outs. He knows where the medications are. You just don't know what he has altered, what he has touched, what he could potentially have contaminated or sabotaged. So right now, you know, they can't be too careful in this situation.
Right. And, you know, we're waiting for the update from the police right now. And, you know, that's a great point. Obviously, someone brilliant enough to be a doctor, the amount of damage they can wreak once they go in a situation like this where they sort of just lose touch with reality and became so fixated on revenge from his former colleagues who he feels wronged by. This was a doctor who was let go by the hospital at some point in the not-so-distant future, and apparently he came back today with revenge on the mind. You can see this is sort of the after the fact here. You can see the heavily armed SWAT teams and stuff like that. It appears they're sort of in a stand-down mode right now while we wait for an update from the NYPD and from the mayor.
Yeah, it looks like they're standing down right now, but you never know. With professionals like that, in a moment, they'll be ready to go. A heavy police presence there, all around there. If you're near the Grand Concourse area, near Bronx Lebanon Hospital, just stay away. They're trying to secure that area. You can imagine throngs of loved ones just rushing there. I know if I knew someone inside there, I would just go there, desperately trying to get as much information as I possibly can. They haven't really secured the hospital. They're going to go room by room, floor by floor, probably looking over surveillance video to make sure they can track the path of exactly where this troubled individual went and what damage was inflicted, what was touched, just to make sure that area is completely
And how this
secure.
former doctor was able to get back into his old workplace. That's something that they're going to be looking at very carefully after the fact, as well as in addition to any hospital safety protocols, procedures they might want to put into place. Obviously, all the other hospitals in the city, they're seeing this and saying, boy, how do we prevent something like this from happening? That's a conversation every workplace has to have in this modern era, where people just seem hell-bent on revenge with a weapon when things go wrong in the workplace, as appears to have happened here. A doctor fired by Bronx Lebanon Hospital returning with his weapon, and that this is the aftermath of that. After shooting 4 to 6 people, one of whom died, the doctor then took his own life. And we are waiting now to sort of get an update on the conditions of the 5 or so other people who were shot, at least 2 or 3 of whom appear to have been doctors at this facility. So that is the big question now. And again, it's 86 degrees, Friday afternoon, holiday weekend. You know, hospitals are already geared up to be busier on a holiday weekend like this.
And a lot of people are on vacation as well during this time.
And that's just any number of issues they had to deal with as this all unfolded this afternoon here at the Bronx Lebanon Hospital. All right, we continue to follow the breaking news in the Bronx, where 1 person's dead, 6 others have been wounded by a shooter at the Bronx Lebanon Hospital. We're told the shooter's also dead, but right now the circumstances surrounding his death are not clear.
We begin our team coverage with Dana Arshan, who is live at the scene with the very latest. Good evening, Dana.
Good evening. I just mentioned in my last shot before that I had spoken to a man who had seen one of the doctors get shot. He only speaks Spanish. We were just talking. I'm going to see if we can actually zoom in and see these papers. If we can try to zoom down right here. It might be a little difficult, but these are papers that confirm he had an appointment today in the hospital. It's a little difficult, but this is Wilfredo. I know that you don't speak, no hablas bien español, no hablas bien inglés, pero en inglés, you saw a lot of blood, you said.
In English?
All right. Well, it's a little difficult right now, but he was just telling me in Spanish he saw a lot of blood. And to clarify what he did see, he had an appointment. He was in the escalator going from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor, and a security guard came in on the 2nd floor with a doctor hunched over him who was bleeding. There was blood everywhere. So he saw one of the doctors after he got shot, and that was very scary.
Right, everyone, the press conference starting now.
Thank you, Steve. We've had a real tragedy here in the Bronx this afternoon. It's something we've seen around the country and now we've experienced here. Tragedy occurred in Bronx Lebanon Hospital. I want to say at the outset, thank God this was not an act of terrorism. It is an isolated incident, appears to be a workplace-related matter, but that makes it no less tragic or no less horrible. One doctor is dead, and there are several doctors who are fighting for their lives right now, amongst those who are wounded. As you know, doctor is dead, and there are several doctors who are fighting for their lives right now, amongst those who are wounded. As you know, the shooter killed himself, but not before having done horrible damage. Our hearts go out to the family of the doctor who passed away, and we're in both our hearts and our prayers standing in solidarity with the families of all those who are wounded and all those who are fighting for their lives right now. This was a horrific situation unfolding in the middle of a place that people associate with care and comfort, situation that came out of nowhere. But even in the midst of this horror, there were many, many acts of heroism. I want to thank our first responders, the police officers from the 4-4 and 4-6 precinct and from our strategic response group who entered the building, quickly went toward the danger to protect the many, many hundreds of people who were in the building. The firefighters who arrived, this was not just an active shooter situation, but there was a fire that complicated matters, and our firefighters did an exceptional job addressing that situation immediately. And then, of course, all of the personnel at Bronx Lebanon Hospital, whose day went from normal to horrifying in a matter of seconds. The doctors, the nurses, all the personnel responded with extraordinary bravery, with cool professionalism. They protected each other, they protected their patients, even amidst this horrible situation. And I want to express to everyone at Bronx Lebanon Hospital our profound thanks for all they did to handle this situation and to immediately respond to support their compatriots who were wounded. There will be an opportunity in the coming hours to provide more details of this incident. But at this point, there is a lot that we are piecing together. You'll hear from the commissioner in a moment, but I want to say up front, there are many, many details that we're still putting together. That's why we are not in a position to answer questions yet. But there will be an accounting of the details shortly. But what I can say in the meantime is there were many things amidst this pain to be proud of today, and God bless our first responders and the hospital personnel for the way they handled this situation. They put the safety of their fellow New Yorkers first, as they always do. Before turning to Commissioner, I want to thank Commissioner Dan Nigro of the Fire Department. His men and women performed admirably in this situation. I want to thank Bronx District Attorney Darcel Clark for being here, the Borough President of the Bronx, Ruben Diaz Jr., State Senator Gustavo Rivera, Assemblymember LaToya Joyner, and Congressman Jose Serrano. Thanks to all for being here in support and solidarity. And with that, I turn to our Police Commissioner, James O'Neill.
As the mayor stated, this is all preliminary information. This just happened a couple hours ago. So this is what we have so far. At approximately 2:55 p.m., a 911 call was received reporting a male firing a gun on the 16th floor of Bronx Lebanon Hospital. That's located right here behind me at Mount Eden and the Grand Concourse. Responding patrol units from the 4-4 precinct and the 6-6 precinct quickly determined that several people had been shot on the 16th and 17th floors by a lone gunman armed with an assault rifle. Additional NYPD units from the Strategic Response Group, Critical Response Command, Emergency Service Unit, and other commands responded and began our active shooter protocol, including a search for the suspect, evacuation, and activation of the Rescue Task Force, which is a combination of NYPD personnel and FD personnel. During the incident, the hospital's fire alarm system activated, apparently due to the suspect's attempt to set himself on fire. On the 17th floor, officers encountered the male suspect lying on the floor, dead of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. An assault rifle was found nearby. The subject was wearing a white medical-type coat. A female victim was also discovered on the 17th floor. She was pronounced dead at the scene. A total of 6 additional victims were found on the 16th floor. They had been removed to the emergency room of the hospital. 5 of them were seriously injured, and 1 suffered a gunshot wound to the leg. The subject, who is not being officially identified at this time, is a former employee of Bronx Lebanon Hospital. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So, as more information becomes available, we'll get it to you. All right. Thanks all. Thank you all.
Clarify the number.
Yeah. What number is what? It appears at this point 2 dead and 6 wounded, including the gunman. Gunman and another person on the 17th floor. We don't know. I don't know what.
All right, so we did just get clarification. The gunman and 1 victim dead. 2 people dead, 6 people wounded. 1 victim died. The other person dead is the gunman. 6 others wounded. Again, that was an update on the situation from officials there in New York. We first heard from the mayor. We then heard from New York Police Department officials.
That was in the Bronx. The Bronx is close enough. So, yeah. I gotta go find somebody. Yeah, you gonna be here all night? Alright, I'm sure I'll see you around. Hi, man. You can see it. So you heard the
I'm ready to go. The new Jill.
lab coat. Opening fire on 16th or 17th floors. Details still.
Yo estoy entrado en
La policía de Nueva York acaba de dar los inicios acerca del tiroteo.
Where the young people them there? Where the young people them there? Come stop the service. Where are the young people? Come stop the service. Right there, right there. I've got something else to say.
All right, for those of you just joining us, perhaps you missed the breaking news we've been covering over the last few hours. I want to give you guys a quick update as to what we know about this hospital shooting in New York. A doctor with a rifle hidden under a lab coat opened fire at the Bronx hospital he used to work at, killing one other person and wounding 6 more before taking his own life. Shooting started at 2:50 p.m. New York time inside the Bronx Lebanon Hospital, drawing a heavy police presence to the area as officers with guns drawn told people to hide. Hospital employees barricaded themselves in rooms to escape the violence. One 55-year-old patient spoke with the Associated Press and said, "I thought I was going to die." That patient was in the 3rd floor emergency room getting treatment for a lower back injury. He said that an alarm went off and police said there was an active shooter in the hospital. Someone on the loudspeaker also announced a code silver. This patient then said, "I asked them, are we safe here? When there's a shooter and you don't know where the shooter is, you don't know what's going to happen." Now, police officers went floor by floor looking for the gunman and reported just before 4 o'clock New York time that the gunman was dead inside the building. A law enforcement official told the Associated Press that the gunman had killed himself. He had opened fire on the 16th and 17th floors of the hospital. Now, law enforcement officials identified the shooter as Dr. Henry Bello, who was described on the hospital website as a family medicine physician. It was not immediately clear why Bello was no longer working at the hospital. The officials were not authorized to discuss the still unfolding investigation and spoke to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity. Now, the FBI tweeted about the incident, saying they had found no nexus to terrorism so far. Emergency crews were blocked from entering the hospital while the shooter was at large. This hospital is 120 years old and is home to nearly 1,000 beds. It's one of the busiest emergency rooms in all of New York City. It's about 1.5 miles north of Yankee Stadium.
Aló. Hello.
ahí de lo que venden allí, lo deja ahí preparado. Lo de color y lo deja preparado con los...
¿Qué es lo que es? La vaina, el novio de tu novia.
Yo aquí no salgo con nadie a esa cosa, yo estoy en otra cosa. Come on.
All right, for those of you just joining us, I do want to give you guys one more update before I leave you for the weekend. Again, moments ago we heard from the mayor of New York, who spoke at a press conference. The mayor announcing that one doctor was killed, several others fighting for their lives after a gunman opened fire at this city hospital. Again, the doctor entered the hospital with a rifle concealed in his lab coat and started shooting inside. This was at the Bronx Lebanon Hospital. Police say 5 of those injured were seriously wounded, and a 6th person had a gunshot wound to the leg. The police commissioner says the shooter then apparently tried to set himself on fire before turning the gun on himself. Now, earlier we had heard reports that a small fire was reported on one of the higher floors in the hospital. According to the police commissioner, the shooter tried to set himself on fire before shooting himself. The law enforcement official identified the gunman as Dr. Henry Bello, a man who used to work at that hospital. That man was listed on the hospital's website as a family medicine physician. It is unclear when he left the hospital. The Associated Press tried to reach the hospital officials, but did not get in touch with anyone. Again, we'll continue to bring you live pictures from the scene in New York. If we get any additional information, Mary Kate will be with you to give you guys more updates here on News Now.
Welcome to the Fox News Now stream. Again, you guys are still looking at live pictures in New York today where one doctor was shot and killed and at least 6 other people were injured this afternoon inside the Bronx Lebanon Hospital Center that you're looking at here. This all happened after a former doctor, so this is a former employee at the hospital, opened fire with an assault rifle. He was wearing a white lab coat and was killed, apparently by a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He was identified by police officials as Henry Bello. And on the hospital's website, there is a Henry Bello listed as a doctor employed in family medicine. So they might not have updated the website yet because, again, we're told this was a former doctor. So he might have just been let go or might have just quit and came in with an assault rifle. And again, we do know one doctor has been shot and killed and at least 6 other people were injured. We don't know about the 6 others yet. They've been taken to the hospital in critical condition, so we'll keep you updated on their health as well. Now, when this all happened, the hospital's fire alarm system had been set off, apparently because the suspect had tried to set himself on fire. 5 of the 6 victims were seriously injured, and the 6th had been shot in the leg. All of the shooting victims were found on the 16th and 17th floors of the hospital. And as this situation continued to unfold, at least one doctor was being treated by people inside the hospital who had tried an emergency fire hose as a tourniquet. By 3:30 p.m., and again, this is the hospital that you're looking at here, but let me take you back to this view, just to give you guys a better shot of what's going on here. But again, around 3:30, the section of the hospital where the doctors were injured had been secured, and the police were leading a heavily armored group of emergency service workers into the building. Now, inside the hospital's pediatric unit, a woman answering the phone who declined to give her name said she and others were sheltering in place and unable to leave. She told police, "We're just keeping safe. We are okay. All of us have to feel tense because of this situation." So again, the suspect has died. We're being told it's from a self-inflicted wound. One doctor was shot and killed, and at least 6 other people were injured. And you're still looking at live pictures outside the hospital right now. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Again, you're getting a live look of the Bronx Lebanon Hospital Center in New York today, where 6 people were injured and the gunman has been killed. They are saying it was by a self-inflicted wound. We don't know the conditions of the 6 people who were injured, but we do know one doctor was shot and killed today. We're keeping you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. Again, for those of you who are just joining us, you're getting a live look outside of this Bronx, Lebanon hospital center. We can tell you the suspect has been killed. He has died from a self-inflicted wound, is what we're being told by police for now. Again, 6 people were injured, critically injured. We don't know the status of how they're doing right now. We just know they've been taken to the hospital and they're being treated. But we do know one doctor sadly was shot and killed today. A lot of people were sheltered in place when the shooting was going on, and the suspect was actually a former doctor here at this hospital. He's still listed on their website as a doctor in family medicine. You know, they probably just hadn't updated the website yet, because we're being told this was a former doctor here at the hospital. So maybe he was just recently let go or he quit. We don't know the reason yet of why he committed this act, but we're going to be getting more information into the newsroom as we stream this live here on the Fox News Now stream. Pulling up this live look as well. It looks like most of the emergency officials have cleared out, but you can see there's still a police vehicle van across the street there. So we'll continue to keep you guys updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. So you can see some more emergency vehicles pulling up right now, including the fire department here in New York City. I'll keep you updated with any more information that we're getting here into the newsroom. Again, those 6 people critically injured, 1 doctor shot and killed today. The suspect has been killed. He died from a self-inflicted wound, is what we're being told. We'll keep you updated live here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody, it does look like we have lost both shots outside the hospital. Giving you a live look of the White House right now. We'll take you to the next top story here in the show, and in case anything else comes up, or if we get any more feeds back of this situation in New York, we will certainly take you there. But right now we're giving you a live look of the White House, taking you to an event from earlier today with President Trump. Earlier today, President Trump and South Korean President gave remarks at the White House.
Thank you very much. Melania and I are honored to welcome President Moon of South Korea and his lovely wife, Madam Kim, to the White House. Mr. President, let me be the first to congratulate you on your election, tremendous election victory, and also the people of South Korea for providing such an incredible example of democracy for the world to see. It was very exciting, I must say, and congratulations. This morning, President Moon and Vice President Pence laid a wreath at the Korean War Veterans Memorial to commemorate the 67th anniversary of the Korean War. It's a beautiful ceremony. We will never forget that Americans and Koreans bravely fought and died together for a free Korea. To the Korean and American veterans of that war, great people, we are eternally grateful for your service and for your sacrifice. More than 6 decades after our partnership was forged in the fires of war, the alliance between the United States and South Korea is a cornerstone of peace and security in a very, very dangerous part of the world. The link between our countries, cemented in battle, is now also tied together by culture, commerce, and common values. Together we are facing the threat of the reckless and brutal regime in North Korea. The nuclear and ballistic missile programs of that regime require a determined response. The North Korean dictatorship has no regard for the safety and security of its people or its neighbors, and has no respect for human life, and that's been proven over and over again. Millions of North Korea's own citizens have suffered and starved to death, and the entire world just witnessed what the regime did to our wonderful Otto Warmbier. I thank President Moon for expressing his condolences on the travesty of Otto's death. Our thoughts and our prayers remain with his wonderful family. The era of strategic patience with the North Korean regime has failed. Many years, and it's failed. And frankly, that patience is over. We are working closely with South Korea and Japan, as well as partners around the world, on a range of diplomatic, security, and economic measures to protect our allies and our own citizens from this menace known as North Korea. The United States calls on other regional powers and all responsible nations to join us in implementing sanctions and demanding that the North Korean regime choose a better path and do it quickly, and a different future for its long-suffering people. Our goal is peace, stability, and prosperity for the region. But the United States will defend itself, always will defend itself, always. And we will always defend our allies. As part of that commitment, we are working together to ensure fair burden sharing in support of the United States military presence in South Korea. Burden sharing is a very important factor, a factor that's becoming more and more prevalent, certainly in this administration. We're also working to create a fair and reciprocal economic relationship. From when the U.S.-Korea trade deal was signed in 2011 to 2016, you know who signed it, you know who wanted it. our trade deficit with South Korea has increased by more than $11 billion. Not exactly a great deal. I was gratified to learn about the new investments South Korean companies are making in the United States. This month, Schneider is sending its first shipment of American liquefied natural gas to South Korea in a deal worth more than $25 billion. It's great. We will do more to remove barriers to reciprocal trade and market access. We talked last night and today about some tough trade issues like autos and steel. And I'm encouraged by President Moon's assurances that he will work to create a level playing field so that American workers and businesses, and especially automakers, can have a fair shake at dealing with South Korea. South Korean companies sell cars in America. American companies should have that same exact privilege on a reciprocal basis, and I'm sure we'll be able to work that out. In addition, I have called on South Korea to stop enabling the export of dumped steel. These would be important steps forward in our trading relationship, very important steps. They have to be made. Not fair to the American worker if they're not, and they will be. Our teams are going to get to work on these issues, and they're going to sign a deal that's great for South Korea and great for the United States. Mr. President, I'm thrilled that you are here today and deeply honored that you choose to go to the United States as your first foreign trip as president. I greatly enjoyed our dinner last night and the many productive discussions that we've already started having today. I look forward to working with you for many years to come to strengthen our alliance, protect our citizens from common threats, and deepen the enduring bonds of friendship between Americans and the great people of South Korea. Thank you very much, President Moon. Thank you.
우선 백악관으로 초청해 주시고 따뜻하게 맞이해 주신 트럼프 대통령의 특별한 환대에 깊이 감사드립니다. 트럼프 대통령께서는 지난달 제가 대통령에 당선됐을 때 외국 정상 가운데 가장 먼저 축하의 인사를 전해 주셨습니다. 이는 험난한 여정을 거쳐 승리를 달성한 우리 국민에게 전하는 미국 국민들의 따뜻한 마음이었습니다. 시련과 역경을 딛고 자유와 민주주의, 평화와 번영을 향해 함께 걸어온 위대한 동맹에 대한 위로와 격려였습니다. 이 자리를 빌려 트럼프 대통령과 미국 국민들께 다시 한번 감사의 인사를 드립니다. 저는 지난 5월 트럼프 대통령과의 첫 통화에서 과감하고
In my first phone conversation with President Trump last May, he came across as a man of determination and pragmatism, leaving me a powerful impression. And yesterday and today, I had a candid and lengthy conversation with President Trump, and I was able to prove myself right. From developing the ROK-US alliance, resolving the DPRK's nuclear issue, to building lasting peace on the Korean Peninsula, I affirmed President Trump's unswerving commitment, and we were able to build a broad consensus. During my visit this time, President Trump and I were able to forge friendship as well as deep mutual trust. As we endeavor to tackle numerous challenges ahead of us, this will give us a solid foundation to rely on. First, President Trump and I agreed that only strong security can bring about genuine peace.
Through ROK-US combined defense posture, including extended deterrence, we concurred to strengthen our overwhelming deterrence. The threat and provocations by the North will be met with a stern response. The gravest challenge confronting our two nations is the nuclear and missile threat posed by North Korea. President Trump and I decided to place a top priority on addressing this issue and coordinate closely on relevant policies. To this end, our two leaders will employ both sanctions and dialogue in a phased and comprehensive approach, and based on this, we both pledged to seek a fundamental resolution of the North Korean nuclear problem. The North Korean nuclear issue must be resolved without fail. North Korea should by no means underestimate the firm commitment of Korea and the U.S. in this regard. I also urge Pyongyang to promptly return to the negotiating table for denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. National security leaves no room for either compromise or concession. On this occasion, the U.S. and President Trump's firm resolve for the alliance is noted with great appreciation. The Republic of Korea, for its part, will strive to strengthen ROK-US combined defense capabilities, while at the same time, by pursuing defense reform, build up its own capacity to defend itself. As we undertake these endeavors, bilateral cooperation in defense technologies, I hope, will gather further traction. Second, economic partnership between our countries forms an essential pillar for future-oriented development of the alliance. We both agreed on this view. Economic growth and job creation will be promoted to ensure our peoples enjoy greater mutual benefits through the collective efforts we committed to make. Third, as we fight against terrorism and other global challenges together, the ROK-US alliance, as agreed by ourselves, will be broadened and developed into global partnership. As we move forward, our two nations will work towards establishing high-level strategic consultation mechanisms in diverse areas of interest. To make it happen, concrete actions will be formulated in close consultation. I would like to take a moment to convey my heartfelt sympathy and condolences to the American people and the bereaved family grieving over the death of Mr. Won-beer. The raison d'etre of a state is to defend its people. I deeply sympathize with Americans who are saddened that they were not able to defend their fellow citizens. As a former human rights attorney myself, I am keenly aware of the significance of human rights as the universal value of humanity. To make sure such tragedy never repeats itself, our two nations will cooperate with the community of nations to promote human rights in North Korea. I also invited President Trump to visit Korea this year, and he graciously accepted my offer. Mr. and Mrs. Trump's visit to Korea will once again demonstrate not only our friendship, but also the intimate bond our peoples have come to foster through thick and thin. Your visit will become yet another milestone in defining our partnership. I will see to it that myself. Once again, Mr. President, I extend my sincerest gratitude to you and the First Lady for such warm hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Am I still hooked up? You're hooked up. I gotta make you look.
All right, everybody, that was President Trump meeting with the South Korean president earlier today. We're getting a live look of the White House right now. We appreciate you watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Also earlier today, Vice President Mike Pence attended an event. We're going to pull this up for you. He attended this event again with the Korean president to pay tribute to the veterans of the Korean War. at a wreath-laying ceremony. Let's take you there.
한미 양국 국기의 기수단이 입장하겠습니다.
We will now have the presentation of colors.
Well, after that shot,
양국 국기에 대한 경례가 있겠습니다. 경례 시 양국 국가가 연주되겠습니다.
Please salute the colors while both the Korean and U.S. national anthems are being played.
경례. 다음은 대통령님의 헌화가 있겠습니다.
Now, President Moon Jae-in will lay a memorial wreath.
안 되나요? 안 돼요?
다음은 마이크 펜스 미국 부통령의 헌화가 있겠습니다.
Now, the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, will lay a wreath.
다음은 토마스 스티븐스 6.25 전쟁 참전용사 대표의 헌화가 있겠습니다.
Thomas Stevens, the representative of the Korean War veterans, will lay a wreath.
다음은 유엔 참전국 20개국의 국가명을 호명함으로써 경의를 표하겠습니다.
Now we will show our respect to 20 UN forces sending states by calling the nations' names. The 20 UN forces sending states are Australia, Belgium, Canada, Colombia, Denmark, Ethiopia, France, Greece, India, Italy, Luxembourg, Netherlands, New Zealand, Norway, the Philippines, South Africa, Sweden, Thailand, Turkey, and the United Kingdom.
다음은 전몰 장병에 대한 묵념이 있겠습니다. 묵념 시 진홍곡이 연주되겠습니다.
We will now have a moment of silence in honor of the fallen soldiers. Taps will be played during the moment of silence.
일동 묵념. 바로 이상으로 6.25 전쟁 제67주년 헌화 행사를 마치겠습니다. 행사에 참석해 주신 참전용사 및 내빈들께 감사드립니다.
This concludes the 67th Korean War commemorative ceremony. We appreciate the Korean War veterans and distinguished guests for participation in today's event. Thank you.
나갈 것 같아요. 나가야 된다. 이거 봐줘야지. 가야 돼. 영국이 안 되면 아무것도 못 쳐, 아무도 못 찍어요. 고소를 들어가는 거야. 우리 영상. 영상 들어왔어? 들어왔어? 네. 안쪽으로? 네, 안 했어.
Okay, everybody, just showing you a part of that Korean War Memorial event that Vice President Mike Pence attended from earlier today, giving you a live look of the White House right now. I'm pulling up the next top story for you here in the show. Taking you to a pretty interesting event now. This is the VA Secretary David Shulkin hosting a live demonstration of the first veteran being fitted with the Luke prosthetic arm. Let's see it all happen.
I'm very excited for what you're all here to see, but I'm not going to tell you about it. I'll leave that for the demonstration. But what I would like to do is to introduce Dr. Justin Sanchez from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency to please get us started.
So at DARPA, our mission is to pursue technological challenges that others would not be willing to take on. And clearly this is what the case was in the challenge for developing near-natural upper extremity prosthesis for people with limb loss. Developing this bionic arm that you're going to see today that acts as smoothly and as seamlessly as your normal arm, again, was a huge technological challenge. But it was too important a task to ignore. There are far too many veterans who have paid a heavy price for protecting our freedom. And we owe it to these people to give them the best possible technology and clinical care. And the technology that you're going to see today is really a result of that commitment and that effort. And I would like to just say that it has been a tremendous honor to work with the VA to bring DARPA's technology that we have designed and built and tested and put through the FDA and ultimately got to a manufacturing base so that we can actually get those arms on the veterans who have sacrificed so much for our country. This event clearly shows how government agencies like DARPA and the VA, if you come together, you can do something that's truly remarkable. And we are proud to be delivering upon our promise that we make to the men and women who serve our country, and to let them know that we are there for you and will always be there for you. So with that, I'd like to introduce to you somebody who has made it their life's work to focus on patient-centered care. The Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs, Dr. David Shulkin.
Good morning. I'm really glad to be here back in New York. This is a great day. It's actually not by coincidence. Today, as you know, we're entering the July 4th weekend, which is Independence Weekend, and this is really Independence Day for our veterans. And we have with us today two American heroes, Fred Downs and Artie McCauley. Both lost their arms in service, and today to be able to introduce this new technology to give them independence is really what the VA is about. And the VA, of course, as you know, was involved with DARPA in the development of this arm. And if it wasn't for the role of VA research, so many things that are available commercially just wouldn't happen, because there's not enough money available to commercial companies to invest in the research of this type of technology. So this is what VA does, and this is what Americans want from their VA. They want the very best of technology to be available to our veterans. So rather than me talking more about this and talking about the work that went into this, I'd like to turn it over to our veterans, Fred Downs and Artie McCauley, who will show us exactly what this technology means to them and what they can do with it. So, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you, sir. And Artie is...
Can you speak into the microphones? I'm sorry, we can't hear unless...
And we have little things here we can hook up, I guess.
Don't touch that one.
Don't touch that one.
Don't let the secretary mess with technology.
Well, all right, can you hear me now? Oh, okay, good. So we'll pass this back and forth and try and do what we need to do to show you how much this has improved our independence and our functionality. So, Artie, would you like to start with something?
Well, let me take a bottle of water and put it on top of the cabinet over there.
So Artie's going to take a bottle of water and put it on top of the cabinet. He's a shoulder dysartic, meaning his arm has gone up here at the shoulder. Get out of your way so that you can see. The thing about the technology that we're experiencing is that practice makes perfect, and it takes a concentration. As you can see, Artie there's looking hard at that bottle of water, doing a good job, and almost successful. We should have got rid of that red thing there first. All right, so that's an example of being able to lift something above your head and put it on the shelf.
And Artie, can you tell everybody about that the ability to reach overhead there? Is that something you can do just in general?
Well, in 40 some odd years I wasn't able to do that, and now I'm able to take my arm and go up and say touchdown.
All right, now it's time for me to try my deal, which
here, let's hold that up.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna do a little advanced stuff here.
Okay.
Oh, you're gonna do some more? Oh. Now my arm is gone here, and so I'm going to attempt to lift this egg up, and without breaking it.
Is it hard boiled or soft boiled?
It's fresh egg.
Fresh egg. So we need to carefully. What I'm doing here is I'm concentrating on what I'm doing, and if I break this egg,
we have another one.
I won't be invited back. Here we go. All right, there's your egg. And I like to cook, so this has become very useful for me. And here, banana. We're going to try a banana. So this is one of the fun parts of the job, because if I do this right, I get to eat it afterwards. And what I'm doing is I have to concentrate. I'm using my feet to control this. So wait a minute.
You got to give it a little start.
I got to give it a little start, because banana skins can be tough. So it's easy to do this, actually. And it's a matter of using my feet, and I'll show you here in a minute. So there, I've peeled the banana. You want to pick up the grape? Okay, Artie will pick up a grape. We're doing these delicate things so that you really get a feel for how this works. And as with this technology, you have to be concentrating. You can't be talking to your mother-in-law when she's angry. You've got to be able to concentrate on what you're doing. There you go. There, he's done that. So,
and we give you the 3-ring sign afterwards.
Okay. Now these may seem like very simple. These may seem like simple, routine things, but you know, to someone who can't do it, to be able to be given this function is it's like magic. To be able to do that. For the first time in 49 years, I'm able to grasp with my left hand. As Artie is with his left hand. We do a little synchronization too. You want to try that? Okay.
Want to go?
Let's go left first. Okay, left. All right, good. We'll go back to the right now. So we do this. We do a little synchronized. We're going to go on Dancing with the Stars maybe, but I don't know. And then we have 4 different grips. I have 4 different grips. You may have 6.
Yeah, I have 6.
You have 6. And rotate the wrist like that. I have a bump switch right here that I'm using to change modes. So
I'll catch up to you.
You got up to me now? Okay. Now let's go wrist forward. Ready? There you go. All right, wrist up. Okay, hand to the right. Rotate the right. Your military right. And then look, no, back to the left. Okay, there we go. Again, and then we have different hand grips. You want to? I'll show them my grips, and you show them yours. Okay. All right. So we got to open it up. We're in the pinch grip. Now let's go to the key grip. All right. You ready? Key grip. Key grip. We got little lights here on our wrist that show us where we are. Okay, I'm ready to go. I got mine. That gives us a thumbs up. There you go. Got to close it down. Back up. We can give both a thumbs up. How's that? Good shot. People like that one.
Don't forget to smile.
Oh yeah, smile. Got to smile.
Part of the program, isn't it?
Okay. Now we'll go to the clutch grip. I will go to the clutch grip. And that's the thumb is inside the fingers, which enables us to clutch a paper bag, carry our lunch back.
Chuck grip.
Chuck. Oh, you got the chuck grip?
It's the same thing, but it's called chuck.
Oh, I call it the clutch grip. All right. We got different names for it. All right, let's go to the power grip. The power grip gives us like we pick up a bottle. The thumb is over the top of the fingers.
Or punch somebody, right?
Or to punch somebody, or to give a fist bump. Fist bump. Okay, yeah. Do another fist bump. Bang. So then we'll go to. All right, you go to your grip because I don't have that one. I have my next one is the pinch closed.
Yeah, if you don't like tool grip.
Yeah, tool grip. Do you have tool grip? Go for tool grip. Show them that one. You're able to control that finger like on an electric drill, and we're not allowed to, but you could probably shoot a gun with it too. No, I just say, just being a guy, I was just thinking that way.
Drill.
Okay, drill. A drill. It's a drill. Okay, and then next is the closed pinch grip. Then next is one that I don't use because I had it unhooked, is the pinch open grip, and Artie has that one. The fingers are open during that.
The three-ring sign again.
Three-ring sign again, yes. Okay, so.
And then this is the lateral key grip.
Oh, the lateral key grip. That's an important one, and I use that when I'm cooking. So, first we got to close it up, open it up. There we put our key in the slot, then we can rotate it. Or a screwdriver from working down in the garage. And so that's there, and also gives us a thumbs up that we used a while ago. Yeah. Okay, and that is that's basically then what we use as our tools to get the job done, either in the home or at work or school or whatever we're working on at that time. In my case, the kitchen a lot. My wife loves it that I retired and learned how to cook. Said I should have retired a long time ago.
Fred, let me ask you a question then.
Yes.
Along those lines, so that's a lot of grips, and that's all really cool. How does that apply to, like, so what do you, and it sounds like the kitchen maybe is a place where you might be using that. What kinds of things do you do?
Well, right. The key here is being able to have a hand that you can work in synchronization with the other hand. That's really important to be able to work together. Have an opposing grip, and for the first time in 49 years, I have the ability to grasp with my left hand. And being able
I love it when you say my left hand.
My left hand, that's right. It's part of me. It is an extension of me, and it's an extension of Artie. These are more than just mechanical, technical devices. They are us. They're what we are. So when you see somebody in a wheelchair or using a prosthetic device such as an artificial limb, then it's an extension of who they are as human beings. And so these upper extremity devices return our independence to us, and which gives us returns our dignity to us as human beings. We don't have to depend on anyone else to take care of us, to comb our hair, help us go to the bathroom or anything. We can do it ourselves. The same way with lower extremities. When they have their legs amputated, they lose their mobility. And wheelchairs give them their mobility back. On the artificial limbs that you've seen demonstrated, also give them that mobility. So it's a way of returning dignity to us as human beings, as former soldiers. Why we served our country, and it's nice to have the VA here to take care of us. I mean, I've been a patient of the VA for 49 years, and this kind of technology is something that VA is always in the forefront of, and they don't really get credit for it, but I can tell you as a user of the system, the prosthetic devices over the years have benefited hundreds of thousands, millions of veterans. So, again, that's my little ad lib or promo for the VA because I believe in it. Here, Artie, you got anything to say?
No, I think you say it all.
I just wanted, we're going to see if there are any questions. I just wanted to mention that VA last year saw 90,000 patients with amputations. There's about 20,000 veterans that have upper arm amputations, and so we hope this technology will be available to many more veterans and even greater than veterans to the American public soon. But our veterans are really the ones who are going to have access to, and active service members to, this type of technology rolling out now. If there are any questions, we'd be glad to take them.
Hi there. I saw both of you guys got happy feet. Can you come around and show us how you actually can? You show us what you can do, but you've got to tell us how you control and how you decide what parts of
Okay.
our feet, how you're actually getting.
On our feet, our control systems are IMUs, or accelerometers. Think of them as gyroscopes, and so when we're stable, they then, when we turn our arms on, we move our feet. They send wireless signals up to 10 computers here in the arm. So I move my toe up. You can see the thumb comes up. I rotate, and when I use my left foot, then the wrist is activated. And so this is a marvelous improvement to our ability to function. And so I hit this little bump switch on my side. So I use my foot. I'm opening up the hand. I use my left foot then to change the power grip. I just strip sideways. Now I'm able to do that grip. And I'm using my feet. So I lift up my toes. I'm opening.
Can you slide to your left just a little bit?
A little bit this way?
Just a little more open to the rest of us.
Oh, sorry. So,
not me.
Screwed you, didn't it? Okay. Again, so we look at the feet. So to close the grip, it's like taking your toes and gripping. So like that. Open them. I just lift the foot up. To rotate, I just rotate the foot. To rotate the foot. For the wrist, I use my left foot, and that moves the wrist. And so what we have to do, Artie and I have to think about what we're doing all the time, but of course, it makes us more functional, so it's part of the training process we go through to make these successful.
Those are all little wireless transmitters on your shoes? Yes,
those are wireless transmitters. It sends wireless signals up to the computers here. Oh, here you go. Here's one that, hold on a second. Use the technology. Well, I'm going to use the technology because I show it all. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to switch to the pinch mode. This is the one I can hold it the easiest. All right. So there's the little device that helps us control the activities of this arm. And IMU, which I don't know what that stands for, but we have technicians here who do. But it's accelerometer, and like I said, it's like a gyroscope. And once it detects movement. So one of the things about this control system is our feet have to be solid on the ground. But once we move, then it goes into default until we stop again. So that's the device.
Okay, I would just want to say one thing. Each amputee is an individual, and they individualize the IMU aspect because my way of looking at it is different than
You hold the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So my way of operating is a little different than Fred's because I have an extra joint, I have an extra shoulder. So when I move my heel up, I do arm up. When I do my toe up, I do toe down, arm down. When I do this way, okay. Arm up, arm down, arm out, arm in, arm forward with the other foot, arm back, chicken wing, and back in, and then I switch to hand mode, and I can grip in both modes, arm and hand mode. I can open and close my terminal device with each mode. Of course, we went through the grips before. I have, in our mode, I have pronate and supinate. I have wrist flex and wrist extend. And on my right side, I have the grip select.
All with your feet?
All with my feet. The only thing I have that's different is my open and close is the IMUs that I'm using my pectoral major and whatever lats I have left. And those were selected by my prosthetist.
So this must have given you guys like eye-foot coordination and using muscles in your feet that you haven't used before.
You have to have a little up top to do one of these devices. You know, you got to be smart enough and dexterous enough to activate.
But do you feel like you're using your feet in ways that you've never had?
Sure. I don't think anybody that has put on one of these things thinks that it's an easy operation. You have to practice and practice out to get it correct. And even then, once in a while, you make mistakes. It's not a foolproof system. It's something that you have to really get a habit with.
How much does the training, how much time have you been prostitute?
You can actually master it. I went through the research aspect of it on, but that ended a few years ago. Last week was the first time I put it on again after a certain amount of years. And I don't know, maybe you can say whether I'm activating it well or not.
How much practice did it take, do you think, to get to where you
For me, since it's like riding a bicycle. If you come back to it, all of a sudden it all comes back.
Right, a few days.
Right, well, the first time I put them on up in Manchester at DECA, it only really took me a couple of hours to get my mind synchronizing my feet movement with my hands. So I think your feet and your hands must be real close together in your brain. I'm serious. It's intuitive. You roll your foot to the right, and your hand rolls to the right. You roll back to the left. So it's pretty easy to learn that. Now, the practice that I already talked about is, getting to the point where you're thinking how delicate you're moving the fingers, how are you moving it, what mode are you in. You got to keep paying attention all the time. But again, what this is an evolution from an old hook to now this technology, and the next step forward is what the VA and other researchers are looking at is the ability to control it using integration of the nerves up in the remaining muscles and sending wireless signals directly to the computers from the nerves themselves, so as you think, then you're able to move the hand and the arm. And we have seen the research, individuals who are involved in that research, and we've seen that successfully being done. So that's going to be your next step. So this is the third generation here that I'm wearing, and yours too. And so we're looking forward to the fourth generation, the control systems. This is an ongoing process. It just doesn't stop. And so it's going to be exciting to see what's going to happen in the future, because it's happening right now in the research areas. Some of it's being forwarded now for approval for more research with human subjects, the different control systems. Very exciting things going on. So we're the vanguard of that. And the VA has provided this to us. This is the first, this is my VA arm here, yours too. And so we'll go forward from here and continue the testing and the evaluation as we use it in everyday life. Give it that hardcore, real-world kind of experience.
Yeah, we knock it around.
Yeah, we can knock it around.
Yeah, it's a wonderful piece of technology. It can only go up from here. This is the start. This is the infancy stage of robotics. We need to go forward with advanced robotics, but this is where to start.
We have time for a couple more questions. Just a kind of fact check in there. It's training protocol to get out the door, 2 to 4 weeks for most folks, and then it's an occupational or physical therapy. There'll be ongoing training to kind of get to the mastery level. They were both fit yesterday, but they've had experience from getting it to this point. Yeah.
One more question. So this is not commercially available? Is that
It is, yes. This is the commercially available product that they're wearing right now.
And what's the going price?
So again, it's something that's being worked out. We have with our partnership and cooperation to get to this point with DARPA. They funded the first 8 arms for veterans, and at that point, moving forward, our folks are negotiating a fair and reasonable price to be able to provide this to our veterans.
What was the most exciting moment for you having this arm or attack that was the most exciting that you were able to accomplish?
I showed it to you, the touchdown. I never, in 45 years, never raised my arm above my head. I would say touchdown with one arm, but nobody knew what I meant. When I do it now, they know what I mean.
And my moment, I think I broke into tears thinking about it still money, is being able to grasp with my left hand. That was just, it sent goosebumps and being able to grasp again after all those years. So, very emotional time.
Is there something you want to go out and do now that you have this arm that you haven't yet had an opportunity to do that you really want to experience?
Well, every day is like that, actually. I mean, it's like, well, what can we do? And part of what we do in our field trial is experience.
What can I use this tool for?
Yeah, I was supposed to test the one of my take-homes to instruction. The engineer said, see what you can do with it. So I was driving a stake in the ground with a sledgehammer, and I missed the stake and hit the thumb, which broke it, but the hand still worked, the other finger still worked. So I had to send it back to the DACA to repair. But again, it's what can we do? We don't limit ourselves. That's an important thing. Yeah, try whatever we can do.
Can you drive a car?
Oh, I can drive a car with one hand.
All right, so unfortunately, we are all out of time. Thank you all very, very much for coming. We really appreciate giving some attention.
All right, everybody, giving you a live look of the Capitol building right now. We appreciate you watching with us live here on the Fox News Now stream. Taking you to the State Department now, keeping you updated on politics and world news. This is the FPC briefing on U.S. leadership in renewable energy. Let's hear what they had to say.
Deputy Assistant Secretary for Renewable Power, Dr. Timothy Unruh. They'll be giving us a briefing today on the United States' continuing support for renewable energy and energy efficiency technologies as a vital part of the United States' all-of-the-above approach to energy. I think many of you may have seen the President's remarks yesterday speaking to our energy policy, and this is another very important component of that policy. Without further ado, I'll turn it over, please, to Dr. Thompson to begin.
Well, thank you very much, Benjamin, and thank you for hosting this today, and welcome all the foreign journalists in the audience today. As many of you are aware, this week is Energy Week for the administration, and over the past several days, the President, Secretary Perry, and Secretary Zinke, and other top administration officials have affirmed our commitment to utilizing all of the United States' abundant domestic energy resources for good, both here and abroad. Now, the other administration officials have done more than an adequate job on advocating their views on the utility of increasing use of nuclear, coal, and natural gas. Our focus here, as Benjamin said, is on renewable energy. And as part of our all-of-the-above energy strategy, we reaffirm our commitment to renewable energy and all clean energy technologies. Now, as we move into the second half of 2017, it's safe to say that renewable energy, along with natural gas and nuclear, is a key component of the modern electricity system. The market for renewable energy technologies is vast, it is global, and it is growing rapidly. In 2015, we saw investment in renewables reach an unprecedented level of investment. Some $349 billion supported 147 gigawatts globally of new renewable generation capacity, the largest annual increase ever. This was the first year that renewable energy investment surpassed investment in all other forms of energy production. The next year in 2016 saw more of the same, However, because of dramatically declining prices, we were able to buy more for less money. A dollar of investment in 2016 went 33% further than in the year previous, with $288 billion supporting 161 gigawatts of new capacity. And according to Blackstone, the world's largest asset management company, renewable energy was the single largest source of new infrastructure investment over the past 2 years. Now, many pundits have attributed the dramatic increase in renewable energy to the Paris Agreement and the mitigation efforts on climate change. And they're absolutely correct. There is a linkage between renewable energy market dynamics and climate change. But unfortunately, they have the relationship, the causal relationship, backwards. The Paris Agreement was possible largely because of the dramatically decreasing prices in renewable energy, which made renewable energy adoption and the increased use of renewable energy, a low carbon, zero carbon emitting technologies, to take hold, and those investment trends continue. So what I'd like to do in the few minutes that I have remaining is talk about what are the dynamics that are moving the renewable energy markets forward. The first is technological advances. The United States leads the world in R&D investment in renewable energy and energy efficiency. And over the last 5 years, we've seen dramatic decreases in the cost of solar, wind across the board, to the point where wind turbines and solar panels are now cost effective and in many cases, in some cases, certainly competitive with power generated by either coal or gas. At this point, the trend is undeniable. The banks have made their case, the markets have spoken. Renewable energy is a trend that will continue to endure. The second reason that is motivating and increasing the embrace of renewable energy is energy security. All too often, we've seen energy used as a geopolitical weapon, with major suppliers seeking to exert geopolitical leverage over their consumers. One need only look to Russia's use of its natural gas supply to Ukraine and Europe, as well as looking at Venezuela and its petrodiplomacy to gain political influence in the Caribbean basin, to see the impacts that energy vulnerability has. And of course, the only way to combat these vulnerabilities is through a diversified energy portfolio. A diverse energy portfolio, using the entire matrix of energy supplies, all of the above strategy, is a more secure energy portfolio. And renewables and efficiency are certainly a key component in increasing the diversity of energy portfolios and therefore ensuring security at home and in the region. Another reason why renewable energy markets are expanding rapidly is energy access. Over 1 billion people in the world today lack access to energy services. Many of these people live in remote areas. In fact, 90% of those without energy access live in remote areas. And if we were to rely on conventional fuel sources, that 90% of 1,900,000,000 folks would never receive energy services. So we see an increase in a diversity and plurality of business models, finance models, reaching the rural unelectrified. And we are seeing a boom in solar home systems, small wind, as well as mini-grid systems around the world. In fact, in 2016, we saw renewable mini-grid markets balloon up to $200 billion market. That's a sizable economic market. Advances in battery storage are also helping this boom to increase access to modern energy services. Since 2010, lithium-ion battery storage systems have seen costs fall a full 75%. And we're seeing large bids in utility-size storage systems in both Hawaii and utility. The International Renewable Energy Agency predicts that in the next 3 to 5 years, we'll see improvements in energy storage that'll match the remarkable growth we've seen in renewable energy, specifically in the solar PV industry. And industry understands this as well, if not better, than governments. We've seen a huge spike in corporate procurements. We see corporations after corporations, large companies around the world, dozens and dozens and dozens of companies committing to 100% renewable energy portfolio. And they do this for a number of reasons. It used to be where companies would adopt renewable energy out of a sense of corporate sustainability and corporate responsibility. Now it's the business case. Whether companies are manufacturing footwear or apparel or maintaining computer server farms in locations around the world, they want the security of supply and to lock in the price of a long-term energy system as rather than being susceptible to the fluctuations and the volatility of conventional fuel prices. And all of this public and private investment translates into jobs. As Secretary Perry wrote recently in an op-ed, the United States is a world leader in renewable energy and energy technologies. And so tapping into our full energy potential will lead to robust job growth in every sector of our economy. In the U.S., clean energy, and by this I mean renewable energy, smart grid and storage and efficiency employs almost 3 million people. And focusing just on the power sector, clean energy employs almost 600,000 Americans. And these opportunities are growing. The U.S. solar workforce increased by 25% in 2016, with the wind employment increasing by 32%. Our Bureau of Labor Statistics identified a wind turbine technician as the fastest growing labor category in the United States. From retail to manufacturing, we can bring jobs back to America while continuing to improve our environment with cleaner fuels and technologies. And the pace will only increase. Bloomberg New Energy Finance projects that building new wind and solar projects will become cheaper than operating existing fossil fuel plants by the end of the next decade. So it is clear that we are far beyond the point of being green means going into the red. This is a profitable enterprise for producers and consumers. In fact, the International Energy Agency projects that renewables will account for 2/3 of all power generation investment from now until 2040. That's more than $7 trillion market potential over the next 23 years. Much of this market lies outside the United States, and much of it in developing countries. As the President said yesterday, we're in the middle of an energy revolution. So the $7 trillion question is, what are we going to do to help our companies at home exploit and take advantage of the $7 trillion market overseas? Well, let me talk a little bit now about what the State Department does. The U.S. State Department's Bureau of Energy Resources leads coordinated U.S. government efforts to encourage adoption and implementation of clean energy technologies, to improve energy security and to promote energy access, and to catalyze economic prosperity. Through our bilateral, multilateral, and regional programs, we work with countries to provide the institutional scaffolding, the new policies and regulatory structures that are required to accelerate private sector investment, leverage public monies with private monies, and to increase the adoption of renewable energy and energy efficiency technologies at home. We do this through a number of programs working from the cities all the way up to the international multilateral levels. And let me give you a flavor, just a few of the programs where I think are clear examples of the kind of work the State Department does. For the last 2 or 3 years, we have chaired in the Energy Bureau the U.S.-India Clean Energy Finance Task Force, where we sit down with counterparts in India to look at what are the financial instruments, what are the policy and regulatory structures that India can adopt to increase private sector investment, both from the U.S. and abroad, to tap into their $1.2 trillion power sector market. We share the experiences. Countries come to us to learn what the United States has done. As Deputy Assistant Secretary Unruh will talk a little bit in a moment, we have done an incredible amount of success, achieved great success here in the United States, and countries want to replicate what we've done, learn from our leadership. One case, additional case, is Israel. Israel came to us last year wanting to get our advice and expertise and guidance on how they can transition from a heavily fossil fuel economy to one that balances renewable energy with natural gas. Again, they've seen what we have achieved at home, and they want to replicate that. I was in Israel just last week, where we held the 4th meeting of the U.S. Clean Energy Finance Task Force, and we're getting our experts together with their experts to share technical policy and financial experience as to how to catalyze market forces to renewable energy. The day after that task force, we inaugurated, the State Department, along with the Palestinian Authority, the U.S.-Palestinian Energy Dialogue, where we are working with the Palestinians on talking about how do you integrate renewable energy and efficiency into their burgeoning energy system. They now have the responsibility for the transmission and distribution of energy services in Palestine. And what we're trying to do is get them to think more broadly, to realize energy is much more than electrons racing through wires or molecules moving through pipelines. We're looking at the socio-political constructs and the institutional scaffolding that is required to increase the provision of energy services. We're also working with Morocco on the U.S.-Morocco Strategic Energy Working Group to try to inject the innovation ethos that we have found so prevalent here in the United States into the Moroccan environment so they can start innovating renewable energy systems as we have here in the United States. We also are working with African utilities, because we see that the African utilities are facing a huge challenge, not only in access, but on security. And so we're working with the Edison Electric Institute to look at how our CEOs of our major utilities, the best utilities in the world, can work with African utilities to talk about issues of cybersecurity, economic prosperity, and a more diversified energy portfolio. On China, we're working with China on the institutional frameworks and policies to foster a competitive, transparent, and an environmentally sustainable power system in China. The cooperation promotes market-based mechanisms and incentives for integrating renewable energy into their system. Again, based on the practical experience and the know-how that we have accumulated here in the United States, from the cities to the states to the federal government. So through these programs, we seek to partner with key countries to accelerate and enhance existing global trends. The factors that drive these trends, again, technology innovation, economic prosperity, and domestic and regional security. Those are the forces that are driving renewable energy. The revolution is afoot, and we at the State Department are working with other countries to promote mutually beneficial programs, policies, and projects. So now on the domestic side of what the United States is doing on renewable energy, I turn it over to Dr. Unruh.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. You are right. This is a $7 trillion question, and it's one that the Department of Energy was established to help answer. On October 1 of this year, the department will turn 40 years old. It's our 40th birthday. And the drivers that Dr. Thompson mentioned, new technology, energy security, independence, energy access, those are today's version of the reason that the department was actually established back in 1977. The drive for the United States to be self-sufficient in its need for energy has spurred the development of new technologies that have only recently become significant players in energy markets around the world. Technologies like those for solar and wind, they're available today based on last 20, 30, or even more years of research and development and concerted efforts from industry, academia, national laboratories, and all forms of government. This has created lasting partnerships, deep expertise, and unstoppable momentum that we will need to continue to build upon. I'd like to just touch on a few of the things that I think lead to that. The first way is that we work closely with American industry, which we believe is the engine of our economy. We need to make sure that the advances in technology supported by the Department of Energy are easily accessible and available to companies to turn into the next innovative product driving that technology. I want to stress that this includes both established market players and small, ambitious startups with potentially disruptive ideas. Programs like the Wave Energy Prize, which is managed by our water power program, broaden the horizon of what organizations can do with these new technologies. In this case, a company gathered a device to do wave energy conversion, which generates electricity from the motion of waves, which is one of the newest types of renewable energy that there is, called marine hydrokinetic. 92 teams registered for the Wave Energy Prize from all over the country, pursuing the challenge to double the performance of the wave energy capture devices that we knew of. The eventual prize winner, called Aqua Harmonics, far exceeded that. They were able to hit 5 times expected performance, and the company started only 5 years ago in a garage. We hear similar stories from the department's small business programs, which are run by the Office of Science and Research, funded by offices across the Department of Energy, regularly appear on R&D Magazine's annual R&D 100 award list, which includes 32 just last year in 2016. Many of those awards are partnerships between industry and the Department of Energy's national labs, which is my next topic. The national labs are world-class research institutions and a unique national resource at the forefront of energy innovation. They house world-leading research capabilities from particle accelerators, supercomputers and testing capabilities, and many labs are closely affiliated with top research universities. And these labs also contain world-class facilities. In this way, the national laboratories are perfectly positioned to connect scientific capabilities with industry needs and to involve the next generation of energy sector scientists and engineers. Facilities like the National Wind Technology Center in Colorado have allowed early versions of wind turbines and technologies currently on the market to be tested, researched, and to be focused, and performance to be validated. And this is a site that is poised to grow and develop into a regional renewable test center. By connecting American innovators with these assets, we provide businesses too small to develop capabilities on their own access to the means to compete. And programs like the small business vouchers allow more of them to access those capabilities by awarding the best applicants with small grants to model, test, and validate innovative concepts. Finally, I want to highlight the incredible work being done by the U.S. states, cities, and local communities. States like New York aren't just moving forward, they're accelerating. New York is empowering its consumers, including a community in Brooklyn where residents are using their rooftop solar panels to provide power to their neighbors directly. In New Mexico, McKinley County joined a pilot of the local energy efficiency performance program to relieve stress on its county budget. The county retrofitted more than 40 of its buildings, from heating and cooling systems to water heaters, lighting and control systems, and reduced its operating costs by 30%, about $350,000 per year. Programs like these are being implemented across the United States, are a testament to the demand for affordable, cleaner energy. As is the case around the world, American consumers and businesses are eager to share in the growing clean energy industry. The United States is blessed with a world-class capacity for innovation, world-leading research institutions, and a uniquely American entrepreneurial culture. Our companies are poised to produce the next generation of energy technologies. Our businesses, large and small, are eager to bring them to market, and our communities will continue to take advantage of them. The Department of Energy, as it has for 40 years, is ready to support our businesses as they push to the head of the growing global clean energy industry.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Thompson, Dr. Unruh. We'll open it for questions, and I think we'll follow our usual pattern. We'll take two here in Washington, then we'll offer New York a chance to speak. And I think we can have time probably to do 2 rounds of questions in both venues. Please wait. Sorry, I should have said wait for the mic, because that way New York will be able to hear you as well.
Okay. Sound?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I want to know how about the clean power plan? Does it will be cancelled at last?
I didn't understand the question quite.
The clean power plan.
The clean power plan.
Yeah. Will it be cancelled at last?
Well, I don't know the plans of the administration on what they want to do with the Clean Power Plan, but the efforts that surround the Clean Power Plan are things that we are doing, have been doing, and will continue doing. With or without that structure, we will continue to move forward and make the efforts happen and make clean power happen, develop our renewable energy, and make sure that it gets out in the businesses so that products can be created.
Yeah, and another question is between the environmental and economic, so how to balance it? And you know, the Trump administration, from his policy, we know is a big opportunity for the traditional energy, but the competence between the traditional energy and the renewable energy. So I mean, what's the opportunity for the renewable energy?
I think the question is, given that the policy announced by the President talks a lot about traditional energy, what is the opportunity for the new technologies and the new energy types?
I think that's a very good question. I think it's a wonderful opportunity. As this administration has repeatedly articulated, we embrace an all-the-above strategy. And energy is very site-specific, and some countries have an abundance of hydrocarbons, and they can utilize those hydrocarbons in a cost-effective way. And increasingly, we're seeing a decarbonizing trend. But the other countries are not blessed with hydrocarbon resources, and therefore they will want to take advantage of the energy resources that they have. So we're seeing market demand is pulling in one direction, and we're seeing this administration articulate time and time again, renewable energy and energy efficiency is very much in the mix. What they're trying to do, as we've seen in statements of the past, is balance the scales and make sure that the entire spectrum, the entire suite of technologies and fuel sources are utilized in order to address the fundamental goals of economic security, domestic security, and prosperity. The markets have spoken, and we see where the investments are going, and we're seeing an increased balance between the two. Last year, globally, 50% of the newly installed capacity went to renewable energy. So we're seeing a very good balance there. 60% last year in the United States of installed capacity was renewable energy. So we're seeing, again, the quest for portfolio diversification and portfolio diversification balancing natural gas, nuclear, coal, renewable energy as the most secure energy portfolio.
So if I could speak more, what we also see the opportunity is to better understand how all these different types of energies integrate with one another. Clearly, the renewable energy of today is a different type of energy source than what we've had in the past. It's one that we have a pretty good understanding on, but we don't have a complete understanding on. And so we in the Department of Energy have a grid modernization initiative to try to figure out how do we best integrate these things to make them all work together, because we believe they all have a future and they all play an important part of making sure that a country has a sound, secure energy system. The administration has been clear in its intent that we still believe that clean water, clean air are very important, but we also recognize the need to balance our needs, and economics play a part, integration plays a part, environment plays a part, and they all have a place to play in the future grid and the energy supply of the nation.
We'll check with New York. Is there a question at that end? Okay, final questions here in Washington.
Thank you. First, thank you for the briefing. And just now, Dr. Thompson introduced some international practice regarding the renewable energy with some other countries. And also you mentioned China. So my question is that, in your opinion, are there some further potential between U.S. and China for the renewable energy in future? Thank you so much.
Yes, what we find is partnerships with other countries, be them developed countries or developing countries. Dr. Unruh pointed to the topic of grids, grid modernization. This is perhaps electricity grid modernization is the organizing principle in the 21st century for electricity service delivery. Every country is experimenting with creating the utility model of the 21st century. And the United States loves to work with other countries because by doing so, we not only share our experiences, but we learn from other countries. And that's in evidence with our cooperation and collaboration with China. Every country has a unique portfolio, a unique mix. All are trying to increase the reliability and the cost effectiveness of their electricity systems. We have 50 states in the United States, and I think for all the foreign journalists there, I think a mistake that's often made is we often look at Washington, D.C. for our energy policies, ignoring, as Dr. Unruh quite accurately pointed out, the incredible amount of work being done at the states and locals. Our founding fathers gave us a federal system of government with different spheres of authority. Federal government has responsibilities, but especially in electricity, states and local governments have a tremendous amount of authority. Chief Justice Brandeis years ago talked about the United States as having 50 laboratories of democracy. Well, there are in fact 50 states, 50 laboratories of experimentation. So what we do when we work with China or other countries is bring this collective experimentation of success and failure and work with colleagues such as China to learn collectively and together how do we move into the 21st century where we have a more secure energy, electricity system, a more prosperous energy service provision, and a more sound and prosperous job creation energy sector for us and for other countries. So we are very encouraged by the collaboration we have with China on renewable energy and grid stabilization, and I know the Department of Energy has a number of other programs with China on other technologies and other fossil fuel sources.
Yeah, from the Department of Energy standpoint, we have collaborations. We have one in China coming up in July with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. What we want to do is we want to try to bring our manufacturers together with the Chinese government and help them understand how they can better collaborate and how that technology developed in the United States can be brought into China. We want to create jobs and opportunity for our industries here in the country. And so this is one way we do that. We see across the world that opportunity exists. As you mentioned, talking about the states, I want to point out that our cities are some of the most innovative things we have across the country. The urban areas tend to really want to drive for a renewable base and try to work on their emissions and reduce those as much as possible. So we see cities as some of the leaders in some of the innovation in some of the policies we have in the United States.
Last question down here in Washington. No, then I'll ask you to join me in thanking our speakers today for an excellent briefing. And we'll ask you to join us again here at the Foreign Press Center for future briefings on this topic and others. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody, you're getting a live look of the White House right now. Mike Page is coming up next to take you into the next few hours of the show. Stick with us live here on the Fox News Now stream.
All right, everyone. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now Stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Hi, everyone. Mike Page, going to be here with you for the next 2 hours, and we're getting close, very close, to that holiday weekend. I hope many of you already celebrating and having a very safe and happy holiday weekend. We do so much appreciate you guys being part of the Fox 10 News Now Stream, and don't worry, on Monday and Tuesday, I will be here for you guys to celebrate as well. So it's going to be just a normal weekend for me, but hope you guys get some time to enjoy with family and friends, maybe do some barbecuing, maybe do some grilling outdoors, maybe going to a pool, or maybe catching up on that long-lost friend. Wishing you guys the very best, very safe and happy holiday weekend. July 4th, nothing like it, right? 1776, all the way right here to 2017. What a dream it's been, what a mission it's been, and what will continue to be an amazing, amazing country that we live in. All right, folks, we're going to go to an event right here that I think you're all going to like. It's International Asteroid Day. Take you to this NASA event.
Take a look. This is an asteroid observed during a close approach to Earth taken just a few weeks ago using radar. Asteroid 2014 JO25 came within 1.2 million miles of Earth. It was a kilometer, or 2/3 of a mile wide, the largest to come so close to our planet in the past 13 years. Hello, I'm Gay Yee Hill at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California. NASA takes planetary defense and the hunt for asteroids and comets very seriously. NASA-funded projects account for over 90% of worldwide efforts to find, track, and characterize near-Earth objects that get too close for comfort. Tiny asteroids hit our atmosphere all the time, producing meteors or fireballs. This chart shows the hundreds of significant fireballs detected by U.S. government sensors from 1988 until now. It doesn't happen often, but bigger asteroids hit Earth too. It happened a few years ago. A 20-meter asteroid exploded in the atmosphere above Chelyabinsk, Russia. So it's important to be on the lookout. To start things off, let's give you a simplified explanation of how we hunt for space rocks.
How do we spot near-Earth asteroids? To start, survey telescopes scan the sky. When multiple pictures of the same spot show a speck that's moving, computers automatically check it against a database of known objects. If there's no match, it gets added to a list of objects to confirm. And if it looks like it'll pass very close to us, we give it top priority. Then it's time to call in reinforcements. More astronomers from NASA, other institutions, and even the amateur community submit additional observations. Each new data point helps refine the projected path, and this asteroid is going to fly right on by. All the info will be posted online, so it can continue to be tracked and monitored. Nice work, Planetary Defense Team. Keep watching the skies.
Now, NASA is directed by Congress to find 90% of asteroids 460 feet, that's 140 meters, or greater in size. NASA's Planetary Defense Coordination Office is responsible for finding, tracking, and characterizing potentially hazardous asteroids and comets coming near Earth. Lindley Johnson is the agency's Planetary Defense Officer, and Kelly Fast is the manager of the Near-Earth Object Observations Program. They join us now live from NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C., where all NASA planetary defense efforts are managed. Hi, Lindley. Hi, Kelly. Well, let's start out with a question. Hi. Let's start off with a question for Lindley. What exactly is NASA doing to protect Earth from dangerous asteroids and comets?
Well, Gay, that's the whole purpose behind our Planetary Defense Coordination Office, is to oversee the efforts of NASA in our observatories that are finding, tracking, and characterizing near-Earth objects, and to work with other government agencies to develop a response if we happen to find one that is on an impact trajectory with the Earth. We work with the Federal Emergency Management Agency and other government agencies to develop the plans and the strategies that would be used to respond to a detected impactor. But the most important part of our business is to find them. We have to find them to be able to do anything about them. So our main priority is to find them as early as we can, and that's what the Near-Earth Object Observations Program is all about.
All right, so a question for Kelly. How are we finding them?
Well, Gay, NASA funds observatories to survey the skies each clear night to try to find these near-Earth objects, to discover them. And then we also fund a number of astronomers to follow up those discoveries, to try to get more observations of the positions of those objects to better understand how they're moving. Now, all of those observations from the people we fund and anybody observing around the world go to the Minor Planet Center, where they catalog and keep all those observations, but also they do a calculation of the orbit based on how those objects are moving to try to figure out where it's going to be in the future, and if there is a near-term impact risk to Earth, they will let NASA know about it. Now, also JPL's Center for Near-Earth Object Studies, they also take those positions, those observations, and they do precision orbit calculation, looking at where those asteroids will be in the near term, but also into the future, decades into the future, because if there was something that posed an impact risk, you'd want to know about it well ahead of time so that you could plan your response to it.
And Kelly, are we alone in this whole process? Are other countries involved at all?
Oh yeah, there are other countries involved, and in fact there is an international asteroid warning network that is a UN-sanctioned group, and NASA is a signatory to that group. And it's a group involving space agencies, national institutes, and observatories that coordinate on the search, the discovery, follow-up, characterization, and orbit determination for these objects, so that we have all the information that's possible out there contributing to the task. And so yes, there is significant international participation.
So Lindley, one more question. If there is a dangerous asteroid and it's on a collision course with Earth, can we really do anything about it?
Well, that would depend on how big it is and how much time we have before the predicted impact. We would assess the size of the object and try to determine what the mass is, and that would determine what techniques might be able to be used on it. And we have, as part of our program, developing those kind of capabilities. But it all depends on how much time we have. If we only have days or weeks, that's not enough time to mount a space mission to deflect it in space. And so we would just have to prepare with FEMA to take the impact if it was on U.S. territory. So the key to our program is to find them early.
All right. So we have just a few more minutes, and I'd like to take some time for a couple of social media questions. I have one for Lindley first. David and others on Twitter are asking, are there any near-Earth objects that pose a danger to Earth?
Well, of the catalog that we have now, over 16,000 near-Earth objects, there's none that have any significant probability of impacting the Earth. Yes, there are objects that will come near the Earth, but our orbit determination folks out there at JPL, as a matter of fact, have shown that the probability of any of those is really low. So there is no immediate threat to the Earth being impacted by the objects that we know about, but we have a lot more of them to find.
All right, here's another one. This one's for Kelly. Lisa on Twitter wants to know, if there was an asteroid headed for Earth, would we be told, or would NASA keep it quiet? And Khalid asks, would you tweet it?
Oh, absolutely. The public would be told. In fact, it wouldn't be possible even to keep it quiet because we coordinate with astronomers all over the world, over the internet, and so the information would be out there. And also all of the observations, as you said, go to the Minor Planet Center, and it's on their website, and then the predictions that are determined out at the Center for Near-Earth Object Studies at JPL, it's on their website. So the information is out there, and we have a communication plan here too at NASA to communicate within our government and with other governments. So absolutely, this would go out to the public, and eventually it would end up on Twitter too.
All right. So Lindley, Kelly, thank you so much. We will be checking in with you again later on in the show. And you can find out more about NASA's Planetary Defense Coordination Office by going to nasa.gov/planetary defense. As you heard earlier, NASA has to be on a constant lookout for potentially hazardous space rocks. The goal is to discover them early enough to be able to do something about them. On average, NASA-sponsored projects spot about 5 near-Earth objects a night and fine-tune the orbits of many more. NASA has adapted the NEO-WISE Space Telescope to survey the skies, but the real workhorses are unique ground telescopes at the Catalina Sky Survey on Mount Lemmon, Arizona, and the Panoramic Survey Telescope and Rapid Response System. It's called PanSTARRS, located on Haleakala, Hawaii.
Catalina Sky Survey and other survey programs are really sort of the start of the whole planetary protection ecosystem. It starts with discovery, goes on to follow-up and characterization, impact risk analysis, mitigation studies, but you can't follow up and you can't characterize and you can't calculate the impact risk of something you don't discover. In order to find a near-Earth asteroid, we take 4 images of a patch of sky separated by about 5 minutes.
And we take those 4 images and we blink them really fast, and it creates this little animation. So we can see that the stars in the background are static, as they should be, and if there's anything that's moving, it'll pop out.
And our software compares those images and identifies things that are not moving, which are stars, and removes those, identifies things that are transient from frame to frame, and tries to link those up.
We've probably seen about 1 million asteroids in the last 7 years that the PanSTARRS has been operating. It's like picking a needle out of a haystack. We're looking for distinctive motion, and when we see distinctive motion in asteroids, we report them to the Minor Planet Center. The Minor Planet Center is the sort of world clearinghouse for near-Earth asteroids.
The Center for NEO Studies takes the observations from the Minor Planet Center and computes the high-precision orbits that we use to make predictions. CNEOS is also kind of an early warning system for newly discovered asteroids. We take the early data and we compute whether or not that asteroid could hit the Earth. If there's a chance, we'll send out an early warning, an alert for follow-up observations so that we can get more data, and then we would know perhaps whether it can hit the Earth or not.
Asteroid impacts are a fact of life. The Earth has been impacted by asteroids continually through its history.
We saw in 2013 in Russia a fairly small, by the standards of what we're finding, asteroid did hit the Earth. I feel a little bit like a guardian of the planet. I'm doing my bit to try to protect people. It is a long-term process. It's going to take many, many years to find all of the dangerous asteroids.
The goal is to find near-Earth asteroids before they find us.
Well, tracking asteroids takes a worldwide effort. Here's a map of NASA-sponsored projects, but there's more to it than this. Add in all the observers, amateurs, and professionals all over the world, and now there are hundreds of additional eyes looking for asteroids all around the planet. These observers report their asteroid sightings to the Minor Planet Center in Cambridge, Massachusetts. That is a key player in planetary defense. The Minor Planet Center shares the information with astronomers worldwide about potentially hazardous objects. This allows for multiple observations of the same asteroid. Matt Holman is the director of the Minor Planet Center, and he joins us live now. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Kay.
All right. So you told me earlier this is all about following all the dots. So tell me exactly, what is the MPC?
The MPC, or the Minor Planet Center, is the world's clearinghouse for asteroid observations. We get observations of asteroids from hundreds, even thousands of different observatories, and we collect all those data together, distribute it to everyone who needs it or anyone who's interested, but we're also busying ourselves trying to determine which of those asteroid observations correspond to something that urgently needs follow-up observations.
Well, tell me why you even need a clearinghouse for all of these objects. Why is it necessary?
Well, there's so many people involved. It really would not be efficient to have them try to distribute their data to each other. It's much more efficient if they just send it all to us. Then we can bring it together, and we're trying to see if people have kind of incidentally observed the same object. And we can then collate those data and very quickly feed it back to them to say, okay, well, these are the things that need even more observations.
All right, so it's a central contact so you work more efficiently. Can you go ahead and just walk me through the process? How does it all work?
Well, on any given night, the Minor Planet Center receives something like 100,000 individual observations of asteroids. And we ask ourselves immediately this question sort of constantly, which of these observations correspond to an object that we've seen before, and which of them correspond to something that's a new discovery, potentially a hazardous near-Earth object. Believe it or not, 90% of the time, we know what those objects are. We've seen them before, and we have very precisely determined orbits. We can take those 90% and set them aside and focus our attention on the remaining 10% to try to determine if those are potentially hazardous near-Earth objects or garden variety main belt asteroids.
So how do you tell the difference between the main belt asteroids, which are far, far away, and the ones that are actually kind of close?
Well, as Richard Wainscoat kind of suggested, we use the pattern of motion on the sky. Let me give you an analogy. So imagine you're in a car and you're driving along the road and you look out the window and you look at the fence posts. Those fence posts will appear to be moving very, very quickly. If you look at the trees behind the fence posts, they'll appear to be moving less quickly. And if you look at the mountains way in the background, they won't appear to be moving at all. In fact, none of those things are moving. It's the car that's moving. And the apparent rate of motion is a proxy for distance. The things that are close to you appear to be moving more quickly. And that's really what's going on with asteroids, too. It's something we call parallax. So the set of dots that are really moving quickly along the sky, those are very likely to be things that are pretty close to the Earth, and that's what we concentrate on.
So if you find something that needs a little bit more double checking, how do you tell your observers?
Well, we have something called the NEO confirmation page. It's a website that the Minor Planet Center is constantly updated, and so that's where we maintain a prioritized list of objects that need additional observations.
All right. Well, we have a little bit of time left, and I have a social media question for you. This one is from Mr. Marmite, and he asks, what's the largest asteroid you've found so far?
Well, the largest asteroids are really in a category of dwarf planets. Those are, Ceres and Vesta. Those are things that were, have been found really, they were 1801, and they're even earlier archival observations. So those are hundreds of kilometers diameter.
All right. Well, we learned a lot, Matt. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
All right. And if you would like to learn more, you can check out the Minor Planet Center. It is the website, that is. It is minorplanetcenter.net. October 6, 2008 was a day when NASA's asteroid hunting team was put to the test. The Catalina Sky Survey team spotted an asteroid that eventually would hit Earth just 19 hours before it was predicted to enter the atmosphere. The Near-Earth Objects team and astronomers all over the world sprang into action. Their observations allowed us to figure out exactly where and when the object would hit. At only a few meters across, it posed no danger. It was small and posed no threat. On October 7, 2008, with officials alerted, asteroid TC3 plunged through our atmosphere and exploded 23 miles above the remote desert in the Sudan. Hundreds of meteorites were later recovered. Now, this was the first time an asteroid was spotted and its location calculated prior to hitting Earth's atmosphere. The system worked. NASA's Center for Near-Earth Object Studies here at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory played a big role. The center computes high-precision objects of near-Earth objects. It predicts the future path and assesses whether or not they'll actually impact the Earth. Paul Chodas is the manager of CNEOS. What was that day like for TC3?
That was an exciting day, believe me, and it was all compressed into a single day because it was discovered. We had to run the numbers, we had to realize it's going to hit the Earth, and then we had to figure out where it's going to hit the Earth, notify people, and encourage more observations, all compressed into one day. Fortunately, we knew it was small. That was the first question to ask, and we could see that it was small.
But it must have been just gathering together and picking up the phone call and hearing. I mean, you guys just jumped on it. Everybody.
Yeah, our team, all the teams did. The Minor Planet Center, our team, and Lindley Johnson, of course, was involved in communicating this to the higher ups at NASA and in our government. So it was a busy day for everyone.
And why do you say that this was a real test and you guys passed?
Well, our calculations early on indicated it would hit in the Nubian Desert in Sudan, and so we identified the location early, and as we got more and more observations, we identified even the ground track so well that 2 months later, when some astronomers went out to look for the meteorites, we told them exactly where to find them. There they were, right on the path.
Okay, so it is the job of CNEOS, or the center, to figure out the orbit. And I think we should also explain to some people don't realize that, you know, near-Earth objects are orbiting the sun just like Earth is, and what you're figuring out is the orbit of this body and whether or not it'll one day intersect with Earth's orbit.
That's right. The near-Earth objects orbit the sun just like the planets, and they're on ellipses, and sometimes some of those ellipses come very close to the Earth's orbit. If there's an intersection of the orbits, then the next question is, well, will the Earth ever be there when the asteroid gets there? And that's kind of a very precision calculation that we have to run, and we want to do that many decades into the future. Apophis was an early example of that. Back in 2004, the orbit of Apophis looked like there was a chance that Apophis, which is a large asteroid.
I remember that.
Remember that? It was 1,000 feet across. It looked like in 2029 there was a chance that it could hit the Earth at that intersection point. And we were worried the impact probability kept getting a little higher and a little higher as we took more and more observations.
So let's take Apophis as an example. Very early on, I remember hearing the reports, it looks like there's a 4% chance that it could hit. And then as the time went by, then, well, maybe not. And then finally, there was a report saying absolutely not. Was NASA wrong at the start?
No, because we add data. We get more and more information. We make our projections. It's kind of like shining a flashlight, actually.
And we have an image that we could probably put up.
Yeah, yeah. So we would say, here's what it looks like in 2029. We think the asteroid could pass somewhere within the ellipse. And look, the Earth is within the ellipse. Okay. We get a probability of maybe it was 2% there. And then a day later, we get a little more data. And the next step, there's another ellipse. And look, it's even more likely to hit the Earth as you get more data, 4% now. But then we found some more observations actually in the archives of the same, of Apophis, and we ran the calculation again, and we get an even more precise prediction, and now look, the Earth is no longer inside the ellipse, so it can't hit.
So it's a matter of getting more and more information. How do you get that information to dial in the orbit and get a more exact idea?
What I like to say is we take all the numbers and we plot the path. You know, and so we're trying to see in the future how close it can come. Basically, we're plotting the path. We're running the numbers in high precision.
All right, so when you're running the numbers on all these sightings that are coming in every single day, how do you figure out and how do you give an early warning to folks and flag them that, oh, this is something to keep an eye on, oh, that's not going to be a problem for at least 100 years? I mean, how do you do that?
Well, we do calculate a probability, and we have two systems to do this. One is what we call a Sentry system, which runs a very long-term 100-year calculation, running the numbers and seeing how close the asteroids could get. We have a short-term system for the NEOCP, the Near Earth Object Confirmation Page that Matt just mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
These are for brand newly discovered objects that just got discovered in very little data, but we'd like to know, objects are usually discovered when they're close to the Earth. Could it hit the Earth, you know, even before we've even confirmed the object? So that's a short-term impact hazard calculation. That's the SCOUT system. So we run the numbers both in short-term and long-term.
All right, and you keep track of all the sightings, and we can actually put up the number that you have cited so far.
Well, this is NASA, and in fact, the entire catalog is now at 16,245 asteroids. That's the blue graph there, and in 2017, which will be on the right axis there, you can see we're up past 16,000. We're seeing them at about 1,800 per year right now.
Wow.
Now, some people are concerned. They say, look how fast we're discovering them. Why are all of a sudden asteroids hitting the Earth? That wasn't happening before, was it? It was. It was. We're just getting better at finding them. So we want to keep that discovery rate increasing.
All right. Well, I have a social media question for you. Bob wants to know, how exactly do you know the size of passing asteroids?
They're only a point of light in these telescopes.
Absolutely.
So all we know is how bright they are. So we have to assume a certain reflectivity. We're seeing them by reflected light.
Mm-hmm.
So we assume they're kind of as reflective as 14% of the sunshine is being reflected. So we calculate a rough size just based on brightness.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Paul. And we have a website for you. If you want more information on CNEOS, go to cneos.jpl.nasa.gov. NASA relies on trusted astronomers to do follow-up observations to confirm if a near-Earth object is really there and to help us refine the orbit. One follow-up observer is Robert Holmes. Bob started as a volunteer observer, but he's so good, NASA now pays him to hunt asteroids full-time. He's one of the world's most prolific observers. How does he do it? We went to his home in Illinois farm country to find out.
We do follow-up observations with NASA's Near Earth Object Observations program. All night long, I'm running big telescopes. One's a 24-inch, a 30-inch, and a 32-inch, and then the 50-inch is my biggest telescope. Having 4 telescopes allows me really to do 4 times as much work as the typical observatory that just has 1 telescope. So it is a huge advantage. I work on a nightly basis, and I use these telescopes to look at asteroids. We do follow-up observations for the discoveries that are made by the large sky surveys. By looking at these asteroids and measuring these asteroids, we can determine what their possibilities of actually hitting the Earth in the future are going to be. NASA provides coordinates of specific objects that they need observations on. I'm going to punch in the coordinates here. And I'm doing this remotely from inside a control room. not at the telescope. And so we look these objects up and then use those coordinates to look at a tiny piece of the sky that this object happens to be in. And then we follow those objects and define and refine orbits for those objects and reduce the uncertainty of where it's going to go in the near future. I started off as a volunteer in 2006. It's just blossomed into a full-time opportunity to work for NASA under their grant program, where I'm now doing this every single clear night. Now we're starting the observing run for 2017 KK3. You don't build a telescope that's this big without being passionate about what you do. I'm really driven to be a part of a program that's important and has importance to the future. And we're not talking about next year or the year after. We're talking about asteroids that could potentially hit the Earth 100 years from now. And the work we do today may make a difference 100 years from now.
Like Bob Holmes, the Magdalena Ridge Observatory does follow-up observations. It's located 10,600 feet in the mountains near Socorro, New Mexico. Magdalena also characterizes asteroids. How fast the asteroid is spinning, what kind of shape it has, and what's it made out of? How big is it? The observatory has a fast telescope capable of tracking rockets, asteroids, even space junk. Eileen Ryan is the director of the telescope, and she joins us now via Skype. Hi, Eileen.
Hello, Gay.
So explain to me this fast telescope. What do you mean by that? I mean, can it whip in a direction and track something really quickly? Is it the f-stop? What are we talking about?
Well, actually, we're talking about the telescope motion. It can move 10 times faster than a normal astronomical telescope, and that's pretty fast. So we are at an advantage when we're looking at asteroids that come very close to the Earth, because they can also move very rapidly through the sky. So if we want to demonstrate this, we can watch a movie that we took of an asteroid that came very close to the Earth in November 2015, asteroid 2015 VY105. So the bright central dot in the movie is what our 2.4 meter telescope is locked on and tracking. And as you can see, the streaks that are going by, they're background stars that the asteroid is rapidly speeding by. So pretty fast. And it's pretty amazing that we can look at this and analyze close approaching asteroids. But what's most interesting about the movie, if you look at the final frame of the movie, we have captured asteroid VY105 coming so close to the Earth that it actually passed through our geosynchronous satellite zone. So if you watch the movie for the final frame, you can see an odd angled streak at the bottom of the frame, and that's not a star streaking by, it's actually one of NASA's communications satellites. So the asteroid passed very close by this satellite as well as several others, but luckily it didn't hit.
Wow, that was very close. But as you mentioned, you know, we're looking at it, same as you, they're just little points of light. How are you able to get any characteristic information on something so small?
Well, it's actually pretty fun and amazing to realize how much we can learn from a point of light. One of the things that we study and we specialize in at MRO is looking at asteroid rotation rate. So asteroids spin on their axis as they're moving in their orbit around the sun. And so here I have a model asteroid, and you may have noticed it's not very round. Most asteroids are potato-shaped or irregularly shaped. But if we use this model to examine how could we find from a point of light or light variation a spin rate? Well, asteroids shine by reflected sunlight. So here as I rotate in this model asteroid, you can see the surface area is changing. So we might have a little bit of light reflected back to the instruments on our telescope when the asteroid is in this position, and then we get a lot of light, a little bit of light, a lot of light, and a little bit. Let's look at this next movie, and we can see this schematically represented by an egg-shaped asteroid rotating. You can see as the asteroid rotates, the light is changing, and we get 2 peaks and 2 dips, which represent a rotation cycle. This is usually referred to as a light curve, this changing brightness. And when we go through this whole cycle, we get 1 rotation rate. So we can have asteroids spinning as short a time as tens of seconds to many, many hours. But we can look at this and analyze the asteroid to understand potentially its strength, whether it's a rubble pile or an intact object. And we look at the peaks and dips to see if we can also infer the actual shape of the asteroid.
I remember once when we were first talking that you see these flybys as a mission coming to you, that, you know, we work so hard to send spacecraft far, far away to explore comets and asteroids and planets, but here is this wonderful moment where they come to you and you are saying that you're hitting it with everything you've got. And so you have many instruments. What else do you find as this thing is just swinging by you? What more information can you gather?
Well, we can also do, in addition to spin rates, we want to get at everything, as you said, while we have it in our sights. So we can look at an asteroid and also determine its composition. One advantage we have at MRO is that we can mount multiple instruments at the same time on our telescope. So we can easily switch from a light-changing instrument to something called a spectrometer, which will separate the light into different wavelengths, and we can then analyze and get a fingerprint of the particular composition of an asteroid. So asteroids can be metal, rock, or combinations of the two. And as Paul Chodas mentioned earlier in the broadcast, when we know overall reflectivity based on the composition, we can get an estimate of size, which is very important. And specifically, different types of asteroids, different compositions, would require different approaches for deflection if we ever found a hazardous one that we needed to do something about while it was still in space. So a very vital information characterization and an important practical role it can play.
So getting as much information as you can so you know what you're dealing with.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I understand you told me that there is a little side story that you have a mirror that you use. It's got a little bit of a legacy, a little bit of heritage there.
Actually, it's pretty exciting. Our telescope mirror is actually one of two spares left over from the Hubble Space Telescope program. So we have the only working spare incorporated into our telescope. The other spare went to the Smithsonian Museum in Washington, D.C. after it wasn't needed for Hubble. So we feel very honored to have such a mirror, and it performs absolutely beautifully. And so New Mexico Tech University, which runs the Magdalena Ridge Observatory, actually got it for free.
Wow, great story. I have a social media question for you, Eileen. Here it is. Many out there on social media want to know when there are close approaches by passing asteroids. Can you see them with your naked eye?
Sometimes you can. It depends on how bright they are. Most of the time, though, we need even just a small backyard telescope. Naturally, if you went outside and you looked in the night sky, you might see things of a visual magnitude of 5 or 6. Even asteroids that come very close to the Earth, we might have them being as bright as 10 or 12 on our brightness scale. So you can see them through sometimes your backyard telescope. Sometimes they're very faint still, and we need big telescopes like our 2.4-meter telescope to actually study them.
All right, Eileen, always a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much for helping us out today.
Thanks, Gay.
All right. At the start of the show, we showed a radar movie of asteroid 2014 JO25 made using the 70-meter antenna at Goldstone Station in the Mojave Desert. The antenna is part of NASA's Deep Space Network, which communicates with our spacecraft across the solar system from this room, in fact. But that communications dish is actually a terrific scientific instrument as well. Using it for radar gives us a chance to see asteroids in...
All right, everybody, we're going to go to live aerials right now. You're looking at a train derailment in Plainfield, Illinois, a suburb of Chicago. We'll work on getting you the very latest details. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. All right, everyone, and welcome to all our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live viewers. You're taking a look at a train derailment in Plainfield, Illinois. This is a suburb of Chicago, and we're going to see Skyfox widen out right here, and you're going to see just how horrific this accident is. Take a look at that Skyfox up in the air showing you this accident. We're still waiting to see if there are any injuries associated with this crash. The good news is it was not a commuter train. Was not a commuter train. So that is some very good news there, because if it was a commuter train and you're looking at that derailment, we could be talking about mass casualties, but we're not. Okay, we are just getting some news from local media reports. No injuries are reported here. No injuries are reported. This was a tank car train derailment in Plainfield, Illinois. Plainfield to Chicago is roughly about 50 minutes away. We're talking about 40 miles away. Is in the southeast. Or of the southwest suburbs. Southwest suburbs. Plainfield, Illinois. This is where it's at. We do appreciate all our viewers right now watching live worldwide here on the Fox 10 News Downstream. Let us know where you are watching from, especially here in Arizona. We have so many Chicago transplants, and I am one of them. So we do have a lot of people that live out here in Arizona, and when they see an Illinois story, they definitely do pay attention. But we do have Chicago people always watching from all over the country as well. And thank you so much to all our viewers checking in with us right now. Dorothy saying, in Arizona from Illinois. Thank you so much, Dorothy, for checking in as well. You're all part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. We got Jay watching from Ireland, and like I said, we got people from all over the world always wanting to know exactly when there is a breaking news alert. Michelle checking in from Las Vegas. Gene checking in from Indiana saying, what a mess. Yes, definitely just a bad accident, but the good news that we have for you this evening, no injuries reported there, is it was a tanker car train that derailed and not a commuter train. That would have been much, much worse when you take a look at just, how bad that accident is. It's coming up on 8 o'clock there in Plainfield, Illinois. We're also learning that this is now a hazmat freight train derailment, folks. So this is a hazmat issue as well. And if you're in that Plainfield area, folks, this is near Route 59 and Riverwalk Trail. That is where, for those of you that are watching locally, they're in Plainfield. That is near Route 59 and Riverwalk Trail. We are learning that this crash does involve crude oil. And that is why the hazmat advisors are out there as well. Crude oil being part of this train derailment. We always do appreciate our viewers watching worldwide with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And you can see here, just a major train derailment. And now hazmat advisors are out there as well, as this was involving crude oil on the train's manifest there. So this is happening in Plainfield, Illinois, about 50 miles from Chicago. You're all part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, and thank you all for checking in with us as you continue to watch live with us. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., giving you 12 hours of non-stop coverage anywhere across this great country. Thank you to all our viewers watching right now. If you're just joining us, let me reset the story for you so you have a clear idea of what we are looking at. This is a train derailment in a suburb of Chicago, Plainfield, Illinois. You could see the mess that they have here, and you see that oil leaking out. That is oil from those tankers, and they have a big mess on their hands right now. Hazmat crews are there already working the scene. No injuries reported, though, but they have a big cleanup this holiday weekend. And there we go, folks. That is a clear look at the hazmat team there, trying their very best right now to see how they're going to pick up this oil here that is just seeping from those tankers there. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Thank you to all our new viewers watching worldwide with us here on the News Now stream. And if you're new to the stream, please let us know where you are watching from, and we will make sure that you are up to date on the very latest that comes from this story. right, everyone, as you can see there, Chopper is leaving for the very latest information. Why don't you try our sister station, Fox 32 Chicago. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. You are always in the News Now stream. You just saw me coming right out there on camera. Sometimes that'll happen right there on the news.
No more amendments. Mr. Cartwright, excuse me. Will the clerk read, please?
An amendment offered by Mr. Cartwright. At the end of the bill, insert the following. Section, none of the funds made available by this act may be used to plan for, begin, continue, complete, process, or approve a public-private competition under the Office of Management and Budget, Circular A76.
Waive the reading. Consider it waived. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman, I want to thank you and the committee staff for all your hard work on this bill. Ranking Member Visklowski, I want to thank you as well for your work and for your support of this amendment. I rise today to offer an amendment that would prohibit the Department of Defense from conducting new A76 studies. These studies rely on a process that both the GAO and the Inspector General of the Department of Defense concluded could not demonstrate any savings to the taxpayer. Subsequently, A76 studies have been subject to a congressional moratorium since the year 2010. My amendment would simply extend that moratorium. The primary flaw with the A76 process is the faulty underlying methodology to determine whether federal civilian jobs should be outsourced. It has not been updated since 2003, and the Inspector General's report noted that it simply fails to keep track of costs and savings. It is not supported by the facts. Incorporating an arbitrary 12% overhead factor cost for federal employees as opposed to contractors, the Inspector General concluded that, quote, multi-million-dollar decisions are based in part on a factor not supported by data. Unless DOD develops a supportable rate or an alternative method to calculate a fair and reasonable rate, the results of future competitions will be questionable, unquote. Making decisions based on such a faulty process is an irresponsible use of taxpayer dollars. This body owes a duty to our warfighters and the taxpayers. Going back to A76 studies is a breach of both. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment to maintain the moratorium on A76 studies, shielding our military readiness from a process in desperate need of drastic revision. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve the balance of my time.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for his comments. Ms. Granger.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would weaken national security. Many defense items, such as intercontinental ballistic missiles, require routine maintenance and repair that are unique in nature and do not support a robust industrial base. Nevertheless, it's imperative that these missions are capably performed and not reliant on a single point of failure. It's appropriate that the Department of Defense have the flexibility necessary to manage these activities and to ensure that these capabilities are always available to the warfighter. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Any further comments on the amendment? Ms. Lowy, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Mr. Cartwright's amendment. The A76 outsourcing process threatens the longevity, expertise, and institutional knowledge of the civil service. As a result, the committee should not support outsourcing government jobs that federal employees can and already perform. We cannot risk the slippery slope of privatizing certain government functions without fully understanding the impacts both on federal expenditures and the quality of services offered by federal agencies. This is particularly important when it comes to our national security. Those working to keep us safe should focus on security, not their company's bottom line. I thank Mr. Cartwright for offering this amendment, and I urge its adoption.
Yes, did Mr. Vysotsky, did you care to be recognized? Excuse me, Mr. Comer.
Chairman, if you don't mind, thank you very much. I rise in support also of the gentleman's amendment. It does deal with federal employees. As constitutional officers, I think a mistake is made when constantly, year after year, decade after decade, federal employees are characterized as being slothful, stupid, lazy, inefficient, and wasteful of taxpayers' dollars. The fact is, how are we going to encourage any bright young person to think it would be a great career to be in federal employment? I just can't wait to get out of school and work for the federal government. I can't wait for that next CR, that next shutdown. I really think that we have to remember that when people receive Medicare benefits today, those are provided by federal employees. When retirees receive a Social Security check, those are provided by federal employees. We have a lot of civilian employees protecting this nation at the Department of Defense, obviously the concern of the gentleman who offered the amendment. We have public employees who protect us through their enforcement of our laws and keep us secure by protecting our borders. So we should always, every day, each of us, look for efficiencies in the delivery of government services. This circular is not the way to go, and I do support the gentleman's amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Vysotsky. Mr. Comer.
Thank you, Chairman. I also want to rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. I think the federal workforce is part of the solution to making the Department of Defense better. You can see that when you see a uniformed submariner thanking someone who works at a naval shipyard for making sure their submarine is safe. We shouldn't jeopardize our government's capability to develop skills and capacity that it needs to keep our ships afloat, to make sure our trucks are running, to make sure our airplanes are actually able to fly. You know, we've seen, as Mr. Vysotsky said, years and years of tearing down the federal workforce. I think we need to rebuild it. And the way to do that is to maintain its workload. And therefore, I support the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Comer. Any further discussion before I recognize Mr. Cartwright for 1 minute to close? Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again, Ranking Member Lowy, Ranking Member Vysotsky, and Congressman Kilmer for your support. To conclude, A76 process uses faulty, antiquated methodology to determine whether federal civilian jobs should be outsourced, a matter we simply cannot approach in a haphazard manner. Both the GAO and the Inspector General of the Department of Defense concluded the process could not demonstrate any savings for the taxpayer. We must act sensibly with taxpayer dollars by basing our decisions on fact and not supposition or fiction. I urge the committee to vote yes on this amendment and ensure we fund the national defense in a responsible manner, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. The question then is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. It appears that the nays have it, the noes have it, and it's not agreed to. Okay, thank you. Any further amendments? Ms. Lee.
Before I get to my amendment, I want to associate myself with the remarks of our ranking member and just say that this pattern of denigrating women by the Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump, sends really a despicable message to my 3 granddaughters, to all girls and all women, and really should be condemned. Let me offer my amendment now. This is quite a day. This is Lee Amendment number 1. It's straightforward.
Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment offered by Ms. Lee. At the end of the bill, insert the following. Section, the authorization for use of military force.
Consider it done. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would repeal the overly broad, this is the 2001 authorization to use military force after a period of 8 months after the enactment of this act, giving the administration and Congress sufficient time to decide what measures should replace it. This is not only timely, Mr. Chairman, it is really necessary. Now, on September 14, 2001, I did not vote for this authorization because I knew then that it would provide a blank check to wage war anywhere, anytime, for any length by any president. In the last 16 years, it has become increasingly clear that this AUMF has essentially provided the president, any president since then, all of our presidents, the authority to wage war in perpetuity. In fact, the Congressional Research Service has found that the 2001 AUMF has been used more than 37 times in 14 countries to justify military action and other activities, including warrantless surveillance and wiretapping, indefinite detention practices at Gitmo, targeted killing operations using lethal drones, and the open-ended expansion of military operations abroad. In addition to these activities, this AUMF has reportedly been invoked to deploy troops in Syria, Afghanistan, Yemen, Djibouti, Kenya, Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Somalia. Right now, we know that any president can unilaterally wage war under this outdated 2001 authorization. The last 2 presidents have bombed the Middle East and Africa, and President Trump, of course, is following down a similar path. The administration has authorized and launched airstrikes against Syria, sent more troops to fight ISIS, and now wants to send thousands of additional United States troops to Afghanistan. And I know that while we may not share a common position on replacement of the 2000 AUMF, many of us do agree that it's overly broad, and this authority is a major and concerning deterioration, really, of congressional oversight and war-making authority. And I think many of us can also agree that a robust debate and vote is necessary, long overdue, and must take place. Let me be clear. With the 2001 AUMF still on the book in its current form, any administration can rely on this blank check to wage endless war. So I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, for your comments. Ms. Granger.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment. The authorization for use of military force, called the AUMF, which this amendment attempts to repeal, is better known as the 9/11 AUMF, and is necessary for the Department of Defense to fight the global war on terrorism. U.S. military forces are conducting campaigns against al-Qaeda and al-Qaeda-affiliated forces worldwide using this authority. If agreed to, this amendment would kill the 9/11 AUMF on a specific date following the enactment of this act and applies to all such actions being carried out on or before that date. The amendment is a deal breaker and would tie the hands of the U.S. to act unilaterally or with partner nations with regard to al-Qaeda and al-Qaeda affiliated terrorism. Let me be clear about what this amendment does. It cripples our ability to conduct counterterrorism operations against terrorists who pose a threat to the United States persons and interests. The amendment intends to put in place a major policy change that does not belong in this bill. In my judgment, the amendment dangerously and erroneously assumes that the terrorist threat from al-Qaeda and its affiliates has ended. The terrorist threat today is no less real and in many ways more daunting than it was when the Congress overwhelmingly gave the President the authority to protect us against those that want to do us harm. While some would argue that core al-Qaeda is weakened, as events in Yemen, Iraq, and Syria have shown, its affiliates and new terrorist groups continue to maintain strength. This amendment would effectively eliminate the President's ability to address that threat or other emerging threats from al-Qaeda affiliated or like-minded groups in North Africa, the Horn of Africa, and elsewhere. Therefore, I strongly urge rejection of this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Granger. Mr. Vskosky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the gentlewoman's amendment. First of all, we are not determining policy under the amendment. We are suggesting 8 months after the enactment of this bill, policy should be determined. And there is nothing to prohibit this institution from beginning that debate on July 11th when we return from the holiday weekend. It does nothing until a new policy is put in place, so we in no way cripple or retard the ability of our military to deal with threats we face. The world has changed, and administrations have changed. We are now under the third administration, and we have switched parties since we had the original authorization. We are now in the 8th Congress with switching of control of political parties since that determination was made. We are asking members of the military to potentially give their lives for this nation. We should give them some of our time to meet our constitutional responsibility and to develop a current policy for their sacrifice.
Thank you, Mr. Vskosky. Anyone further comments? Mr. Cole?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to rise and support my friend's amendment, and I couldn't agree more with the ranking member on the subcommittee's point of view on this. This is something where Congress has collectively avoided taking responsibility for years. The Constitution is awfully clear, as my friend points out, about where war-making authority resides. It resides in this body. And we've had leadership, honestly, on both sides that have put off this debate again and again and again. As a matter of fact, when the Secretary appeared before our subcommittee, I asked him, would it help you to have a new authorization? Let me make it very clear. I would support that authorization. I'm very much in favor of taking the war to ISIS. And he said, yes, it would. It's something that would help us a lot. So if we're going to send people to war, we owe them the support of the Congress of the United States, the visible support. And for those that have a different opinion, that is fair enough. That's what we're supposed to do, is debate these things. We're at war against an enemy that did not exist in a place that we did not expect to fight. So how AUMF that was passed, 16 years ago, before I was in Congress, could possibly be stretched to cover this is just beyond belief to me. So I thank my gentle friend with whom I often disagree, but always enjoy working with when we have the opportunity to do it, because I think she has raised an important point. I think she's done it repeatedly and effectively, and I think the Congress ought to listen to what she has to say, and we ought to debate this issue and provide the authority, I would hope, of the Congress of the United States for what we're doing, or if that's the wrong thing and the majority has a different point of view, that would be the appropriate thing. But it's not fair to ask men and women to fight and not have the full support of the Congress of the United States behind them. So with that, I yield back.
Mr. Cole, any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, just briefly, I'd like to rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment here. Those of us who have, and associate myself with Mr. Cole's remarks, the fact that the men and women who serve us, when we travel and we go see them in the Persian Gulf and far-flung places around the world, they need to know that we have had the discussion, We've vetted all our interests. We've had the debate, and we're behind them, and we're behind what they're doing. So I want to thank the gentlelady, thank Mr. Cole for speaking up and support this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Any further discussion? Mr. Stewart is recognized.
I would brief. Thank you. I feel like my world is rocked because I see these two that have very different opinions, and yet I agree with you. And as a former military officer, them the authority that they're continuing every day and putting their lives and their well-being and the sacrifice of their families. And for every soldier over there, there's someone back home who loves them, who is sacrificing just as well. They notice that Congress doesn't have the courage to have this debate. I support the intent of the amendment. I hope Congress will have the courage to do that. I've been saying that for several years now. I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Stewart, any further discussion?
Sure.
Gentlemen.
Just very briefly, I just want to rise in support.
Virginia.
I want to rise in support as well, too. I think that we've seen a disproportionate sacrifice with the military community who has gone over and over again. And I believe that we owe them the debate. Whatever side you come on or come down on, I think that we do owe them a debate, because the American people should have a debate on this via the representatives to decide what we're going to do. So I just very briefly, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Ms. Lee, Mr. Rupersberger.
When I came in this morning, I was going to vote no, but we're debating right now. And when two respected members of the military stand up and make a comment, I'm listening. Barbara Lee, you and I love you. I love the fact you are in a position to take a lot of positions that I don't take, but that's what we need. But I'm going to be with you on this, and your tenacity has come through. And I think right now that this is what's important for America, and that we need to move forward on this. So I'm going to vote yes.
Thank you. You're making converts all over the place, Ms. Lee.
This should be bipartisan, Mr. Chairman.
It is, and you have been incredibly insistent and persevered on this issue for a number of years. I think we recognize you, and obviously you have allies in the room, and we share your concern. Anyone else recognize Ms. Lee to close? Not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your remarks and those remarks of all of those who have spoken on behalf of this resolution. This should be bipartisan. This is about our country. This is about our troops. This is about Congress and our constitutional responsibility to do our job. And I remember, and many were here, many were not here, those horrific days after 9/11. This resolution came before the Congress 3 days, September 14th. It was overly broad. It was 60 words. And I think at this point, 16 years later, given the nature of the threats we face, that we should, in a bipartisan way, support my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. The question is on the Lee amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Oh, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Thank you, Ms. Lee. Further amendments? Any further amendments? Ms. McCullum. You did it, Judge. Oops.
Good work, Barbara. Mr. Chair, I rise to offer an amendment to uphold our military's commitments to foreign-born.
Clerk will report.
An amendment offered by Ms. McCullum of Minnesota. At the end of the bill, insert the following. Section, except as provided by subsection B, none of the funds made available by this act may be used to implement the elimination of existing...
The amendment's considered read. The gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ming and I offer this. During the height of the Iraq War, our military faced a shortage to personnel to fill critical roles in the medical profession and language experts in particular, and many of us who were serving at that time know just how desperate our military was feeling. To help fill these gaps, Defense Secretary Robert Gates authorized the military accession to vital national interests program in 2008. Now, this program sought out enlistees into the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy. And they were foreign nationals who were legally present here in the United States, who had these essential skills that our military was looking for in medical and language skills. They had to pass extensive background tests. Medical recruits committed to serve 3 years of active duty service or 6 years in the reserve. And language and cultural recruits committed to 4 years of active duty. The recruits typically became naturalized citizens after completing this basic training. That was part of their roles in medical and language eccentric positions, and the military without them would not have been able to meet these critical roles. They wanted to serve a country that they had fallen in love with. Since 2009, more than 10,000 service members have participated in this program, and they fill critical roles in medical and language eccentric positions, and the military without them would not have been able to meet these critical roles. The Pentagon now is considering a plan to end the successful program and cancel enlistment contracts, signed contracts that are currently pending. This would devastate more than 4,000 foreign-born recruits. These people have been recruited who have actually signed enlistment contracts, but they have not received their basic training orders. For at least 1,000 of these individuals whose visas have expired because they thought they were going to be, serving in the military, it would leave them at risk for deportation through no fault of their own. No fault of their own. They had signed contracts with the U.S. military. So I strongly believe reneging on these contracts puts these recruits at risk, and it's a betrayal of the people who only wanted to serve the United States. This amendment would prevent the use of federal funds to eliminate enlistment contracts for the recruits in this program, except, and I want to be very clear, except in cases where the recruit has violated the laws of this land or the Uniform Military Code of Justice. We must ensure that the Department of Defense keeps its commitments to foreign-born recruits, and this amendment is a first step in holding the Pentagon accountable in doing that.
Thank you, Ms. McCollum. Ms. Granger?
This program, and it's used by the services to recruit and fill critical needs within the specialized skill sets. This amendment addresses an issue that was reported in the press earlier this week. We continue to perform our due diligence by gathering information from the department on exactly how they intend to address this backlog of recruits that are currently in this delayed entry program as described by Ms. McCollum. I pledge to work with the gentlewoman by gathering more information from the department and addressing this issue together as the bill moves forward, and I yield back.
So thank you, Ms. Ming. Or Mr. Ropersberger was first. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, excuse me. You're a co-sponsor. Do you mind yielding to your colleague?
I will yield. Oh, you can yield.
Okay.
Okay.
It's always good to see up on your seat.
It's good to get up.
You're the Iron Man, so it takes a while to get up.
Well, if I can't do it, you can. I'm a poet and don't know it. I rise in support of Ms. McCollum's amendment. One of my constituents is affected by this issue. And, it's so important that when we have men and women who want to serve their country, that we stand behind them, and we always have as a country. This immigration issue is tearing our country apart. It's really a shame if you look back when the Senate passed their immigration bill that our leadership in the House wouldn't put it on the floor, but that's history. But when we're talking about men and women that have given up their right for the visas because they thought they were a part of a process and it's being taken away, they could be deported. So I stand behind this very strongly, and I would hope we can move forward in favor of these individuals. Remember, this program is a program that is a specialty program. So these people going into this program have a language skill or a skill that we need in our military.
Thank you, Ms. Ming. Pleasure to recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Congresswoman McCollum, for the thoughtful amendment before us today. I rise today in support of her amendment and in support of every individual in the MAVNI program who made a contract with the United States government that they would be willing to lay down their lives for our country in military service. They made a promise to our country, and we made a promise to them. We cannot now, month, and in some cases years, after making these commitments, rescind our offers to men and women who have been building their lives around the commitment they made to our nation's armed services, and it's just not right. Personally, I have 8 cases in my own district that I'm currently trying to assist, and I'm sure there are more. I've written to President Trump to request simply that no person currently covered by the MAVNI program be deported due to the implementation of new policies being proposed by the Pentagon. If we want to have policy discussions about the termination of programs or the creation of new ones, that's fine, but I don't feel that it's fair to change the rules of the game for individuals who've built their lives around a promise that the U.S. government made to them. America's a nation that delivers on its promises, as is every person in this room. I'm not asking that the MAVNI program be extended or for additional money to be appropriated. I'm not even asking for special treatment, but I'm simply asking that those recruits who agreed to serve in our armed forces and who signed a contract to that effect be allowed to do so. And at the very least, should that not be possible, I ask that impacted individuals not be deported from the country they agreed to lay down their life for. Again, I thank Representative McCollum for her wonderful amendment. I support it and respectfully ask every person in this room to support it as well. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the gentlelady's amendment, and just to underscore that this is a critical program that helps make sure that we can recruit and add to the nation's military people who have skills that we badly need, that we simply don't have available in the numbers that are necessary to help keep our country safe. Since the program started, as Ms. McCollum mentioned, more than 10,000 troops, most of them with service in the Army, have filled medical positions, language specialties that were identified by DoD as vital to the success of military operations. This isn't a quick way to get citizenship or an easy pathway to be admitted to the United States. These are critical needs that we have that are in short supply among U.S.-born troops. So under the Defense Department's plan, as outlined, these soldiers would not only watch their promise of citizenship crumble before their eyes, but even worse, be subject to deportation by the very country that they've been willing to risk their lives to protect. These recruits are on government rolls detailing their addresses, their phone numbers, their legal statuses, and that will make them prime targets of a Department of Homeland Security that is already overzealously in deporting people. Now think about that. So the very people who have risked their lives to protect us, this administration would be saying, thanks a lot, but you're on your own. This is a radical stance on immigration, and protecting our troops is directly at odds with the views of the vast majority of Americans. Breaking our promise of citizenship to immigrants who honorably served our nation is an affront to American values and a repudiation of the tenets of basic human decency and the antithesis of the ideals for which we stand. And moreover, nixing positions that are critical to operational success but are in short supply is irresponsible and dangerous. By all means, if there are individuals that need extra scrutiny, then scrutinize them. No one is suggesting that we shouldn't make sure that we keep our nation safe. But we aren't doing that if we deport people and cancel the contracts of people who are actually committed to helping keep our nation safer. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlewoman from Florida for her comments. Yield 2 minutes, or as time as she may consume, to Ms. Granger.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask if the gentlelady is going to remove her and her amendment, and I will work with you on this very important issue.
Happy to yield. Thank you, Ms. Granger. Happy to yield to
Thank you.
Ms. McCollum.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, we owe it to these individuals to fix the problem. And as members of Congress, we have a responsibility when someone signs a contract to put their life on the line for this country, that we honor that agreement. So I appreciate the chairwoman's bipartisan willingness to work on this. I look forward to working with my ranking member, Mr. Visklosky, and with Ms. Ming. And with that, I will withdraw the amendment and look forward to working with you till we come to the floor in the manager's amendment.
Thank you, Ms. McCollum. Any further amendments? Yes, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 2.
Clerk will read.
An amendment offered by Ms. Lee, page 9, line 6, increase the dollar amount.
Can the reading dispensed with? Ms. Lee is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me just call your attention to this headline in the Washington Post. Afghan military's uniform choice has unnecessarily cost U.S. taxpayers $28 million. Now, Mr. Chairman, this week, and I just want to put this in context, Congressman Burgess, Congressman Lance, Congressman Jones, Grover Norquist, all of us had a press conference this week. We've been working together over the last few years on legislation to audit the Pentagon. This is just one small example as to why this amendment is extremely important. It's straightforward. It addresses the unnecessary and questionable uniform choice by the Afghan military that cost taxpayers $28 million, and this is according to the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan. His report was released last week. Specifically, this amendment would cut $28 million from Afghan Security Force Funds account and transfer it to the Defense Suicide Prevention Office, which helps coordinate our suicide prevention efforts within DOD. This amendment is incredibly timely, and it's necessary to get at waste, fraud, and abuse, which really continues to plague the Pentagon. While over $117 billion has been appropriated to Afghanistan relief and reconstruction since 2002, massive amounts have been wasted, massive amounts. That's why we must rely on the report of the SIGAR to expose corruption, waste, fraud, and abuse and funds on this mission. As I mentioned before, the report included the United States Department of Defense wasted $28 million on, and they called it proprietary forest camouflage uniforms for the Afghan National Army. Now, just 2% of Afghanistan is forested. It's 2.1% actually. This report found that uniforms were both inappropriate for Afghanistan and were chosen over other options that would have been far less costly to the taxpayer. This is not a small amount of money, my colleagues, and this wasteful error could have been prevented. It's egregious, it's wasteful spending, and that's why it's so critical that we have oversight on this spending, not just over troop uniforms, but always. We know that our inspector generals do invaluable work exposing waste, fraud, and abuse that's happening in Afghanistan and across the Pentagon, and we should follow the expert guidance by finally, of course, auditing the Pentagon. But for today, we should at least transfer the funds, $28 million, and give it to the Defense Suicide Prevention Office, which provides advocacy and policy to help reduce suicidal behaviors in service members, civilians, and their families. I ask for an aye vote.
Ms. Lee, the cigar you refer to is not Mr. Cole's cigar.
No.
That's Special Inspector General for.
That's right.
That takes a look on these.
Cole.
So just wanted to see whether people were on their toes or not. Ms. Granger.
Thank you. I respectfully rise in opposition to the amendment. This amendment would cut current war funding due to a procurement error that happened 7 years ago and was recently in the news because of an Inspector General report. In February 2010, the Department of Defense, on behalf of the Afghanistan Army, did procure uniforms in a forest-colored pattern. Despite the fact that Afghanistan is sparsely forested, the cost of the uniforms was $28 million. But the amendment cuts $28 million from current funding to support the Afghanistan Army, Air Force, and National Police Forces, undermining the resources needed to ensure that Afghanistan can shoulder more responsibility of its own security and reduce the burden on American and allied troops. The amendment further proposes to realign the funds towards suicide prevention programs. Make no mistake, the committee is greatly concerned about suicides in the military. The Department of Defense significantly increased its commitment to suicide prevention programs by adding $30 million to the fiscal year 2018 budget request for a total of $83 million. As a result of this increase, it's not necessary for the committee to provide additional funding as it has in the past. Concern for well-being of our troops has been a bipartisan concern, always will be. will remain so. We must not allow this gravely serious issue to become a subject of political one-upsmanship. Therefore, I strongly urge rejection of this amendment.
I thank the gentlewoman for her comments. Mr. Visclosky is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the gentlewoman's amendment. I would point out that I am hopeful that by the end of this fiscal year, the Department of Defense will be able to have full agency-wide fiscal statement audits. They are not there yet. And given the fact that we are going to give the department under this legislation $60 billion more than they have today, I'm assuming they can compensate for this $27 million, which will remain in the DOD budget for a very worthwhile purpose, and that is suicide prevention. From time to time, if errors occur, I think the department has to be told by appropriators that they should exercise care. Otherwise, there will be a price to pay, and I appreciate the gentlewoman's amendment, and I do support it.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Visclosky. Any further comments? Ms. Lee's recognized to close for a minute.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I want to make sure that we're clear with regard to the Defense Suicide Prevention Office. This office continues to be severely underfunded. And when we see, and we do see the rise in suicidal behaviors in service members, civilians and their families, we do need an increased funding stream. And $28 million would, even with the increases, just barely scratch the surface. Our young men and women risk their lives. They sacrifice for our country. They deserve to fully fund this office. And the Afghan security forces who wasted this $28 million. And we're not taking this from any accounts that would provide for any training or any U.S.-based operations. This is specifically money for that these uniforms have been wasted on, and we want to make sure that we find a way to send the message to the Afghan security forces that we're not going to let that happen again in Afghanistan. So I ask for an aye vote.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lee. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Noes, opinion of the chair, the noes have the majority. The amendment is not agreed to. Any further amendments? Ms. Capter, or Ms. Lowy, or Ms. Capter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized for 5 minutes, Ms. Capter.
I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I stand for a couple reasons. First, to associate myself with the remarks of other colleagues who've spoken about the President's really cruel remarks. I just want to point out that the individual to whom he directed his criticism lost her father within the last few weeks. I just think it was terribly unpresidential and unbecoming of any leader of this country. I feel compelled also to say that this bill is $658 billion, and we are considering it without a full national budget before us. Under the Budget Control Act of 2011, we should only be spending $549 billion. So this is not only, the bill we're considering is not only $28.4 billion above what the President requested, but it's $109 billion above what the Budget Control Act, whatever you think of the Budget Control Act, requires. And what this means is that every other subcommittee chair that isn't first in the lineup is going to have to shortchange the American people in some way, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's education, whether it's the health care of the American people, whatever issue you want to pick. What we are doing today is very unfair, and I just want to say there used to be a time when we operated by regular order, and bills would come to the floor in regular order, and we could amend. What's going to happen to this bill and a lot of others, there's going to be a couple fellows sitting in a room somewhere at the end of the fall who are going to make decisions for the American people, and most of us won't be involved in that. This is not the way to govern. This is not in the best interest of the country, particularly at this time. This is an enormous bill, and no other subcommittee chair should be faced with having to cut, despite the important work that is being done in this committee. And too much power is moved to the top in this institution, and it isn't good government. Our subcommittee should function under regular order. This committee should function under regular order. So I wanted to say that. Secondly, I wish to say to the chair and the ranking member, thank you very, very much for the inclusion in this bill of very important funding for the European Reassurance Initiative. We've now seen modern-day tyranny through hybrid warfare, particularly in the face of Russia. And this bill contains extraordinarily important funding to meet that challenge. The Ukraine Security Assistance Initiatives are included herein. I do wish to state, as we move to the floor, I'm considering amending. Perhaps we can find a way to do this simply. For the U.S. European Command's Defense Security Cooperation Agency, which is reduced in this bill, I'm very concerned about what that might mean for some of the efforts that we need to conduct on the European continent, and also for additional attention to the state partnership program beyond the additional assistance that has been provided, specifically directed at places that are enduring great conflict right now. I did wish to say that it's encouraging to see the sanctions prohibiting the Department of Defense from engaging in business with the Russian defense company Rosoboronexport, which exports arms to our neighbor Mexico. However, it is disturbing that the Secretary of Defense, under the language, may waive that limitation upon certain criteria being met, but only informing Congress, not requiring our approval. I find this questionable, and I'm hoping that we can fix this before we move to the floor. I might also add, parenthetically, that the Russia sanctions bill that the Senate passed with only 2 dissenting votes has been sitting over in another committee in this House and not moved. There's something wrong down there. And whatever is capping that effort is hurting our efforts globally to defend liberty at its most tender points. I thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Captor. Mr. Rogers, I understand you want to move to strike the last word.
Move to strike the last word.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
For the purpose of a colloquy with the chair lady, if she would agree, to talk about, briefly, an issue that this committee discovered years ago about the most egregious shortcoming in our defense and veterans benefits program, and that's the inability of the veterans hospitals to get information from the DOD on a soldier who was injured while on active duty and now seeking treatment in a VA hospital. Some of you heard me say this, and I'll repeat it for those who haven't, briefly. A few years ago, a young soldier was brought to my office here from my district who had been severely injured in Afghanistan. He had lost completely the sight of one eye. He was brought to the hospital in Germany, was operated on. They were able to save the other eye mostly. But now he's out of service for a couple of years, and this bad eye, the one that was injured, began to deteriorate. And so he goes to the Lexington VA hospital for them to try to fix the problem. VA hospital could not get records from DOD about what the operators had done on him in Germany while on active duty. The systems just don't communicate with each other. And he lost his eye, the other eye. A sad, sad story that's been repeated time and again. This committee, Mr. Chairman, discovered the problem, or brought the problem to light, and has been hammering on it now for several years. I'm sad to say it's not yet solved, and we've poured millions into it, both VA budget and DOD, each one of them wanting to protect their system, which is egregious, bureaucratic, bungling, that's meaningful to soldiers. So, again, I gather, Madam Chairwoman, that you've addressed this problem again in your bill. Would you tell us what's in the bill in that regard?
Yield to Ms. Granger.
I yield.
Thank you. Yeah, earlier this year, the Defense Department launched a state-of-the-art electronic health record system at a pilot site. And the feedback we're getting from the board has been very positive. This bill does fully fund that request to expand the program to additional sites. And I appreciate your raising the issue and for your leadership and Mrs. Lowy's leadership on this effort. I will look into it personally, and I look forward to working with you on it. Thank you.
I thank the gentlewoman.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me associate myself with those remarks, and hats off to Ms. Lowy and former Chairman Rogers, who we had a number of years ago what I call a come to Jesus session with Secretary Shinseki and Secretary of Defense Hagel, and not enough progress has been made. It's inexcusable that we're at this point, and I'm so pleased that our former chairman has highlighted that, and that both Mr. Visklosky and Ms. Granger are addressing it. It's a better scene on the Department of Defense side than it is on the VA side. I know Mr. Dent is working on it. I'm not looking for additional talkers, but let me give you a pat on the back. Okay. You want me to yield to time, then a brief comment by Mr. Dent, then we're going to move along because we're getting near the end of this bill.
This is a brief comment. The young soldier that came to the office, he's from my district, and we got around to talking about moonshine.
Your time's up.
And I said, would you like a little taste of moonshine? He says, well, I can tell you one thing. It won't make me blind.
It's true. Really two fingers, Mr. Dent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dent, then we're going to wrap it up.
Real quick. Just a couple weeks ago, the VA Secretary Dave Shulkin announced that he was going to adopt the DoD software. They're negotiating with the contractor, Cermer, on this. So they're taking aggressive action at the VA, more or less, to adopt the DoD commercial technology. So we're moving in a better direction. There's a lot of work involved. It's going to require some additional funding, obviously, but there'll be more said on this issue in the not-too-distant future.
Thank you, Mr. Dent. Yield a minute to Ms. Granger for additional comment. Then we, I believe, have one more amendment.
Right. Just one thing to add. In this bill, it's $740 million for that, which money doesn't do everything. Oversight does, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Granger. Further amendments. Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
An amendment.
To waive
Consider it done. The time is yours, Ms. Lowy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would require us to consider a full slate of 302B allocations prior to reporting bills out of committee. It is outrageous that not only are we not considering a full slate of allocations, but that the majority isn't even bothering to approve interim allocations for the bills we consider today. This is a break from our long-standing practice. It is a gross departure from regular order. Republicans frequently talk about constantly ignoring this in their actions. It is unacceptable that instead of providing a public list of allocations for each subcommittee, so we can evaluate each bill, both on its merits as well as how it fits into the broader appropriations process, Republicans have worked in secret to develop allocations, but refuse to release them. So I ask my friends on the other side of the aisle, why are you not being transparent with your plans for all of the spending bills? Today, we're considering the second and third bill of the year in full committee. We will have marked up 4 others in subcommittee. The vast majority of discretionary funds has been allotted, yet you still refuse to provide a complete picture of the remaining bills. We can only assume the majority plans to drastically cut vital priorities such as education, transportation infrastructure, medical...
All right, everyone, and that is all the time I have left here, not only for the day, but also for the week. But don't you worry. A lot of people are asking, Mike, are you going to be there Monday and Tuesday? We know it's a holiday weekend, and the answer is yes, I'll be there for you guys. We'll be streaming Monday and Tuesday. No repeats. We never have a repeat. We are here for you, streaming the breaking news alerts as they happen. Hope you guys have just an amazing weekend. Please stay safe. Please join us here once again on Monday. But don't worry, stream's not ending, because the one, the only Mary Kate, she's coming up for the final 2 hours of a Friday show and the final 2 hours of an amazing week as well. See you guys in just, well, a little longer than 48 hours. There we go, guys.
right, everybody, hello and welcome to the Fox News Now stream. You're getting a live look of the White House right now. Taking you to this event, Secretary James Mattis is being honored at the Marine event earlier today. This is in Washington. Again, he's being honored at this event. Let's hear what they had to say.
Longest in the world
Ladies and
after
gentlemen,
Sweden.
can I get your attention,
Here,
please? Ladies and gentlemen, right here by the band, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the oldest post of the Corps in tonight's evening parade. My name is Colonel Tyler Zagurski. I'm the commanding officer here at Marine Barracks, Washington, and we're very honored that you all would join us here tonight. Despite a little bit of wind here, this is perfect weather for a parade, and frankly, we're very glad that you all would choose to start your 4th of July weekend with us, so welcome. Now, before I introduce the hosting official for tonight, I do want to recognize some very special guests that we have with us in the audience tonight. If I do announce your name, if you wouldn't mind sort of raising your hand, we'd just like to say thank you. It is a real pleasure to have with us tonight the U.S. Secretary of State, the Honorable Rex Tillerson, and his wife, Renda. Sir. Thank you, sir. Welcome. We're also very pleased to have with us tonight the Honorable Joni Ernst and her husband, Command Sergeant Major Gail Ernst, U.S. Army retired, U.S. Senator from the great state of Iowa. Welcome. Thank you. It is a pleasure to have with us the Honorable William Thornberry and his wife, Sally, U.S. Representative from the great state of Texas. Sir, thank you. We are pleased to have with us tonight the Honorable David P. Rowe and his wife, Clorinda Jean, U.S. Representative from the great state of Tennessee. Sir. It is a pleasure to have with us tonight the Honorable Bradley Byrne and his wife, Rebecca, U.S. Representative from the great state of Alabama. We're pleased to have with us tonight the Honorable James Hill and his wife, Martha, U.S. Representative from the great state of Arkansas. Welcome, sir. We're pleased to have with us tonight the Honorable Rudolph De Leon and his wife, Ann, former Deputy Secretary of Defense. Sir, welcome. It is always a pleasure to have with us the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Joe Dunford, and his wife, Ellen. Sir, welcome back. We're very honored to have with us tonight Mr. James McStravick and his wife, Erin, Acting Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics. Sir, welcome. We're pleased to have with us tonight the Honorable Robert Karam, Acting Undersecretary for Policy and Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs. Sir, welcome. We're pleased to have with us tonight the Honorable David Norquist and his wife Stephanie, Undersecretary of Defense Comptroller and Chief Financial Officer. So welcome. We're honored to have General Paul Selva and his wife Ricky, Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Welcome. And last but never least, we're honored to have General Mark Milley and his wife Holly Ann, Chief of Staff of the Army. Welcome, sir. Semper Fi, sir. And now it is my honor to introduce our hosting official for tonight. He's the 37th Commandant of the Marine Corps, General Robert B. Neller.
Well, thank you, everybody, for coming tonight. The parade you're going to see it'll be, the narrator will say it's pretty much like most military parades. The only difference is the Marines that are going to perform in March are here in a ceremonial position, and they do other things, but they're infantry Marines, and they're detailed here to do these parades. And I think you'll be impressed, along with our marching units and the musical units. So, like the band's been up here, the folks have been playing for you. And I'd just like to take a minute. Receptions and events like this just don't happen. All the Marines you saw to help you park your car or guided you around, are going to take you to your seats, that are setting up the chairs at 5 o'clock this morning, that prepared all the food. They're all Marines that are assigned here at the barracks, and they do a great job, and I just ask you to join me in a round of applause. Thank you. to see in the ceremony represent 185,000 active duty Marines deployed in almost 40 countries around the world. There's three kinds of Marines today. Those that are forward deployed, where we would all rather be, not that we don't want to be here with you, but those that just got back and those that are getting ready to go. And so we're really proud, like all the services here, to be part of the Department of Defense and represent our nation, particularly here as we celebrate the 4th of July when we declared our independence and freedom from a foreign power. And it's our honor and privilege to try to protect those rights and make sure that that freedom that we have is never taken for granted and never taken from us. Our guest of honor, it's always interesting when you go to events. So I've got the Secretary of Defense, the Honorable James Mattis, I got the Chairman. If John Kelly were here, I'd be the 4th pick from Albany State. But not to say that our guest of honor doesn't need an introduction, but I don't think there's a Marine on this planet that serves today or has served for the last 40 years who doesn't know about our Secretary of Defense, former Marine General James Mattis. I've had the honor and privilege of serving with the Secretary now for the 3rd time. Once as our MAR-4 commander when we were in Iraq. Second, I was his MAR-CENT commander when he was the commander of Central Command, and now as the service chief for him as Secretary of Defense. And there's a lot of stuff that's written about him, some of it true, some of it not true. But I would simply say this: I have never served with anybody who tried so hard to create conditions where this nation did not have to go to war. But at the same time, I've never seen anybody work harder to ensure that if we did go to war, that we're going to go kick their ass. I know there's a chaplain or two here, so get over it. But the Marines here are very excited. We're very excited. I know you're all excited that our guest of honor tonight is the Secretary of Defense of the United States of America, the Honorable James Mattis.
Thank you, Congress, and thank all of you for being here, although it's such a pleasure. You probably don't need thanks for coming out to this beautiful ceremony. Believe it or not, the first time I saw this parade was in July of 1969. 48 years ago, we were sitting down there. I was 18 years old, down at the far end. I was an officer candidate. We were all bussed up here, told to sit down, shut up, and which we did. And it's proof, because the parade has not changed one iota, that the Marine Corps has over 200 years of tradition unhampered by progress. But I would say so proudly, because the kind of things that make this America what it is not only its power of inspiration, but its willingness to defend itself in an awesome manner. And I remember a young corporal got out in front of us before the parade. He had a purple medal on. They were all Vietnam veterans in those days. It was a Purple Heart. And he told us, for you all, he said, the only reason you exist is to fight, and fight well, and protect this country. And it was interesting, he went on to say, and if you can't do small things perfectly, you can't do the big things even halfway good enough. So you're going to watch people committed to excellence. And as they march by tonight, you look in their eyes and you see this unapologetic pride in who they are and an absolute willingness to go into harm's way. Remember, these are all volunteers who looked past the hot political rhetoric of the day and rallied to the flag. And then they volunteered for a second thing, and that was the infantry, where we take 85% of our casualties. And these young men are not naive. They've seen war on TV their whole life growing up when you look back over their years. So it's with great pride that I return to the barracks. I once hosted here, I think it was 12 years ago this day, as a matter of fact, a parade for John Glenn, Colonel John Glenn. And I was floored by it. My boss, Rudy De Leon, who is here tonight, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, when I worked for him, had introduced us. And John Glenn and I were standing over in the shadows after everyone was getting seated and getting ready to do our thing. And John Glenn was musing about how he'd been a Marine for 23 years. And think about it, he was a Marine fighter pilot in World War II in Korea, an ace, the first Marine to, or the first American to orbit the Earth, a senator. And he said, you know, 23 years, it wasn't long enough. And I recalled that his wingman in Korea was Ted Williams. And Ted Williams was once asked, you know, by Sports Illustrated years after he'd retired, you know, which team that you were on was the best team ever? He said, oh, that's easy, the U.S. Marine Corps. That's from Ted Williams. And I bring that up because it shows the continuity of what's passed on from one Marine to another. So it's not a night for long speeches. I'm honored to be here, Commandant, Colonel. Thank you for having me here. And let's have a great evening together and remind ourselves how fortunate we are to be in this country. And Pam Hest, you're out in the audience, a reporter with the guts to go into Fallujah with the Marines. Thank you wherever you're at, Pam. And let's have a great evening. Happy 4th of July.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's about parade time, so I would ask that you finish whatever you have in your hands and make your way towards the parade deck. We've got hosters ready to take you to your seats. Please have a great evening. Semper Fidelis.
Thank you, sir.
All right, everybody, you're getting a live look of the White House right now. That was Secretary James Mattis being honored at that event from earlier today. Taking you to the next top story here in the show. Let's take you to NASA Live.
On here. No, we're not looking at cryogenics for that application. We're looking at it for...
So there is an application to do that. So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
We're looking at using cryogenics in storing fuels. So the reason we use cryogenics is they have a very high energy efficiency so that you can get the most bang for your buck, or best gas mileage, if you will.
It's important in space too, I guess.
Yeah, especially in space, because every pound matters. So what we're looking at is to try to see how can we be more efficient with storage of these fuels, because they have to be stored at such a cold temperature. We're trying to prevent the fluids from boiling off so you don't lose your fuel on your way to your mission.
Now, I was looking at your logo, and I noticed you have a veritable plethora of acronyms there. Maybe it should be E-acronyms as your title.
Yeah, we have some talented team members who came up with a bunch of these acronyms, but yeah, our modeling effort is DVAT. It's development of and validation of analytical tools. That's where we're doing our modeling and simulation of the physics. We're also working on IFUSI, it's improved fundamental understanding of super insulation. So we're looking at a coupon level multi-layer insulation technologies that are used on spacecraft and upper stage tanks for long duration missions to try to extend the mission duration from a couple hours to maybe potentially even months if you're going to a Mars application. Shiver is our largest element of our project. It's a 4-meter tank where we're going to be testing liquid hydrogen type applications applicable to an upper stage.
Now, what about RFMG? What's that all about? I tried to guess, but I can't quite get a handle.
RFMG is our radio frequency mass gauge. Once you get up in space in microgravity, you don't have a level sensing opportunity, so we're trying to use radio frequency to gauge how much fluid is in a tank.
You definitely want to know how close you are to E when you're ready to head back from Mars, right? What about IVF?
So IVF stands for Integrated Vehicle Fluids. This is a ULA-based proprietary technology that we're looking at doing some testing and assessment of the technology to see if it's applicable for the Space Launch Systems exploration upper stage. We're doing testing and analysis and modeling to see if it could save potentially a few thousand pounds up mass for the SLS program.
So essentially what you're saying is if eCryos is successful, that eventually we'll have a lean, mean spaceflight machine.
Yeah, we're trying to get as efficient as we can with our fluid management. The whole eCryo project is trying to understand how fluids operate in a microgravity environment.
One of the things that Hans also said is they're trying to get this technology to the point where they can actually test it in space, because once you know that the technology actually works in flight, then it can be a part of every NASA mission coming down the line. And that's really the goal of these technology demonstration missions.
And just like Hans said...
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry, forgot. I got to mention this because Hans, my twin brother, actually told me that I needed to be sure that I made this point. Okay, I made the point in the interview. It's ridiculous. NASA's explicitly not involved in cryogenic research of that kind. It's ridiculous. But then last night, I was thinking when I couldn't sleep, I was like, e-cryo, think about it in sci-fi, never a good idea. Not once do you watch a sci-fi movie where they have cryogenic sleep and you think, man, that's technology we need. It's always problematic, right? So not only does NASA not do it, but it's not even really helpful in the sci-fi community, right?
Continuing on. So if you remember in his interview with Hans, eCryo has a bunch of smaller projects that are kind of under the umbrella of eCryo.
That's true. That is true.
And one of them is called Shiver. And I had a chance to talk with Monica Guzik, the lead engineer for Shiver. And the cool thing about this, we had a chance to go out to the Plumbrook facility, which is about an hour from Glen, in a building called B2, where they had a thermal vac chamber. So Monica, shivers. Every time I hear that, I get cold. What's that all about?
Well, we did that on purpose.
Okay.
We're dealing with very cold stuff. We're actually dealing with cryogenic liquids. But SHIVER stands for Structural Heat Intercept Insulation and Vibration Evaluation Rig.
Okay, that's a mouthful, so you're going to have to explain that to me.
So what's going on here is we've got, liquid rocket propellant tanks, and they're cryogenic, which means really, really cold. Right. And we're storing cold liquids. So what happens when you have a cold liquid is anytime you get heat in, you start boiling it off, just like water on a stove. Okay. For us, boiling off is not a good thing because that means that we're losing fuel. Imagine trying to go drive to California with a leaky fuel tank and no gas stations in between. You're never going to get there. Okay. We have the same situation, so we're trying to plug that leak by preventing the heat from coming in.
And what are you using to prevent that leak?
So we're doing it two things, and that's right in the name. We're using structural heat interception, which means that we're actually cooling the structures. These tanks have to be held up by something, and they're attached to really hot parts of the spacecraft. Right. So we're trying to cool those attachment points so that we reduce the heat coming through them. We're also using insulation to try to prevent radiation that's coming in from the surrounding space environment.
So now what kind of materials do you use to insulate the tank?
What we're using primarily is called multi-layer insulation, or MLI.
Right.
So once you're in orbit, you don't have air or anything hitting it. Your primary source of heat is what we call radiation. Okay. Radiation is heat coming in from a really hot source and kind of transmitting from that source to its surface. Right. We prevent that by using highly reflective sheets. You can think of it as almost like a mirror. They're reflecting that heat away and preventing that heat from getting in. So we have layers of what we call mylar, which is actually just a type of really, really thin plastic. Right. And we coat them with aluminum or some other reflective material on both sides. And they end up looking a lot like really, really thin tin foil. Okay. And we layer these up, and we separate each layer by something that doesn't conduct a lot of heat and is really lightweight. And it actually looks like the veil material that a bride would have on her wedding day.
I guess what you got to determine is how thick that insulation is around the tanks?
Right. The more layers you add, the less heat can get in, but that means you're also adding more material, which is more mass.
Right. So there's a trade-off.
There's a mass trade, right. Because mass is money when we launch, so we're trying to save mass without adding too much.
I mean, I can only imagine when the launch vehicle is taking off from the pad, it's shaking, it's vibrating. I mean, there's a chance that material can come off.
Yes, there is.
So do you have to do testing to make sure it stays on, or?
Yes, we do. And that's the vibration. The VER part of it is the vibration evaluation that we're looking at. Right. So what we're going to do first is we're going to test here in this B2 chamber.
So this is a thermal vac?
This is a thermal vacuum chamber. It's called B2.
Okay.
And so here we can test very large. We've actually tested full rocket stages here before, and it actually is capable of live firing rockets, although we're not going to do that here. We're going to keep everything from burning up.
So how do you actually do a thermal test? If I put your simulated tank in here, you got to close the door somehow, and so how do you heat up the temperature so it's in space conditions?
Right. So one thing that's funny is since we're so cold, actually just the temperature right now will heat up the tank.
Oh, wow.
So when we talk about it, we're going to take this tank, we're going to close it, and you can sort of see the top of what we call a cryo shroud behind me. And what we do is we can run either liquid or gaseous nitrogen through the tubes that are embedded in the shroud. And those tubes we can set so that they're a certain temperature that mimics what we'd encounter in a space environment. And it may, in fact, be colder than the air around us right now, but it's still very, very warm compared to the liquid in that tank.
You're not really worried about the thermal test on launch, though, right?
Right.
This is more of in transit.
Yes.
Okay, but then on launch, you're worried about vibrations, acoustic noise, things of that.
So once we do our first thermal test and we see how does it perform, you know, when we know it's working, when it's good, it hasn't shook or anything, we're going to take it over to our facility called the Reverberant Vibroacoustic Test Facility. And we put it in there, and there's a whole bunch of what look like big speakers on the wall, and they can emit vibration sounds, acoustic sounds, to the levels that we'd encounter in launch.
Okay, and that would be typical for the launch vehicle that it's going up on.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, and we actually have some of those launch profiles already, and we're going to use those when we do our testing with the Shiver tank.
I tell you what, it seems like Shiver is an extremely important program for the journey to Mars, because if we want to send humans to Mars one day, we don't want boil off, we don't want to lose the propellant. And so really you have a critical role to making sure that there's enough propellant to get to your destination.
Definitely, yes. You can imagine if you were trying to go somewhere and you run out of fuel halfway there. It's bad enough if you're in the middle of nowhere, you know, in the country, but it's really bad if you're in the middle of space on the way to Mars. So you definitely need to make sure you have fuel in the tank there and back.
So as I was processing this interview with Monica, as I was looking at it, as I was evaluating, I kept thinking with this idea of boil off, this kind of cold, kind of boiling in space kind of temperatures, I was thinking, well, that doesn't make sense to me because water like boils at 100 degrees Celsius, and that's like hot, right? So that's hot. It's very hot, but it's very cold in space. So I'm wondering, how are things boiling off in space? Is there something on the spacecraft that's so hot? I may have missed it. She may have addressed it, but I'm just curious if you dealt with this.
Different liquids have different boiling points. So just like you said with water boils at 100 degrees Celsius or 212 degrees Fahrenheit, right? So when we're talking about cryogenic fuels, we're talking about really cold temperatures, you know, in the minus 300 to 400 degrees range, right? So it doesn't take very much to boil those liquids off. So if you have something a little bit warmer than that, it could boil off.
So warmer is a relative term, warmer than that extremely cold. So from going from extremely cold to just slightly less extremely cold equals boil off.
This is where the multi-layer insulation comes in, because you have to make sure that you maintain that temperature inside the tank so that you don't get that boil off.
And so you just keep like slapping layer after layer after layer after layer after layer on there until you get that sucker nice and, you know, comfortable, so there's no uncomfortable boil off. So, okay, I got it. Now that's interesting, right? That's a total interesting topic. Here's another question, because I'm wondering if you're curious like I am. Have you ever wondered, especially if we're talking about fuels, you ever seen the ISS when the astronauts are up there and they've got the little water droplets and they're floating around and everything? And it's cool, right? It's fascinating. If you ever wondered, what happens to the fuel in the tank? When it's full, I get it. You know, there's no room for anything to move around. But as you start to use that fuel, does it turn into little globs and start floating around inside the tank? Does that happen? Is that possible?
That's a great question.
Exactly, which is exactly the question I brought up with our good friend Greg Zimmerly, who's actually working on a technology to find out how to measure fuel inside a tank when it is floating around inside there. Let's check it out. Greg, before we get into the radio frequency element of your program, I'm just curious, I understand there's a challenge in measuring the quantity or amount of fuel in a tank in zero gravity. What is the challenge? What's exactly going on here?
Well, in 1G, or in Earth's gravity, the fluid settles to the bottom of the container, so we're able to use what we call a level sensor to sense how much liquid is in the tank. But in zero gravity, surface tension forces, other things like that, they can move the fluid around inside the tank to places where you're not sure where it's going to be. So we're working on a technique that can measure the quantity of liquid in the tank no matter where it is.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and believe me, most of the time I am, but it seems like it'd be kind of tricky to put anything that emits any kind of frequency in a fuel tank, because it might be, you know, combustible or something. How are you accomplishing this?
The technique we're using, the radio frequency mass gauge, we put an antenna inside of a tank and we transmit a range of radio frequencies through the antenna. Those frequencies emit radio waves inside the tank, and it creates modes, and natural electromagnetic modes inside the tank. And we measure those modes with a special instrument. It's very low power. There's no dangers with the technique.
So have you done any testing on this technology so far?
We have. We've done a lot of testing here at Glenn Research Center. We've tested the technology in liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, liquid methane. We've also tested it on the parabolic aircraft.
Ah, yeah, that's for the lower gravity situation.
The low G, right. So we get to about 20 seconds of low gravity on the parabolic aircraft. We weren't using the cryogenic fluids there. We were using a room temperature simulant fluid for those.
Well, now, it's interesting you mentioned all those different test fuels. Did they behave differently in zero G?
In zero G, they'll behave a little bit differently because the surface tension of all those fluids is a little bit different. For example, water has a very high surface tension, but liquid hydrogen has a very low surface tension. So in that respect, they're different. But the only real difference for the radio frequency mass gauge is a property called the dielectric constant, which is...
All right,
well,
so you just moved above my grade of understanding, but...
Maybe I should say the index of refraction of the fluid. For example, glass and water slows the speed of light at different rates, for example, okay? So these fluids also slow the speed of light in a known way, and that's called the index of refraction of the fluid. So the radio frequency mass gauge is sensitive to that index of refraction. It slows down the speed of light. It changes these mode frequencies of the tank in a way that we can predict. So we measure those frequencies, and then we compare those to some simulations that we do on the ground ahead of time. And then we use almost like a digital fingerprinting matching technique, okay? So we compare the spectrum of the tank that we measure with what we've calculated, and we find the best match, and then that tells us approximately how much fuel is inside the tank. The technique actually, it works relatively quickly. We can gauge a tank in a few seconds, for example. So you could gauge it as often as you want. You could have a real-time gauge that's showing how much liquid is in the tank.
But this is really exciting. I love this, but I'm curious now, how are they measuring it now?
So for the cryogenic propellants, there is no way currently to measure how much fuel is in the tanks when it's in low gravity. So we have to resort to secondary techniques that we call bookkeeping, for example. So we know how much fuel we started out with or how much propellant. We know how much we've used when we do engine burns, things like that. So it's sort of an accounting technique. So we call it the bookkeeping technique.
Wow. So it seems like this technology will actually go a long way and not just being more efficient, but giving a lot of confidence to mission planners in terms of knowing how much fuel they need and how much they have at any given moment.
That's right. It's sort of an enabling technology.
Is it fair to say that as you increase the size of the tank, you scale it up, that you would have to put more antennas inside the tank?
Scale up more antennas. My first impression, just based on Greg's expertise and everything I listened to in the interview and just my overall thoughts of the whole process would be, no more, and you don't need more antennas. What you really need, bigger antennas. Scale up, bigger antennas. You don't need more antennas, just bigger antennas.
Okay, as we wrap up the show, we talked about two great...
Wait. Before we get to the end of the show, I've got more stuff from our good buddy Hans, who's got more information.
Okay, go ahead.
So Hans said he had some very key information, and I was supposed to mention it earlier, and I think I did, but I don't think I did a good enough job, so I just want to go through it real quickly here. He says that, all these things in eCryo and the various parts like Infusey and Shiver and DVAT, which is a modeling component that we did not talk about. These are not just like all similar groups that are studying. They're studying it at different phases. So here's what he says. He says they're testing at the coupon level with Infusey. That's a smaller level. They're doing scalability with Shiver, and then they're performing predictive modeling with DVAT, all moving toward getting that space test eventually so that it can be proved in space and therefore put in future missions. Thank you. Through email, last-minute communication, nailed it.
Okay, so as we wrap up the show, we talked about GPIM earlier in the show. And remember in an interview with Chris McLean that...
Great guy. Great guy. Looks like the bad guy in Heroes. Remember the guy with the glasses? The cheerleader turned out being a good guy.
So remember that Chris said that he couldn't get a hold of some green propellant infusion mission?
Right.
It's peachy color.
Right.
What is that on the table?
What is that?
This, my friends, energy drink. I was concerned that I would not be able to perform to scalability with these TDMs, so I went out and purchased an energy drink, so I would have the caffeine to do well in the show today.
So that's not GPIM. I just want to clarify it, because you can't drink it.
Nobody can drink GPIM. That's bad. It's like not healthy. It's something that you could get close. You could spill in a shop and wipe up with a sponge or something like that. But you wouldn't want to make it a beverage on like a drink list, or you wouldn't want to bring it to parties, or you wouldn't want to offer it to your friend, or you wouldn't want to give it to someone who's thirsty, because that would be cruel.
Are you done?
I could be.
You're watching NASA Edge, an inside and outside look at all things NASA.
That better not be GP.
Oh, no. It's just an energy drink. Who would drink green propellant? It's not good for the environment inside your body. It's like bad. It's not green for the intestines.
Hey, you're watching NASA TV, on the air and online every day, on this planet and beyond.
Have you ever considered how big breakthroughs in science, engineering, and medicine occur? The popular misconception of how a breakthrough happens is perhaps a eureka moment while working on a project, and in that instant, the next big thing is born. Although that may happen sometimes, the truth is that most big breakthroughs are not eureka moments at all, but actually take years of painstaking work, trial and error, and rigorous testing before the finished product is ever realized. Researchers in the world of engineering and science almost always move in small, incremental steps, slowly building the case for these new revelations until they are sure the research is ready to be shared with the world. Then, and only then, is when we in the general public hear about it. Although it may not be quite analogous, just think about the moon landing as an example of this phenomenon. Most of us are familiar with Neil Armstrong's famous words when he first stepped onto the moon.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
For those watching it, that moment may forever be viewed as perhaps the most tremendous scientific and engineering breakthrough in the history of the world. Clearly, that event was enormously important for many reasons, but that first step on the moon was actually the culmination of millions of smaller incremental steps from tens of thousands of others that allowed it to take place. This basic idea is true for all scientific study. Researchers and engineers generally take an idea and meticulously study it to make sure that all bases are covered before new technology reaches the general public. NASA's Environmentally Responsible Aviation Project team members are following that same philosophy as well. This team has been working for years to find ways to reduce aircraft drag, aircraft weight, fuel consumption, engine emissions, and aircraft noise. In order to achieve these lofty goals, the team did, in fact, take incremental steps to make sure each project was viable. Now, toward the end of the ERA project, the team is ready to take the lessons learned from the smaller tests and begin putting all the pieces together, preparing to show the world the next big thing in aeronautics. NASA X has been at the forefront of the ERA program since its inception. This 6-year endeavor has progressed from innovative ideas to multiple designs, wind tunnel tests, and actual flight hardware. And the aerospace industry has taken notice that these technologies are ready to dramatically improve aircraft efficiency. Part 1 of this episode of NASA X looks back at some of ERA's earlier tests to see how those early successes and failures paved the way to the larger, more advanced tests of today. And we will see what the future holds for many of the ideas and technologies that have been developed by some of NASA's best and brightest engineers and researchers. When the Environmentally Responsible Aviation Project was first implemented, it was clear the stated goals would be hard to reach. The team was tasked to reduce aircraft drag by 8%, reduce aircraft weight by 10%, reduce fuel consumption by 15%, reduce emissions by 75%, and reduce overall aircraft noise by 75%, all by the year 2025. Compounding the difficulty of making such dramatic improvements was the fact that many in the aviation industry believed that the modern tube and wing-shaped aircraft had reached its maximum ceiling on efficiency. When NASA first undertook this challenge, they realized they would have to bring an A-team of NASA engineers from numerous NASA field centers, along with highly skilled teams from industry and academia, in an effort to find these new efficiencies.
We've got new airframes, 8 different technologies that we've worked in Phase 2, a myriad of 60-something technologies we worked in Phase 1 and we looked at, and we will be delivering at the end of this year technologies that say we can meet all of those goals. So it is an unmitigated success, and every one of our partners in this is getting something out of it.
Some of the major areas of study for the team included looking at engine redesigns, airframe redesigns, materials testing, and even developing new aircraft that integrate the wings into the aircraft body to increase efficiency. This unique design is called the HWB, or Hybrid Wing Body Aircraft. The HWB began its life as a series of computer models and then was upgraded to sophisticated wind tunnel models. Once the team was satisfied the HWB concept showed significant promise, it was upgraded to a flying scale model aircraft. 122 times the hybrid wing body models flew over the dry lake bed in California, where so many previous X-planes had flown before. And with each flight, the engineering data helped validate this unique type of aircraft design. Researchers feel confident that the strides they have made in this aircraft design will pay huge dividends in the future. Just watching footage of early aircraft shows how far we've come in only 100 years. As an example, most early planes were made out of wood and canvas, but as planes became more powerful and efficient, materials began to change. Today, we're aware that most planes are made out of lightweight aluminum skins, but the industry is moving toward the use of composite materials now as well. In fact, the Boeing 787 was the first all-composite airplane ever produced, and it took its first commercial flight on October 6, 2011. Although this plane is state-of-the-art, NASA's ERA planners believe that they can improve the strength of composites while making them safer as well. The idea they're investigating is called Perseus, or Pultruded Rod Stitched Efficient Unitized Structure. Early testing began with small pieces called coupons. They were developed to a point where researchers believed they could be tested on a larger scale. NASA's team built larger test sections and eventually brought them to this lab for stress testing. With this test, designed to bring the article to failure mode, the team applied pressure until the piece snapped. The data was used to further validate Perseus, and now the team has decided to build and break a nearly full-scale piece of Perseus material.
NASA and Boeing have been working together for quite a few years developing lightweight structure for commercial transport aircraft. What we're seeing today is the final piece of a project called Damage Arresting Composites, where we're trying to develop a new structural concept that will be applicable to lightweight structures for commercial airplanes. And what you see here is a 30-foot-long test article that we'll be testing at the NASA Langley Research Center by applying the kinds of loading that it would feel if it were in a real airplane.
But with a piece this large, a major hurdle lay in front of them: how to get the piece from California to Virginia for testing. Traditional methods like trucking and train travel would not work, due to bridges, overpasses, and some road weight restrictions. The solution was to fly it across country. But no ordinary aircraft would do. Ultimately, the team enlisted the service of NASA Johnson's Super Guppy aircraft for transport across country. This Cold War era aircraft was specially designed with a hinged front-loading system that could just barely accommodate NASA's cargo. It was not lost on team members that this old and slow beast of an aircraft was transporting a test article that will undoubtedly be used in many aircraft of the future. On a cold December night, the aircraft landed in Virginia for an early morning offload. Here is Dr. Faye Collier to explain what is next for this test.
Today we're here at Langley Field unloading the Perseus multi-bay Colts multi-bay box that will be tested in the Colts facility. So we've been working on Perseus for about 10 years now, partnered with the Air Force, partnered with Boeing, R&T, and we started off with small coupon testing to prove out the concept. We built a small box that we tested 3 years ago to prove that the concept could take pressure and would meet the design constraints. We went from there to assembling this piece of 30-foot structure that we're going to test in the Langley Combined Loads Test System down the street here. So a long effort that has gone into this with NASA and Boeing, culminating in the delivery of this 10,000-pound piece of aircraft structure. We'll stick it into the facility, we'll mount it, it'll be eventually pressurized to various pressure readings. The idea is to twist and turn the part to see if it'll sustain the design loads that would be needed if we were to build a real airplane out of this.
This facility will prove to be a valuable tool for researchers. These types of tests will help in investigating damage tolerance and any repair techniques that may be applicable. One of the key test points that will be addressed in this round of testing will see how Perseus handles routine damage that might be expected, such as a technician dropping a hammer. Researchers need to understand how this new material will react if minor damage occurs. To do this, a unique test rig has been designed by hand. Here is Andrew Lovejoy to explain.
So some of the things that could impact the plane are rocks or debris that's on the runway when it's taking off or landing. As I said, you could have mechanics that could hit it with a tool, or a vehicle driving by could hit it. And all those types of things can cause damage. And on the exterior, you're more likely to have a higher energy because a vehicle hitting it or something being thrown up by the tire is going to be a much higher velocity than, say, a tool drop. So barely visible impact, if you're doing walk-around inspection, it's a damage that you would barely be able to see. So if you're at that level, the aircraft has to be able to sustain the loads that it would normally see, even with that damage in place. So you have to be able to analyze and then test to make sure that you can hold those loads. So what you have to do is an impact test. So we're doing an impact test, and if you were going to impact at the top on something, you would just have a free-falling, you could have a free-falling weight that would come down and hit. And that's fairly straightforward because you have a mass and you have a height, so you can have a straightforward calculation of the energy. If you wanted to hit on the side, we have spring-loaded. But for the multi-bay box, one of the things we're doing is hitting on the keel, which is the bottom. So we have to have an impact that's going upwards. There's very limited space in Colts. You can have an air-driven projectile. You can have a spring-loaded, but those, to me, are less controllable. So instead, came up with the roller coaster impactor. So it's really a controlled drop. It comes down the track, and then it'll go back up, and when it hits, it's going in a vertical direction. So in order to impact on the keel, we needed the impact weight to go up, and we didn't have any device to be able to do that. So from scratch, we designed and built the roller coaster impactor. The second main part is the track itself. The track itself is to control it and make it go where we want it to go. When it's rolling down, gravity's keeping it on the track. When it starts to go vertical, it wants to flop. So there's actually two pieces of track that will encapsulate this right before impact to guarantee that we're getting that vertical impact on the bottom of the keel.
Numerous tests were performed in the Colts facility to check the box's ability to meet what engineers call the design limit load and the design ultimate load. In aerospace engineering, the term design limit load refers to the maximum load factor authorized in flight. It is extremely unlikely that an aircraft will ever reach this limit during its lifetime. The design ultimate load goes beyond that and is the amount of load applied which will make the component fail. In this case, the ultimate load factor is 1.5 times more than the limit load. With testing and data acquisition complete, researchers found the Perseus box performed beautifully under extremely stressful conditions. It actually performed above the expected design ultimate load factor, which means the box is even stronger than predicted. With that type of result, researchers feel there is an opportunity to lighten the box even more, potentially making future aircraft even more efficient. Although this stage of the testing is complete, the team has reams of data to look over and will continue working to make the aircraft of tomorrow stronger and more efficient than ever. The hinged wing design on aircraft has been around since the early 1900s. Currently, this design is state-of-the-art and almost magical in its operation, extending and retracting during takeoff and landing. But hinged flaps have drawbacks, such as high noise levels, and their design affects the flow over the wing, making them less efficient. NASA is currently working on improving specific aspects of wing design and has partnered with a small company out of Ann Arbor, Michigan called Flexus to combat these problems. Their innovative design has the potential to revolutionize flight by having the wings on aircraft act more like a bird's wing rather than the traditional flap system we have now. Here is Dr. Sridhar Kota, the inventor of the Flexus wing, to explain.
So with the current flaps, once they're tucked in, you don't want to move those flaps because the flow will separate. So the aerospace community has known for a long time that if you have a seamless wing that can be morphed in flight to maximize the performance, then you can get significant fuel efficiency. And actually, Wright brothers did that for roll control.
The idea to have aircraft wings morph is not a new idea. In fact, the Wright brothers' first designs used morphing wings to help with controlling flight. But as aircraft became heavier and began using stronger materials, aircraft designers were forced to stop using the morphing wing technique and use flaps and slats, which have been in use ever since. Designers have long known that reducing the use of flaps and going back to a morphing wing would be more efficient, but until now, no one was quite sure how to make it happen. While looking at this problem in the early 90s, Dr. Kota came up with an idea called compliant design that uses techniques that are borrowed more from nature than from traditional mechanical designs.
Everything we engineered, if you look around the objects around you, anything that is strong is also very rigid. And when you want mechanical functionality in the design, you put multiple parts, springs, cams, gears, and make intricate mechanism that works beautifully. Whereas designs in nature are different. They are strong, but they are compliant. They're flexible. So you can see the trees bending in heavy winds, so they bend rather than break. And you can see countless examples in nature where you get pretty intricate mechanical motion without conventional joints. And in fact, 80% of living creatures are invertebrates, and they do pretty well with the locomotion and other mechanical functionality without multiple joints and links. So the question is, how do we capture that, where we want a monolithic structure that can do mechanical motions without joints. So the idea is that how do we get this compliance, the flexibility distributed throughout the structure, and how do you design structures like that? So I'll give you a simple example of how what I call the distributed compliance. And you can see this here. So here, this is can be a monolithic design, no joints. And when I apply force at these tabs, and you can see it move, so you can get large deformation. But the way it's designed is you have very small stress in the structure, which means every section of the material shares the functionality, shares the load, so the stresses are evenly distributed. That's how we have very small stress, very small strain. It works in a linear elastic strain region, so you get large deformation, and which means you can do this multiple times. You can do this millions of cycles and still not fail.
Although the exact technique is still a trade secret, the Flexus team's design uses a proprietary algorithm in a way that minimizes the force it takes to morph the wing to a prescribed shape. This technique also has inherent mechanical advantages in that it is very stiff to external loads. Simply put, the design is incredibly strong, but does not need huge motors to morph the wing. To test this concept further, NASA's ERA team decided to place a Flexus wing on board an aircraft to test in flight. The team removed the traditional flaps from a Gulfstream aircraft and replaced them with a Flexus wing for the initial testing. Tom Rigney of NASA Armstrong explains.
The reason it's important is because one of the contributors of noise, one of the largest contributors of noise for an aircraft, when it comes down to approach for landing or for takeoff, there's a lot of noise that's generated by the spaces and gaps from existing flaps that are on an aircraft. And so what this does is it reduces that noise by eliminating those gaps. And they have a smooth, continuous surface rather than having gaps. And it can reduce sound within up to 4 to 6 decibels, which is significant. This technology is really helping aviation, the whole aviation industry. It's something similar to what we had with winglets. So winglets came on aircraft and made them much lighter and more efficient, more effective. And this is similar to winglets. We're going to be able to take an airplane and have wings act more like a bird. Instead of having just these boards that come down and all locked in place, we're going to actually have morphing and shaping wings just like a bird would do. And that makes the aircraft more effective in terms of flying, in terms of efficiency, fuel savings, and it's going to save hundreds of millions of dollars for the public for flying. It's also going to make planes lighter weight, which allow for more luggage and other things to go on board. And it's more of a green type of technology, less carbon in the air for the world to have to deal with later. So this is going to be really helping out the environment as well as saving money. So it's really a great technology.
The first tests of this design were very successful and met all of the stringent stretch goals that engineers set out to meet. This design shows tremendous promise, and future testing should continue to further validate the time and effort that the ERA team put into this technology. NASA, in cooperation with industry partners, is truly transforming the concept of how we fly. 2025 is right around the corner, and before you know it, many of the concepts the ERA team has studied will undoubtedly be used to make flying safer for all of us.
All right, everybody, taking you to the next top story here in the show. Appreciate you watching with me live here on the Fox News Now stream. You're getting a live look of the White House right now. Taking you now to a briefing at the Pentagon on how to defeat the Islamic State of Iraq.
Good morning. A couple of quick unrelated items at the top before we turn over to Colonel Dillon. First, wanted to let you know the Secretary, as you're aware, is in Brussels today for the NATO ministerials. We expect his press conference at the conclusion of that to occur at about 2 p.m. this afternoon, Eastern Daylight Time. That will be live streamed on defense.gov and carried here in the building as well on Channel 2. Second, to let you know that tomorrow the DoD Warrior Games kick off in Chicago, and they will run through July 8. This is a year that the Navy is hosting it in partnership with the city of Chicago, and it's the first time the games will be held off of a military installation or a USOC facility. The opening ceremonies, which will be held on Saturday at Soldier Field in Chicago, will include entertainer Jon Stewart as the MC, and music by Kelly Clarkson, Blake Shelton, and others. There's a total of 265 athletes from the U.S. Air Force, Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Coast Guard, Special Operations Commands, and athletes from other countries as well. It's the 5th year the United Kingdom will be participating, and the 1st year that Australia will be participating. For more information, dodwarriorgames.com. And with that, we will turn it over to Colonel Dillon. Ryan, I want to make sure we can hear you and you can hear us.
Yep, Jeff, and if you can hear me, I'll go ahead and get rolling.
Loud and clear. We'll turn it over to you for opening remarks and then take questions from here.
Super. Okay. Good morning, all. We'll go ahead and start in Syria, and then we'll move to Iraq. The Syrian Democratic Forces are in their 3rd week of offensive operations in Raqqa to defeat ISIS in their self-proclaimed capital. The SDF have cleared about 7.5 square miles from ISIS in and around Raqqa this week. ISIS fighters, abandoned by their leadership, are being pressured by the SDF from multiple axes around the city. On the northeast side of the city, the SDF continued to work through the significant defensive IED belt outside of the sugar factory. On the southeast side of the city, the SDF have reached the northernmost portion of the Rafika Wall, the ancient wall there, and the SDF have also continued to advance eastward south of the Euphrates River, moving to completely encircle ISIS in Raqqa. The SDF now control all high-speed avenues of approach into Raqqa from the south, and the east-west deconfliction line south of the Euphrates is holding as regime forces remain south and SDF forces remain north of that agreed-upon line. And similarly, in southern Syria, regime forces have their weapons trained on ISIS, and the coalition continues to train our partner forces in and around At-Tanif. Moving to Iraq, this morning in a dawn assault, the Iraqi counterterrorism service forces pushed further into the old city, successfully liberating the Al-Nuri Mosque area. Last week, ISIS militants blew up the mosque and the famous Al-Hadba minaret when CTS forces moved to within 100 meters. Iraqi security forces continued their advance on the remaining 2 ISIS holdouts, the Old City and the Al-Jamuri Hospital complex. The Al-Jamuri Hospital, north of the Old City, sits on high ground and has been the 11-story killing tower for the terrorist group. And they've used this tower to murder hundreds of civilians, women and children who have attempted to flee the city. The Old City still remains a difficult, dense, suffocating fight. Tight alleyways with booby traps, civilians, and ISIS fighters around every corner make the ISF's advance extremely challenging. But Iraqi grit, determination, and support from the coalition will lead to the imminent liberation. While inevitable that ISIS will soon lose their capital in Iraq and their largest population center, ISIS still maintains strongholds elsewhere in Iraq. What comes next and where to defeat ISIS is a decision that will be made by the government of Iraq. Whether the next fight against ISIS is in Tal Afar, Al-Hawija, or Al-Qaim, the coalition will continue to support our Iraqi partners to defeat our common enemy. ISIS's so-called caliphate is crumbling from the outside and from within. As ISIS continues to lose territory, their morale plummets. We have reflections of serious internal conflicts within ISIS's ranks. Leaders have abandoned fighters to die. Local fighters are being left to rot where they fall, while foreign fighters receive proper burials.
No artificial colors
and remaining inexperienced fighters are making rookie mistakes, blowing themselves and fellow fighters up accidentally in preparation for combat. ISIS cannot stop the progress that Iraqis and Syrians have mounted in the last 2 years. ISIS realizes this, they are on the run, and we will not allow them to regroup and catch their breath. While our efforts to defeat ISIS in Syria are focused on Raqqa, we have continued to strike ISIS wherever we find them. Some of you have asked if ISIS has changed their capital, their hub, to Mayadin or Deir ez-Zor, and I'll tell you there is no hub anymore. The last 5 higher-level ISIS leaders we have removed have all been from the Mayadin Abu Kamal area. ISIS oil revenue production has plummeted due to pressure from the coalition. We continue to conduct planned precision strikes against ISIS where they think they are safe throughout Iraq and Syria. Collectively, the coalition and our partner forces in both Iraq and Syria will not allow this terrorist organization time, resources, or sanctuary to plan, plot, organize, or inspire attacks. And while this war is far from over, the progress made to date is promising. More than 84,000 square kilometers have been cleared of territory once held by ISIS. More than 4 million people have been freed of ISIS control. Almost 2 million people formerly displaced have returned to their homes in Iraq, and foreign fighters who once flowed into Iraq and Syria at hundreds per week have now slowed to a handful per month. These are all concrete examples, a steady trend of the direction we are headed to completely take away ISIS's physical caliphate in Iraq and Syria. The coalition is on a fixed course with a sound and proven strategy committed to the military defeat of ISIS in Iraq and Syria. And with that, I'll now take your questions.
Sure. We'll start today with Zach Biggs from James.
Thanks. Colonel, in your opening statement, you mentioned that the ISIS fighters in Raqqa were, quote, abandoned by their leadership. Is the assessment that there are no more senior ISIS leaders in Raqqa, that they've all gotten out? And you also described that the supposed state is capitalist now. Is there any assessment that the leaders themselves have completely left the area, or is it that they're hiding in other pockets?
We have assessed, and we've seen this before, when ISIS, when they are beginning to be surrounded and encircled, and they know that an offensive in the particular area in the towns in which they are going to be defeated, we have seen a steady stream of leaders that have attempted, some unsuccessfully, but some successfully, to move into other ISIS-held areas and territory. And as you look around, specifically in Syria, you look around outside of Raqqa, as you move down along the Euphrates River Valley, that still is ISIS-held controlled area. And so we have seen in the last several months, or the last 2 months that I've been here, we have struck every single HVI, high-value target that we've announced has come from this particular area. I don't know if that answers all your questions. I'll go ahead and wait and see if you have another one.
He's good. We'll do Lori Milroy from Kurdistan 24.
Thank you, Colonel Dillon, for doing this. You've described how ISIS is on the verge of defeat, and we're all very pleased, delighted to hear that. So I wondered, the Kurdish government has announced a referendum on independence for late September. Do you see that having any impact on the fight against ISIS, or are they two different things?
As far as the referendum, that is something that we definitely want to have the government of Iraq address. One thing that we will continue to do, and we have done since we have stood up this coalition, is that we will continue to train Iraqi security forces. And an element of the Iraqi security forces are the Peshmerga. And to date, we have trained more than 20,000 Peshmerga forces who have been critical and been vital in the defeat of ISIS in Iraq. We'll continue to do that. We'll continue to train the other elements of the Iraqi security forces as well. The Iraqi Army, the CTS, the Tribal Mobilization Forces are some other examples, and Border Guard forces. As of this morning, we have trained to date 106,000 total Iraqi security forces. I hope that answers your question.
So just as in, so you regard what you're doing as so important that whether or not there's a referendum, you're going to keep doing what you're doing?
The coalitions, our mission is to defeat ISIS militarily in Iraq and Syria, and that is what we are doing. And we're doing that with the government of Iraq, and we're doing it with our Syrian Democratic forces and other partners in Syria to do just that.
Thank you.
Sir, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name.
Jetty, Daily Caller. Yes. Colonel, thanks for doing this. Some are drawing a connection between the conciliatory message that you gave to the Syrian regime last week in terms of its assistance in fighting ISIS and its preparations for a chemical attack. Do you still welcome the regime's assistance in fighting ISIS?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily call it assistance. I would just say that, as I just told Ms. Milroy, that our goal and our mission is to defeat ISIS in Iraq and Syria. There are plenty of ISIS fighters to be defeated still. And so if we have other elements that are going to do that, that means there are fewer ISIS fighters left for us to defeat. So I will leave it at that, and I will say that we will continue our focus in Raqqa, and then we will continue to look elsewhere, but we will also deconflict with the Russians on the movements of the regime, so we do not have some of these mishaps that we have had in the past. And over the course of the last week, things have de-escalated, and we've been able to focus on what we are there to do.
All right, Jack, and pardon me, I forget your last name.
Thanks for doing this, Colonel Dillon. Secretary Mattis, it seemed, talked to the Turkish Prime Minister this week about U.S. plans to increase support for anti-PKK activities in Turkey. My question is, how can OIR kind of ensure that those efforts don't distract